Welcome one and all to the grand finals with LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. And tonight we crown our champion and we give away the beautiful Silver Dragon Cup for the first time in 2025. I couldn't be more excited. We got a banger matchup tonight. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man. We've got Rude Dude with us as well. We have Kai on the sticks behind the scenes. And we have some casters ready for you on the other side where we have Mr. Slayer himself. We've got Cubby and we have Alk Battery as well. Shout out to our socials and our mod team for tonight as well, getting all the fun stuff for grand finals. But guys, it's Top Esports versus Billy Gaming. And I couldn't be more excited. K-Man, let's start with you first. How you feeling to be here?
I am absolutely pumped, Mazel. I could not be more excited for this matchup if I tried. It is incredible how this LPL year has gone to get us to this point. The ups, the downs, every ride on the roller coaster. We've had all of it so far in 2025, and it all culminates in this series here today. It's two of the teams that have looked the most deserving across this entire year, and both of them, I think, are going to show up for a fight here today.
I think for me as well, getting to see the series yesterday, the journey that Top took, and actually making it a little bit more convincing than people might have thought. That's actually the most exciting part, that we get to see this rematch now of an upper final. These are the two best teams through playoffs. They've only lost to each other, and now we get to see a grand final where they go head-to-head.
I couldn't be more excited. I just hope we get 5 games. Before we get going into that, though, we do have to do a little bit of a recap of some of our top 5 plays from the playoffs. So let's go ahead and take a little bit of a look-see.
Kills. He wants this tower as well with the Baron buff. That is an absolute killer for FBX in terms of how this game is going. They don't just want a few things. They're teleporting people in. They might try to push for game.
Oh my god, no way. This is how it happens. All the way from that time in Split 2, from the beginning of the year with NIP, no expectations, to Doodby trying to make this team matter. And the kings of Group Nirvana are on the edge to get down FPX, to do what maybe has never been done. As NIP look for one last fight here, it's not going to be. It's FPX going down. That's it. NIP will do what has never been done.
Buy some time there, but just ends up being a really nice heads-up play, and a big mistake from Hope as Shanks goes in.
I think Rookie might be in a little bit of trouble here. Perfect execution going to be utilized. He hits the shuriken flip and gets the kill. Shanks just masterfully executes Rookie. And that might just be a little bit of a counterplay coming in from IG, as they do have the perfect execution from Wei. He wants to get, he dodges out the pillar! Tarzan blocks his way, and Tarzan comes up with a kill on the way.
It's a huge win for NIP, and once again, the team that gets first blood ends up throwing it away in an exchange.
A much better spot here for NIP. As I pause my thoughts here, is 369 is going all out on a solo kill. He has the maiden on his side. He's able to dodge away from the Antopo strikes. He dodges away from another one. He flashes away and will slam him down with the shovel. Solo kill living up to his name.
Like, this play goes a little too long, and if BLG were slightly even, wait, picture,
hold on. It's another hijacked ultimate from guess who? Kanavi, sending more names back to the base than BLG can count. It's Kanavi with his 9th kill of the game, and BLG once again running away from the godlike man on Summoner's Rift. Bin doesn't even catch him as he has his stasis up. He's gonna dash after him, dive under the turret. There's one, making a double. Only Elk's Shades of Corruptions can stop the madman Kanavi on this Rift.
In terms of getting onto the backline, they're just so muted, and with the way they've not shown it so far this game, I doubt it'll happen.
And Breathe just gets caught out before anything begins, but a really nice seismic shot from Zhao, who's going to be able to take down Zhuo. It's a 1-for-0 already for Weibo, but Paze is still at full HP, still untouched, nearly taken down. Breathe, finally the Feather Storm comes out, but it's going to be the Xin Zhao eventually dropping. Shun has the Guardian Angel pop, but look at what Paze is able to do. Tibbers comes out from Scout, and here comes Paze. He takes down Light, he takes down everybody. A quadra kill for the Xayah, and only Zhao who remains.
Gotta say, some pretty hype plays there in the end. Some the Silas one just stands a lot for me in terms of what we've seen from the jungle. Any of those plays that really stick in your mind, guys, especially you, Rude?
I was there for the Paze clip. That one for me was a highlight where he's like 2 HP as an AD carry myself. I'm kind of there in the mood of feeling yourself. You go forward, you just spot the angle, the QE snipe on the Karma as well, like all things lined up. And for me, that's the one that stands out. Like, you know, I can feel those plays in my bones.
Yeah, I think for me, it really was AL on the bottom side of the map, and you know, we've had some ups and downs with that team, but when you get Shanks solo killing Rookie right into basically the perfect Trundle pillar from Tarzan,
why you gotta
it's just
hurt me?
one of those moments.
Why
you know?
why you gotta do that? Why you gotta hurt me? We just started, man. You don't have to be like that, all right? Anyways, we are just getting started with these grand finals, and today we get to do something we haven't gotten to do all year long, and that is to crown our Silver Dragon Cup winners. Again, split number 1, a different trophy. Split number 2, different trophy. We typically have been giving away this trophy 2 times a year before this year, where we switched over to 3 splits. And as we take a little bit of a walk down memory lane, I want to go through some of those big moments we've seen over the last 3 years, starting back in COVID with RNG, with some likely candidates here. I'm just saying this is a big year for some of the members here on this team, where we see young Bin just before, you know, going off to MSI and having that crazy performance, getting the only pentakill in finals, and even Xiaohu looking young way when he had come into the roster. I think it's a little bit of a throwback there to look at RNG and think, wow, RNG aren't even in the main league right now, but they were champions at one point so long ago. And we're going to keep walking through a lot of these memories, a lot of these moments. You're going to see a lot of similar faces that we are going to be seeing on the Rift today here, K-Man.
Yeah, I think that's really the fun part, is that while these rosters have evolved, so many players have really raised their stock over the past couple of years and taken these championships and these trophies that they've been able to win and turn them into legacies and careers, and that's only going to get expounded here today. We've got so many players vying to really secure their spot as some of the best players in LPL history tonight, and that's really something that, on top of all of the other accolades, is definitely going to be on their minds.
Yeah, you know, you get to see the little bit of the almost three-peat, you know, that JDG, that little mini dynasty that they ran through the back end of 2022 into domestic domination in 2023. The Silver Dragon Cup is one of those prestigious titles, and it's nice that we get it back for split number 3, and that we've got these players that we're seeing in our finals tonight, lifting it previously, looking to once again reclaim that trophy.
There's one guy that's touched it a lot. I'm just saying, I know 369 is still in that conversation too, but you know, Knight just finds himself in like every single one of these clips. But in all actuality, it's such an important moment because we had that retooling of the Silver Dragon Cup so many years ago when I had first come into the league, and it's such a beautiful representation of a lot of the history of the LPL and things along those lines. And it's cool to see it finally back here for the year. And I know a lot of the players actually have a lot of feelings about winning that Silver Dragon Cup, and have been maybe because they were losing, but was saying, you know, the only cup that matters is the one at the end. So it's a cool walk down memory lane, and it's cool that we finally get to give this one away. But the Silver Dragon Cup is here, and it will be on display as we go into the game itself. And as we talk about that game itself, let's take a walk down those playoffs, what we've seen so far, because it has been a crazy up and down situation throughout, but it still seems like we came out with a likely result here, K-Man.
Yeah, it's strange because there have been, like I said earlier, so many ups and downs. Like, the roller coaster has absolutely been crazy over the course of this LPL year, but Billy Gaming and Top Esports have been 2 of the most consistent, you know, top of the standings teams throughout all of this year. BLG, of course, being a team that, you know, went to MSI, was top 2 in the spring split. Top Esports, while they may not get the same kind of recognition as maybe a team like AL for earlier this year, they win split number 1 here. They go and, you know, get the number 1 seed in split 2 and the number 1 seed again in split 3. This has arguably been the most consistent team across this entire year. It truly is a battle of the Titans here today.
Yeah, and I think for me, the really interesting part, and like one of the stories that will probably go a little bit unsung just because of the nature of their ending, but it is that Weibo roster that came in and take down anyone's legend at the top of the playoffs, force them into the lower bracket, but then seemingly just fall off of the face of the earth on their way through the rest of the playoffs run. You know, taking that loss versus top really knocked them, and I think versus JDG, a lot of us were probably expecting Weibo to put up a bit more of a fight, where JD Gaming actually came out swinging and then started to make themselves a little bit of a presence felt, before ultimately this triangle completes itself and it's AL that send JD packing.
Yeah, it's crazy, the back and forth in that situation. Also, the fact that we haven't really gotten as many 5-game series as I wanted in the latter half, but we still find ourselves in a very similar position as we have been before. Billy versus Top Esports as our grand finals. And as we take a look at these rosters, especially Top Esports that we're going to be starting off with, this is a team that in their last series they looked like they were a little bit unstoppable. And against this BLG team, they need all the momentum they can get here, Rude.
Yeah, and, looking at the season-wide, from top to bottom, there have been very distinct strong points and distinct weak points. 369 and Cream in the solo lanes, Kanavi, Jackie Love, and Hong to round out the composition. It is those solo laners that for the majority of the regular season weren't performing at their A game. A lot of this split came down to Kanavi and Jackie Love trying to pull top esports over the line. But the reason, Mazel, that you talked about them hitting their stride in that last series, because yesterday, the series MVP for me was 369. Jackie won a Game 3 MVP where they won the series, but 369 was hurtling them over the line in Games 2 and Games 1 that they won in that series. So Cream not having a bad performance either. I know that there's been a lot of conversation around his level moving into the top esports roster and as their mid laner, but looking at how they performed yesterday, if that top esports turns up for this 5-game series versus BLG, it's going to be a very close run series.
I couldn't agree more, Rude. I absolutely am right there with you. I think the version that we saw of Top Esports last series was just incredible. I mean, like, truly top of the line level stuff. Even if they weren't able to consistently win in the early game in the way that they normally like, they were so good at being able to adapt and move their comp around. Kanavi's really the name to watch, I think, especially because of the way, this team ended up going down. The last time these two teams ended up facing off against each other, Kanavi really was the one to push out on top, and we can see that here.
Give that man his crown. King Kanavi is back in action. I've said it all year long, and we've seen ups and downs from this guy, but ever since the brutal disaster that was JDG last year, Kanavi has been on a rampage, a bloodthirsty one, and it's been so nice to see him back in form as probably the GOAT jungler in this day and age of the LPL, Rude.
Yeah, I mean, he really just has been, where we look at players like Tarzan who have started to come into their own in maybe this year, but Kanavi's been doing it for years on years for the LPL, and for splits on splits in 2025 as well, where he was running around getting Trundle pentakills to start off splits. It doesn't really stop at those carry junglers. He can do it on whatever you provide for him, and I think that depth is an extra layer that what's making him so powerful.
He's just so consistent, and I think that's the thing with Kanavi is, like, maybe you're going to have a couple of games every year, but if you're talking about the grand scheme of things, this guy every year in the LPL is able to consistently generate leads. I, have gone out on a limb. I know, a lot of people agree with this. I do consider him the best early game jungler of all time. I do believe that the ability of Kanavi to generate those resources for himself and for his teammates is second to none, especially right now in the LPL. And if he's going to be able to do that here today, if he's going to be able to look at these lanes, even if you're not necessarily favoring, top esports in these lane matchups, maybe you think BLG is a better top laner, maybe you think BLG is a better mid laner. Well, Kanavi might be that secret X factor that can really make it work for TES.
It ain't a better jungler. That's all I'm saying. Kanavi will absolutely dumpster them if he's given the tools. So definitely keep an eye on him tonight, but we got to keep an eye on the other team on the Rift, a team that has seemingly found themselves once again. Billy Gaming off a tear in 2024, have not found that same promise in 2025, but here they are once again in the finals to make good on that. And this team has just been hands checking people, K-Man.
It's been real fun to watch, Mazel. We have been watching this team at mostly full potential throughout a lot of the playoffs. Of course, there are conversations around the 6-man roster and everything there, but the talent on this team should not be anywhere but the finals. I mean, that's the truth of the core of this roster. Players like Bin and Knight have been electric in terms of being able to generate their own leads individually, and when it comes to the late game team fighting, it's gotten significantly better than what it was at the end of Split 2. BLG is coming into this series, as the upper bracket winners for a reason.
And I think that for me, when we look at the, we talk about the jungle 6-man roster swapping, and we've highlighted the fact that top esports have got such a powerful jungler. It is going to be on Beichuan, potentially Shadow later down the line in this series, to have a really strong, solid performance. We talked about the solo laners for top esports needing to meet their makers and meet the level that is being put on by the BLG solo laners. We also then need to take that a little bit a step further for BLG and say, okay, your jungle needs to be able to step into that area and make sure that he's doing really well also, because BLG, we've got this super solid mid laner. For the broadcast, for the broadcast that we ran here, he went out and earned himself that accolade through split number 3 as being the most important player, the person that we wanted to give that credit to. So for BLG, it's about looking at that mid lane and making sure that Knight is actually set ready to succeed.
Yeah, but for BLG, it's not always been a story of success. It's not always been a story of winning those championships. Yes, 2024 was incredible. The first championship into back-to-back. That is harshly ever done in the LPL, but they are also known as the second fiddle. And a lot of that came off the back of JDG being their big brother for many years. But it's a BLG team that is looking to kind of change that factor here and move forward from those moments. And I think if you're going to move forward, there was a guy I mentioned earlier, a guy you just talked about, this mid lane for BLG, Knight himself. Not only are the accolades completely stuffed to the brim, he has been a part of the legacy. He has been molding the future of the LPL in so many ways. And I know we just got to see him walk out there. We see Top Esports also joining, coming out of the vans here themselves. But this guy, Knight, is a legend and will forever be a legend in the LPL, Rude.
Yeah, and I think as well, the idea that you have Knight in the mid lane. You were talking earlier, Mazel, when we ran through the history of the Silver Dragon Cup. There's this slight disparity where we're talking about BLG as playing second fiddle, and we're talking about Knight as a player who's been in so many of those Silver Dragon Cup moments. You can see it with the just insane amount of stats that this guy has got, literally bloated with accolades, the level that he's been playing at.
Yeah. It's crazy. I just want to say a little point. It's going to move us forward a little bit here, but one last point for Knight is tonight he has the chance. I know Grapes had posted. If you haven't seen it, go please give some likes and share that one, because this is a night where history can be made on either side of the ball. And I think, you know, that era of clear love all those years ago and moving forward from that is an incredible step forward for the LPL, and one of these guys is going to come away 369 or Knight come away with the most championships won. But moving forward, at least to our interesting conversation, I guess. K-Man, how do you like your honeymoons?
You know, I usually like them relaxing and not stressful. Okay. You know, I can just chill and, you know, not really worry about too much, you know, effortless, if you will.
Well, I think BLG, they might have a different idea. So let's go ahead and check in on how their honeymoon is going.
有点压力啊！你就当输这里上去就是去表演的，你就当输了我知道。
怎么说？手里了，带我进个世界赛吧！可以，赢了就进，能不能行？哎，先打第5把出来吧！先把第5把出来吧！先刷新一下蜜月期吗？哎，真的，我们立好了没有？
我追狗，一波，nice，兄弟们，第5把来不来？来了，看一眼。 下线到了，来个名，先打，远古龙刷了，要不毙了远古龙4秒。别，这波有机会，这波能一波，我去找刘总，火力，推塔，开机，点了，接没上，慢点，慢点，要一塔，全一塔，快一塔，10秒，一波了，点了 ，nice，世界赛，兄弟们 ，nice。 怂了，你知道吗？我知道我的这血量100滴血，我弹出来会不会开始斩死我？完全是绝望，你肯定弹卡呀，你知道吗？有业绩了。
Well, hey, this honeymoon has vibes, and apparently Billy are appreciating it here. I do wonder how that's all going to work out in the grand scheme of things and how long this honeymoon situation can keep going, because these two junglers here, K-Man, are an interesting commodity to be having at this high of a level.
Yeah, it's really insane for a team that is really working on getting stability out of their jungle position, who really just needs somebody that can enable these really talented players elsewhere. They sure are creating a lot of instability in terms of how the roster is constructed. These two players bring similar but different identities to how the team ends up playing. Shadow, a bit more mechanically talented, definitely more vocal in terms of how the game is operated, but Beichuan definitely a bit more, I would say, controlled in the way that he plays the game. Has always been a very easy player to play around, and so, you know, they offer different skill sets. Right now it looks like Shadow, as we saw at the end of the upper bracket finals, but you know, you never really know with this team.
You really don't. I'm very curious at what kind of subbing out situation we're going to have, if there is going to be a sacrifice after game number 1 or not, if it goes their way or not. We will find out as we go forward. But another little bit of a legacy that's been building up and that's been really important to kind of talk about is this bot lane, especially Elk and On. The combinations that we've seen from these guys, yes, I don't think as of late has been so bright, but we have seen a lot of success overall as one of the winningest bot lanes. They're contesting the legends of Uzi and Ming, Rude.
Yeah, and you just look like that's a far disparity as well as far as duos go. The bot lanes that stick together in the LPL, we talk so much about people like Jackie Love, who had so many different support pairings. Well, we take a look at Elk and On, for example, who have been together for 5 finals, all within the last 3 years, and they don't really show any signs, it feels like, of them maybe splitting up. Yes, this year's been a little bit more, I would say, shaky for On. We saw a pretty rough MSI performance, but I do think that, making another finals, they're now up to 5, right? And if they can seal the deal, find themselves a victory here, moving into 2026, they need one more pairing or one more final as a duo to make it to be the most finals as a duo, not just tied for it with the legends that are Uzi and Ming.
And I think Elk's going to have a tall task. I don't think he's been the brightest piece to BLG's puzzle this year so far, but he's going to be facing off against Jackie Love. And this bot lane is going to be extremely important on how these later game team fights end up going. I'm going to stick with you, Rude. What's your big takeaway from these two guys, the guns in the bot lane?
Yeah, honestly, the takeaway is that everybody at home has the most pleasure being able to watch these AD carries. Honestly, look at their damage per minute numbers. It's actually insane. Anywhere over 700 is insane. The fact that they're even higher, certainly speaks to that. And the fact that in the broadcast, the Chinese broadcast had Jackie Love as their split 3 MVP. I mean, Elk maybe not necessarily overshadowed, but we highlighted Knight a lot. But Elk was never a slate on this BLG roster, never a part that we've been concerned about. I think that everybody at home, if we had pro view, bot lane cams, we'd all just be so happy to be able to stare at the raw mechanics that is open on these two bot laners.
It's an incredible thing to watch two legends go to work, and I love Elk. I've had so much fun times watching this guy, but to see that vintage Jackie Love performance when he is on the verge of medical issues and things along those lines, I think it's so important. And we also have a lot of importance tonight in terms of what this means for either team. As we come into the finals, we do still have to think about the regionals and the world spots as well. So let's go ahead and bring up the championship graphics here and show off a little bit of what we got. Because if BLG win, BLG our first, AL will be second. TES win, Top B Sports are first, BLG are second. Everybody else that was not mentioned ends up going to the regional qualifier, K-Man.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing here is that Top Esports are in the finals. They have beaten anyone's legend, and they're not at Worlds yet. This is not a Worlds team just at this moment. They have to win here today to guarantee their spot without going through the regional qualifiers. And let's remember here, the regional qualifiers are stacked. You have Invictus Gaming in that 4th seed. That's a team that can take a series off of anyone. Even JDG and Weibo have shown upset potential in the right circumstances. You don't really want to test your luck if you're Top Esports here tonight. A win is essential, but for BLG, this could be the return to form. This could be the back-to-back #1 seed going to Worlds, and we saw how well that ended for them last year.
Yeah, Rude, I want to get your thoughts on this. The last-ditch efforts from our top teams to try to make it to Worlds.
Yeah, this is a massive series for Top Esports, right? They're fighting for auto qualification to Worlds, or they have to play potentially 2 really, really tricky best-of series. Should they lose this one, and off the back of having lost the finals as well, that obviously becomes incredibly difficult. I mean, this is, for me, in terms of the story of the LPL for 2025 as well, a big series for BLG. Are we going to crown 3 separate winners through this year, or are we going to be able to re-crown Top Esports as our champions? It's a very different stake, right? It's a completely different story. Are Top Esports going to be the best domestic team for this year, or are we going to have this trio that we hopefully all get to send to international to come back and start to show the LPL or show the rest of the world rather what the LPL can do?
Yeah, I think that's the craziest thing is we're literally coming down to the wire, and this is the time to put up or shut up. This is the time that is made for conquerors, for the ones that want the Silver Dragon Cup the most. We have our opening ceremony ready to go. You know the LPL loves to do it well, so let's go ahead and take a look.
Nice. Opening ceremony. We're going to have basic...
决赛的参赛队伍，BLG Gaming Top Esports。首先有请上单选手 BLG Bin TES 369。打野选手 BLG 北川 TS Knavi。中单选手 BLG Knight TS Queen。下路选手 BLG Elk TS Jackie Low。辅助选手 BLG On TS 航。再次让我们用热烈的掌声欢迎进入到总决赛的两支战队，BLG Gaming 以及 Top Esports。此刻，舞台上星光熠熠，他们即将在这场巅峰对决中，为我们奏响属于2025 LPL 总决赛的传奇终章。音龙全消，决战鹏城。现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，欢迎来到2025 LPL 总决赛之巅。大鹏一日，同风起，扶摇直上9万里。问鼎银龙，只此一战，战魂燃尽，不负热血。LPL 为尽巅峰。Welcome one, welcome all to your caster desk for the Split 3 Grand Finals. Top Esports taking on BLG Gaming, the biggest series in the year the LPL has to offer. I am, of course, Leo Slayer Silverman, joined by these two dashing analysts next to me, Dimitri Alk, Battery Toledo, Matt Cubby Samuelson, set up for the series of a lifetime for these two teams, the series of the year. Dimitri, what a run we've had to get to this point, and what a matchup. So poetic, so historic. There are so many amount of words I could say to describe Top Esports versus BLG right now.
I think it's just been a beautiful year, not just between these two teams, but if we look at what LPL has had all year long, we've had 800 games so far, and tonight we'll have anywhere between 3 and 5 to end out at least the playoffs, and then we'll have regional finals afterwards. But these two teams, I think, kind of the big dogs of the new era of the LPL alongside JDG, and I think it is only fitting here to crown our champions between these two here.
And honestly, a real chance at a redemption storyline here for Top Esports. Thinking of Split 1, they won the league. They go international and they flub. And honestly, they come back to LPL fans wanting them to fail. And now they see themselves back in the Split 3 finals. A win today books them that auto-qualifying ticket to Worlds. They need a win today to secure that spot and avoid out on the regional gauntlet. and they have a good chance to do so. I thought they were only a few steps away from winning in the upper bracket finals when they met BLG. We'll see if they have really gone back to the shed and figured out what to do against the two-headed monster that we're likely to see out of BLG from the jungle today.
Cubby, I'm glad you brought up the recent history of this matchup, and it's always important to highlight some statistics behind that 5-game banger win there for BLG Gaming. They, all year long, have dominated, actually the last 2 years, really have dominated this matchup, is specifically as well in these very best-of-5 scenarios.
6-1 in favor of BLG, adding on last week's performance as well. Now, BLG have stayed regularly the same, only making jungle substitutions as well as a mid lane change in Knight. But Top Esports, they've been trying to rotate the roster, trying to find a winning formula. JackeyLove really the only consistent piece here, and it is so important, I think, for JackeyLove, especially with the health concerns and potentially him retiring among those rumors, for him to find a win here tonight and represent the LPL at Worlds.
Yeah, and it's ever important as well, talking about the history books even more here, Cubby. What makes this matchup so sweet for me specifically, and I do want to shout out our very own Grapes for laying the law when it comes to the winner of this matchup. No matter who wins, Top Esports or BLG Gaming, we will have a player or a duo that sit atop the entire trophy cabinet standings as the single biggest trophy winners in LPL history.
Yeah, I think it's kind of wild that in year 15 we have so much history on the line for League of Legends still. With Elk and On, who have now made the most finals as a duo, have the chance to become the winningest duo in finals as well. And then, of course, I mean, look, I know that we are talking about the winningest. For me, the true story is still JackeyLove. Like, is he able to actually win here with Top Esports? Because he is a player that has been in so many finals, but just hasn't been able to actually find the win in a lot of these finals. So for me, it is, can JackeyLove actually overcome BLG? Because there's a good argument that Top Esports hasn't ever been as successful as they were since Knight was on that team. If they were to beat Knight to do so, that'd be a hell of a story, and really a hell of a split for JackeyLove, who was the MVP of the main split. It's talked about battling health concerns. We don't know about his future, but for him to end out on a champion, if this is it for him, I feel like there are a few players as deserving as JackeyLove to go out on the win.
Yes. Yeah, I was going to say, we talked about it, and I think we showed the graphic about duos earlier, but in terms of 80 carries that have represented the LPL in the finals, JackeyLove is the most amount. I know it's Elk and On for duos, but JackeyLove has seen 9 finals and only won 3 trophies, which I think is kind of a testament to how long he's been playing and how long at the top he has been, but the unfortunate nature of some of these teams and sometimes these performances are not enough to bring home the silverware.
And speaking on those MVPs, you talked about Split 3 MVP guys, but it's important to remember Top Esports actually sport 2 of the Split MVPs. Kanavi, King Kanavi, as Mazel redubbed him at our desk here, Alkin. As we look more back towards that upper bracket battle to preview this grand finals, especially in the middle of that series before the swap for Shadow out of Beichuan, felt like Kanavi might just hand BLG the loss way earlier than they expected.
I think JackeyLove had a couple of really weird performances, but we noted it once we were on the show, saying, as this series goes on, what is the support champion pool going to look like? What is Hong going to reach for when we get to a Game 4 and a Game 5 when all of the typical engage supports are gone? And I know, Cubby, we've been going back and forth as to who we thought was the biggest weakest link going into that series, or once we kind of come out of it, but I think that JackeyLove will need to step up today if he wants to take down BLG.
I agree, and for me, again, that upper bracket series, I really felt like Top was only a few plays away from beating BLG. They were winning a lot of those early games. They weren't able to convert them to victories. I think that games 1 and 2 or 3, we saw JackeyLove get caught out a few times, and I would say uncharacteristic, but that happens sometimes with JackeyLove. But I thought we saw 369 and Cream have real stinkers at the back half of the series, and Hong, of course, that champion pool as we go deeper. We agree on that one. I also want to flag Cream. I think that his champion pool through a 5-game series is still in question for me, especially going up against a player like Knight. So few areas that we want to see TES level up, but honestly, I felt like they are not too far away from actually winning that upper bracket final. We'll see if they can play the same today and a little bit better, see if they can overcome BLG this time around.
Okay, we've got draft already started up. Yeah, we've already seen the Annie and the Alistar now taken away, 2 champions that I think were really, really pivotal throughout those series, and Alistar has been growing in priority when we talk about supports. And 2 champions that we'll track as to whether or not they'll get through, the Poppy and the Kiana taken away now.
The Kiana's interesting to me, as Beishuan only has 1 play on it. I feel like top with Kanavi can threaten that a bit more, but Elk gets his hands on his Yunara. Has been a very strong champion for him when BLG has been able to play it, but they give away the Azir Talia trade, at least, so the Azir side goes to Cream. We'll note that in the upper bracket series, Knight's Azir game was a free win for BLG, so switching up the side of that matchup, and now Cream gonna pilot the Azir.
It's interesting. I do want to bring up, we saw Knight innovate this Azir matchup in Split 3, going towards the Ziggs counter pick. It was a huge counter pick to shut down the Azir that you guys talked about. He knows very well. So, yes, the Talia is still there and available, but Knight has not been afraid to pick this kind of unique champion to him to try and match up against this Azir. Kanavi, though, going to lock in that Pantheon, as he always likes to do. He wants to play early, fast, and try and get himself a lead as quickly as possible. Pantheon really fits that bill.
I feel bad for
surprised. Well, I'm kind of surprised about this opener. Before we talk about feeling bad for me, but I think that the ability for Azir Pantheon to attack a Yunara is very real and kind of difficult for BLG to deal with early on in draft. I mean, Aurora's not going to stop that. Vi's not going to stop that. So I think this Yunara is going to be under heavy threat early.
The Yunara also, I think, a pretty decent takeaway from Jackie Love, but I was wondering if we were going to get more Wukong. We came into the playoffs thinking that Wukong was going to be king of the jungle. Seems like he's still lagging behind, especially in the first couple openers of the games. We'll see what BLG are going to choose on 3. It seems like they are going to lock in the Monkey King himself. And I think the Aurora is interesting as a way to circumnavigate the front line here, especially if we're going to get a Scion and a Pantheon. But I think you're right here, Cubby. The low range and kind of squishy nature of BLG makes it very easy for this Azir to thrive.
I really like this draft for top so far. I think the ability to attack the Yunara is very real. And Scion showing, you're not going to throw a Trundle at it here. You get to ban Gwen if you're worried about that from Bin too. Another kind of hard answer for Scion. I don't think Gwen even fits the comp though, so they're not even worried about it. And yeah, I think the opener of the top got's really good. I think the interesting part moving forward is some of these pairings got split up. Like, part of why we thought Wukong would be the best jungler on the patch is because it pairs so well with champs like Annie, like Azir, like Talia, that are some of the best mids that we have. Wukong has now been removed from that pairing, ends up being paired up with Aurora, a pick that Knight plays very well, as we expect this to be in Knight's hands. But I don't think the answers that BLG are going to come up with here, I think they're really far behind in this draft already. And I don't see, like, how many tools can you find in top and in support to actually help peel for this Yunara? I think that's going to be a really tough task early on.
I think, you know what's going to be an easy task? I think is picking a marksman for Jackie Love here. You talk about the front line already put together, a lot of space creating. Karma Band is very good, but I think Jackie Love, I mean, there's so many champions that he could go. Yes, I mean, Sivir
this is most likely a Sivir champion kind of lock coming. Could be Kaisa. I think it's interesting that we saw from Top Esports 2 top side bans with both the Mbessa and the Aatrox. Aatrox we haven't seen from Bin since MSI, and if we're talking about answers into this, either we're going to do a handshake and just pick something like a Cassante or an Ornn, or we're going to go for something a little, I guess, more in his bag. I don't know if we're looking at, I'm kind of thinking of what we could see here from Bin. I don't think this is a Renekton game.
I think it's got to be Bin Sante. I'm with you. I don't think Ornn brings up... I guess Ornn would bring enough space. I think they do have enough damage, so there's some argument for Ornn. But I feel like Ornn versus Kaisa versus Cassante versus Kaisa, I'd rather put Cassante there. And why I thought it was Kaisa is that the Aatrox, the Mbessa, those champs can actually deal with Kaisa. I do think it's a lot harder to deal with Kaisa with some other picks that could be available, because you just have to dash in, go in. We'll say Mordekaiser, I actually like a lot here.
Yeah,
removing the Scion, into Scion, it's more of a, okay, the 1v1, yes, Mordekaiser can win, but it's not like I'm going to murder the Scion over and over. It's more of a, hey, I can yoink him out of the fight, and that can be really important to win out on 4v4s. That's an angle that I can kind of see for Bin. I think taking Rumble into Scion nerfs a lot of the power of the Rumble.
It does.
And while they do have the Wombo, that really is BLG signing up and saying, all right, we have to win the top side early. Yunara might be able to save us late. But that's kind of a wait and see, because the execute from Top Esports between Azir, Kaisa, and then maybe a Rakan now over the top, it's going to be a tough game for this Yunara.
And I think the issue that we'll see here in this game, whether or not these two teams can execute upon, is are we going to see another top esports throw in the middle of the game? Because there's been so many games throughout this playoffs where we've seen top esports immediately skyrocket themselves into an early advantage, and then we come into mid-game, and I think some of the tools from BLG can really catch them off guard. I think of the invisibility from Aurora, the ability for On to even choose when and where he wants to find fights could be important here for BLG.
Let's very quickly, though, gentlemen, before we dive into this game one, we need to throw up our final caster predictions of Split 3. If we can take a look at where everyone here at LPL English is favoring this matchup. And once again, awesome to see, guys. We are all across the board covering every single outcome.
It's free? I don't know. Top esports have looked better.
Favored. We're aligned.
Yeah.
Favored, yeah.
Slayer, we're aligned in 5 games as a team.
Yes, my logic here is this is exactly what I predicted the last time to try and will this to a 5-game series, and it was the exact prediction that was made. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it, guys.
Fair play.
Well,
fair play.
Well, we're going to have to see what happens when we dive in. I want to lead off on your point, Dimitri, about can top esports cleanly snowball this game from start to finish? Because going back into the series against BLG, I think they had a lead in 4 out of the 5 games at the 15-minute mark. And we have seen mistakes from top. I do think this is a team that plays at their best when Kanavi gets to run his game. That involves winning solo lanes, invading, getting up in the face of the enemy jungler, and trying to play from there. I do think the early game should be in the hands of top esports with the Scion and the Azir. We'll see if Kanavi can cash in with this team to make the most of it against Beishwan and BLG.
Bring me the grand final Split 3 Gyos, top esports, Billy Gaming.
All right, maybe game 2.
Game 2. You know, I see the energy, I just don't hear it, okay? That's why we have 5 senses, guys, okay? We can manifest the Gyos in more ways than one as we do hit the rift here for game 1. Already looking out early at some of these summoner choices coming across. Jackie Love going to respect the damage with the cleanse. As we always see in the LPL, a battle for those early wards. Kanavi and Kareem do a good job protecting that Raptors pit so they can try and keep Kanavi a bit more protected. A guy who loves to just go for those full clears, get himself ahead, and then try to infect the map. So tracking him is going to be pivotal for BLG in this early phase.
I mean, we even saw top esports in that first series versus AL. Hold that. On's looking for something. Bit of traded Jackie Love.
Steel's going to be used here for a bit of a speed up. Elk is going to get the 8 autos down and push out a ton of damage with that lethal tempo. So already a rough lane for this Kai'Sa. Gets a lot worse as another Zenith Blade going to land here from On. Lot of HP advantage being traded here by the BLG bottom lane. We're asking a lot of in this series.
I think the logic here is that Rakan can out-sustain, but
God, Elk,
he might have botched this early on.
Yeah.
Hong missed the second Q, and then the second Zenith Blade connecting is a mistake. I can see the first trade because you're signing up to have a health advantage over time. The second trade hitting is pretty tough. Jackie Love, though, I assume he's going to have the biscuits. He's going to pop the potion and try and stay because they fast pushed away, and frankly, he has to. We'll say Elk did miss out on the melee creep from all that.
Ooh, is he going to have to stay here? They don't know where Beishwan is, right? Like, he could be on the bottom side of the map and open up for 3.
Stun layers. Hong going to have to flash away from Elk. No. He takes a turret shot too early and gives Jackie Love the lane back. First blood over to the TES AD carry.
That's my goat right there. Thank you, Jackie Love and Hong. It was all an elaborate bait. Now he gets to bounce back on this wave. He gets all of this experience.
On's going to stay. That was so wild, though, because Jackie Love was waiting outside of vision. So when they dropped onto Hong, BLG thought that Jackie Love wasn't there. But why would Hong ever stick around if it was just going to be him there and no Jackie Love? I feel like it would be a team base with the HP he was at. So honestly, I feel like what's called in a way with Jackie Love sticking around. But I feel like BLG should be wary of that. Just take the fact you're crashing 2 waves against the enemy Kai'Sa. I don't think there's a world where Rakan sticks around if he doesn't have help in his back pocket there. So I feel like they could have just taken the small win. They tried to go for the big one and get critically punished as now. Like that bot lane, it's pretty much Jackie Love a little bit behind an XP, but he's got a Cole and can scale back in. It's not a disaster scenario for him. There was a world where he could have missed 2 waves, and now they're going to swap and actually get a wave that was frozen for Jackie Love. So he's fine this game.
This is great. This is awesome coming in for top esports. Not only, like you were saying, with the advantage there, now they're going to look to see if they can force bin away, get that teleport away from him. Let's see what On does on the redeploy here. Are they going to try and match this, or just say, kind of take the handshake going into the Scion? Kanavi even gets information on this topside jungle here, so this is a good opener coming in for Top Esports, preying on BLG's downfall.
They're freezing too. I mean, this is so dire. As okay, yeah, free 6 around. Yeah, they've got 5 creeps. I mean, this is really tough. Like, they have to bring up more and more resources to do this. Now, while that free's been going on, Elk has kept one of his own. Looking at the creeps there's a possibility that one could be broken, but I think this is a bigger win overall for JackeyLove and Hong, because any sort of advantage that Kai'Sa has, she could just use that to continuously jump on Yunara throughout this game. There are definitely tools in the team's arsenal to help enable that.
Now we get to see what does Kanavi look like off of a pretty untouched first clear. Already looking to impact the map. He's going to catch Bin and On too far forward. Layers the stun into the knockup beautifully. Bin immediately has to flash, but JackeyLove flies after him and gets the plasma stack to find the second kill of the game. Early game Kai'Sa, no problem for Top Esports.
JackeyLove has to invest the flash because he used a Void Seeker on a minion that steps in front of him. That could have saved him an extra summoner spell there. Still a kill going over to JackeyLove, and a great opener when we're talking about the fact that he's been holding this wave back, and finally Bin is going to use his teleport.
Yeah, I think it's still a great win for Top. I mean, once Kanavi walks into this thing, that's one on the gank. Bin and On were way too far up playing around the wall when that wave was there. So Kanavi just with the walk on vision, doesn't even matter that he's on vision. He can take care of business. And Top Esports, I mean, they're off to a good start. And this one out, we were looking for them to continue these starts. And frankly, I think the only win that really we can argue for BLG is the fact that Beijing is really farming on the loop.
He's going to re-engage? Okay, they capitalize on Hong's HP. The thing I wanted to point out is we continue to pull back from this upper bracket showdown last time, that all this hecticness with the swap and the early bottom lane play is. When we saw Kanavi approach this series last time, it was constantly camping Knight, getting him uncomfortable early. With everything that's happened with the swaps, Knight has been able to stay relatively untouched on this Aurora and scale up like he does against so many matchups. So already you're seeing how TES have warped the series to a new style to try and take down BLG in Game 1.
Results-based analysis says that it didn't work last time, so we got to change it up this time. Navi is here in mid. Hong is as well going to show in mid and has teleport available, as does On. So let's see how these two supports are going to utilize this. Maybe they move forward, use their HP bar to kind of redeploy on the map.
I think it's just going to be grub focus. That's the big warning that we've had throughout this patch and playoffs in the LPL. Feels like the only way these early dragons are being taken is if it's uncontested before the 8-minute mark. Besides that, grubs are the priority objective for all these teams, just given what you can do with pretty much the 5 minutes that you get grubs and plates being up. So I expect to see Top Esports try and play for that. 369 has preserved his teleport, whereas Bin doesn't have his. As long as 369 stays bot, they should be able to play this with a numbers advantage, whether it's the ult from Scion or the TP coming in, or both if they want to find the fight. And BLG, I just don't think they have the strength or an answer to this one early on. So I'm expecting a trade of the Dragons and kind of a go from there scenario. As, like, yes, Rumble could have a lot of strength this fight, but he didn't go for the mask, was able to get that one early. I feel like if you want the fight, you go mask, whereas if you want to play for the lane...
Beitron has that knockup. He's going to flash right on JackeyLove. The stuns layer beautifully. 2 big flashes committed, but JackeyLove is finally cut down. Beitron layering his effect on this game early.
So a good punish, right? They're able to get JackeyLove with the flash down, but look at the timer of when that play is called. JackeyLove should be able to be back out on the map for the grub fight itself. And now you're down Wukong ult, you're down Yunara ult. I think that's just very telling that BLG, they know they don't want to take the grubs, but they could take that kill. So they do take down JackeyLove and just going to get a plate for Elk, and that's it. So I expect grubs to be fully in the hands of Kanavi here. Okay answer from BLG, but I think very telling of where the game's at. The fact they went for that play and that timer.
Oh, they're going to start this? What are we doing?
No, this is their only defense. They have to try and tickle it and delay it.
Yeah, but Scion's moving. Bin's never going to be here. They're going to see Scion cross through mid now. This is a hard ask, I think. And now BLG, they could have taken this a lot earlier. They should have backed off a lot sooner than this.
I think that's fine. Like, the only defense you have there, they're never going to play it. You're tickling it to try and delay the timer and buy bin time. I think that where top played it, like, that's fine. I'm not surprised they tickled it. We're never really trying to start it for real. They just took one. I think they backed off on time. It's okay. They at least got the kill. They can get back. I don't think it's dire. So yeah.
One of the things that has inspired confidence about BLG in these playoffs that we were able to talk about a little bit the last time we saw this matchup is BLG is a team this year consistently disrespecting their opponents, over-aggressing for those grub fights. So to see them kind of cautionarily back up, recognize they don't have those ultimates, still seeing that sort of different style that BLG showed in that 5-game series last time. It's good to see because it was, yes, I know what you're going to say, but if they went back to the ways of disrespecting their opponents and flipping games early, we won't be here very long. So that's not happening.
4 more games potentially for that to still happen. That could still come true. And still no dragons being taken. I know you were talking about it earlier, Cubby, about where we can find a window for either of our teams to take these dragons. I think it's important, though, that BLG tries to stop TES from getting any of these objectives, because if you get 3 grubs and you're also able to get dragon stacking, you're in a world of hurt. You're asking for trouble if you're Billy.
Yeah, again, I just think it's sadly kind of the reality of the game right now. Given the swaps that we had, Azir is able to keep Prio into Aurora. That matchup might start to turn a little bit once Aurora gets the Leandries, but honestly, it's just pretty easy to survive that one. And yeah, I mean, for BLG, I think that they could have traded out for the Dragon, but instead they opted for the kill on the Jackal. I just think that's very telling because they view that as defense for Yunara later on. Because that, if Kai'Sa gets big, and this is where LPL Kai'Sas are so scary, and what LPL as a region I think is very good at, which is dive. I remember when Smolder came out, Smolder was like viewed as just unanimously OP. It was like sub 50% win rate in the LPL because people were just playing Kai'Sa into it and diving it. And that's kind of the same theory of what you do into Yunara, right? When you take this Kai'Sa pick. So I feel like BLG, I think it just says a lot about where they view the game is at. The fact that they're going to take that kill on the Kai'Sa instead of playing for the Dragon, instead of playing for grubs, and they really need to buy time. Because I think their best defense is going late, where they could have a 3-threat comp versus a 2-threat comp. And that's where BLG, the damage might slingshot back.
Yeah, this lane assignment is pretty interesting to me. We have Cream teleporting immediately towards bottom side. It's going to open up a Dragon here for top esports. Knight can end up answering it, but Beitron's nowhere near the objective, and it seems like, as we're talking about, BLG are more focused on getting gold for themselves now so that they can approach some of these fights in a few minutes' time with maybe half an item to an item advantage.
Big thing, to look for as well, the TES. I want to see them capitalize on. You guys talked endlessly about the grubs. The sieging threat that Cream brings with this Azir and the global threat of a Pantheon. I want to see them prioritize some of these turrets, opening more of the map up so that Kanavi can play the map from a more global standpoint and threaten these side lanes like you're talking about. Make sure Knight isn't left alone.
I think that's a good call out. We haven't seen that Grand Starfall yet. And it's about time that we see Kanavi kind of get on the map. When you're playing with Sion, with the Pantheon, you can play the map so quickly and find a numbers advantage. And the one thing about the lane assignments right now is that the Azir in the Rumble is a very good matchup for Azir. You can see Cream getting a couple plates for himself, but I want to see an overload here. You have 2 minutes until plates expire. Use the Sion ult. Use the Pantheon ult. Try and get extra numbers in a lane and force that first brick, because if you do, you get 1 kill with that. That speaks in a real advantage for the rest of the game.
I wonder if they just feel safe, comfortable almost from top esports. And we would want to see them kind of push their objective lead, but you already have an Azir who's up 10, 20 CS here. We're now having Sion ult this bottom lane wave. I wonder if top esports are trying to invite BLG to do something, because they know BLG eventually are going to get antsy and they're going to try and make a play on one side, and they'll have things like either the TP from 369 or even the Pantheon ult.
I think On showing there was actually quite bad. I don't know if he has access to Spellbook TP.
No, he will not.
That could be the start of hey, we just saw this support. He still has to reset. He could check his inventory. Didn't have wards up. Okay, I say that, and Hong started on, on the recall too. I don't think it's as much as of a top is scared. I just think the top is staying disciplined in terms of the timer that they want, right? Them not pushing for Pantheon right then and there, they still had to reset after the Dragon take. Now they have reset, they have a minute left, and now I'm a little bit surprised that the game has slowed down this much. Because for me, this is the timer that they want, but the recalls were a little bit split up, and they weren't able to find a play in sync across the map here. Has been smart ult from him. Just going to delete the wave, take away any chance for a play with the second to last wave before plays are gone.
We talked about it endlessly the last time these two teams matched up. You heard all allude to it a little bit earlier. TES consistently found those early game leads. The mid game is where things got wary. That was no more evident than game one, probably one of the biggest throws of that series, because they didn't have the scaling to lean on. This is a much different comp, and why I enjoy that patience.
look bot. They're going to have Jackie Love catch this wave. 369 just proxied the last one. Oh, they were maybe looking onto Bin, but now 369 is going to walk up. He's spotted on a well-placed ward from BLG. So none of these ults used before plates drop. When Top has 3 grubs, I feel like that's a missed opportunity with the strength that Top has in their comp and on the map right now with those 3 grubs showing in their inventory.
They're going to have all of their items here. We'll see what the recall here for Jackie Love. I still think we saw a little bit of a preview that Elk, as soon as he has all these Unleash stacks, he can take the fight to Jackie Love, even if they are on similar items. And now we're walking up to a Herald that's in 45.
Oh, still gets scooped by the Emperor's Divide. Konami comes in with the Grand Starfall. Knight's going to have to get pretty tricky to get out of this one, and he will. Between worlds, flashed over the wall, and just like that, not using everything, but does survive.
I thought that could have been played better by Top Esports as the first ult from Konami goes wayward. All they get is Knight's flash. Knight very, very well placed between worlds to get out of there, and a well-timed hop as he buffered the W from Pantheon to get through. But if that ult's placed better by Konami, or they actually walk towards or try and threaten his only escape route, they could have trapped him on that side of the map. I feel like that's a miss from Top, as a kill there would have been another step towards Feats, and that's, I think, a pretty big missed opportunity from these guys.
Does BLG just go to rip this in 3 seconds? Because 369 is most likely going to have to teleport for this play. BLG will have priority from mid and from top lane right now. Bin can teleport if he really needs to, but honestly, he should just stay for this wave. Take the turret, take your objective that you finally are able to grab for yourself, and BLG finally find an avenue here in this game 1.
Now they can threaten with that ultimate advantage. I think the fact you don't have Emperor's Divide, no Grand Starfall, it takes a lot of the oomph out of that TES comp. So the Rift Herald will be grabbed here. And now, first brick is a much more intriguing conversation. Cubby, you talked about the grubs. You like to see Top Esports capitalize in that aspect. But Page want to immediately drop this Herald top, and BLG are going to backdoor this first brick that we thought was all TES.
This has been some good restraint shown by BLG. I do think that there was a miss on that top play from Top Esports, but honestly, a decent lesson for folks from home in terms of the timings that you take fights and how the best teams in the world can punish, right? We saw 2 teams throw out ultimates right before a big objective spawn. Neither of those teams were even able to contest because those plays, I mean, one worked out, one didn't, but the big tools were used, and that's more important the objective setup.
Elk gonna get caught on a mid-wave. This is a Freaky Friday reverse from the upper bracket. Jackie Love routinely punished last time. Now Elk wearing that coat.
No protection in mid, only has wards on the top side here, so I think we should have just seen Elk either invest immediately the Conmay steps to drive out of it. It's going to be the second Dragon going over to Top Esports. I can't imagine BLG are going to be looking for a response. More likely than not, just either maybe they look to squeeze onto Cream and get him away from this wave so that Knight can get closer to a second item.
Ocean Soul going to hit the Rift here for game number 1. Provides maybe not as much value as you would have liked with a Hextech or Infernal for a comp with a ton of damage, but nonetheless, or 2 damage comp, excuse me. But nonetheless, it is still a powerful win con that TES are going to look to play for. And, well, a lot of you at home in your solo queue game should also look to play for, and you can learn that from the best, the pros themselves. That's why we want to quickly shout out our sponsor. Well, after this cinematic replay, we really had to go all out just to find this this kill on Elk. I mean, it's grand finals, guys. We got to go all out.
Slayer, I liked it. There is not much to talk about there. That was a flash and a point-and-click stun into a good chain from Hong. But that's fine. Get back to the prodiff, though.
Yeah.
Where are you at there, Slayer?
Prodiff.gg. You use our code LPL10 to learn from some of the best in the NACL, ERLs, and even the LTA to play like the pros. So we very much enjoy that sponsor. Thank you, Prodiff.
All right, well, what I was going to talk about was the fact that Top Esports had moved all their vision into the bottom side before that Dragon. Now it is BLG trying to move their Dragon or their vision line up a little bit. Otacon is on the opposite side of the map in 2 minutes right now, so really pivotal for them, in my mind, to try to find a summoner spell. Maybe Jackie Love steps up on this mid wave a little too high, or they can make a play on this bottom side and catch out Cream, who's pushing out another wave.
TP going to come down to this bot side. With Knight already nearby, it's just going to be on. But him showing on this top side, definitely big here if Hong can get access to that unsealed spellbook to play towards that Otacon on the top side. That just means so much in pro play. Everyone talks about the Baron, Elder Dragon, but in the LPL, Otacon is where tons of games have been won and lost.
Yeah, kind of nice for On to have an Ocean Rift there as he TP'd in and lost half his health to Cream. on the punch. The BLG might look to play quickly. They're going to contest this.
Kanavi can engage first. Defensive Cyclone. They're going to land the Solar Flare, but the knockups are coming through for Beichuan. And Kanavi cannot hold the shield up any longer. Unstoppable Sean Slog going to come over the wall. But Jackie dashing after Elk. Flashes away from another stun, but he doesn't have enough damage at this point in the game. Too early for the heroics from Jackie Love. But they're going to look for a potential collapse here onto Cream now. Throws up his own turret. Equalizer down. Cream trying to buy space here using his frontline tank, 369, to give him all the benefits. Hong going to TP back in, and now BLG are caught in a very weird spot. Knockups are going to start to layer onto Bim, and they re-engage onto Cream, but without a Cyclone, Beichuan's just going in trying to pump out the damage. Eats another big decimating smash, and BLG have to let TES walk out of this bot lane.
They're buying time. Elk's going to take a brick mid, but I don't agree with that fight from Top Esports at all. I know that 369 was trying to rotate with the ultimate, but those conditions were not there for them. It is the Trinity Force finish on this Wukong. Beichuan has done a nice job of making sure that he just is farming throughout this one. As Kanavi tried to look for a fish mid with his ultimate, and I mean, so far, Kanavi hasn't done enough yet with his Pantheon pick to really warrant it, and the Wukong's going to take back over as we take another look at this fight. It's the Ignite to get the shield off of On, but they threw everything down to Leona, and they really just can't connect. Like, the damage that they focused down was onto the wrong target, whereas Kanavi was the pure focus. He gets smoked. I think they really want this fight. 369 could have taken the low road to that. They could have cut him off and then played for Cream, but Cream was disconnected from everyone, trying to take a 1v1 with Knight. I feel like maybe if Cream could join or set up, or if 369 was there on time, it could be okay, but not even close to being okay from Top Esports as they kind of go in disconnected, and the tankier Leona tanks up everything and just wins out of the skirmish.
We also were fighting a Yunara that had 2 items, had Kraken Slayer and Runons before that fight, and Jackie Liv was still on 1.5. I think it's a desperate a fight to look there, and even afterwards, we saw Kanavi thinking that Elk was going to overstay in mid or take a bit of a greedier recall in the middle of the lane. Now they have to come back. They've lost their top tier 1. They've lost their mid tier 1. We'll see how BLG can kind of push the lead right now. It's only just under 1,000 gold here, but there is a lot of summoner spells missing, and Otacon we have seen be the most influential objective on the map.
I've seen a lot of teams kind of grieve for it a little bit too. I think there's a real discussion about the flowers and how much you get out of them. So look at the top of your screen here. You can see 17-6 in the flower count for Top versus BLG.
Whoa, hello.
If you can pick up a significant amount, it's worth it. And BLG at least going to start it, which will be spotted by Jackie Love. Cream going to drop the turret, but doesn't know that Knight is waiting for him.
Kanavi's not here.
Yeah, BLG don't have to worry about Kanavi, but the resistance is being cut down on BLG are going to be a main factor. Kanavi, hurry, showing up late. Below 5k HP is the Otacon. All going to try and hold the front line, but they don't want to 50-50 it with Kanavi, and everyone, like they're at an awkward middle school dance, just standing around waiting for someone to start the action. It's Hog that's going for the engage. Kanavi tries to flash in and steal it, but it's Beichuan that secures the Otacon. 369 on the back line, can't get to Elk. He transcends and starts dumping damage into the TES tank. BLG get a kill and an Otacon back as they climb back into this game 1.
I don't know what that objective retake from Top Esports was, but I don't ever want to see it again if this is the series we're going to have between these two teams. I mean, Kanavi tries to make a steal with that Comet Sphere, doesn't end up making it work, and you have a 2-item Kaisa, but she can never hit Cream as well. Nowhere near there to deal damage.
Yeah, I'm a bit flabbergasted at that fight from Top Esports. Like, they need tools to try and close the gap between the Scion, the Pantheon, and the Rakana. They don't have them. And the way that they go in and take this, I mean, yes, I mean, On gets kind of one-tapped as, the Q smite from Beichuan connected. I don't think Kanavi got his smite off successfully. And that Rumble ult, look at Cream getting stuck between the Between Worlds and the Equalizer. He couldn't get into auto attack as Knight just dropped a beautiful ultimate that bought his team the space needed. As this circle a little bit better than what Top Esports were able to throw out in top. I mean, they have to do a better job of closing the gap if they want to play this one out, because this is a game, I know that you have Azir, you have Kaisa, but it's 2 threats against 3 threats. And we have seen a lot of Rumble games where, yes, he gets that pressure early, but if you go really late, he brings so much damage to the table that eventually Scion can't deal with that one either. Or the rest of the team can't deal with that one either. So I really feel like Top is kind of on the clock. They got the soul point, but that's really the saving grace for what the game state is, because it's a BLG favored game.
Ocean Soul Point going to be such a pivotal win con here for Top Esports. And like we heard Cubby talk about earlier, TES showing that they still prefer this dive. But really, it all starts and finishes with Kanavi, who has had just such a quiet game one for a guy who was taking over this series not too long ago.
That is true. I do want to make a pivot, though. I think that Cream on this Azir has done his job when it comes to making sure he gets to 2 items, getting himself the golden experience. But when we talk about that Soul, he needs to show up for this team.
Well, hold on. TS are going to TP in Cream. Is on looks for the re-engage. Kanavi holding onto that Grand Starfall. Redemption's going to come down. Charm onto On. Han going to get himself back out as Beige One has to use the Cyclone to buy himself space. TP comes through for Bim, but he immediately has to flash away from 4 members of Top Esports. Some rusty league from both of our teams. And everyone walks away blowing tons of ults and summoners.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Hong kind of missed out on finding a lot more. I don't know if he had flash up for that fight or not, but the second Cyclone from Beishwan canceled Rakan's, like, it was during the quickness, so he couldn't find the re-engage on the Beishwan in the back half. I think the Beishwan did a decent job of playing his way out of that. As Bin's TP did cost him the flash too. It is something to look out for, as no flashes were used there by Top Esports, whereas On and Bin don't have their flash available moving forward. So a target for Top Esports to look at. They're the ones that have to close the gap in this game. So a flashless member is definitely going to be good targets for them.
Big spike as we go into this next fight. Obviously, with Bin losing both of his summoner spells, Cream is also not going to be able to match. We're going to have Baron spawning here. If not, there's a fight in 2.5 minutes, and I'm going to be looking at our 280 carries again. Elk just now finishing the Infinity Edge, and Jackie Love getting closer to what looks to be potentially a Nashor's Tooth, but could be super important, especially with how close this game has been and the Dragon count that Top Esports has been holding.
Love to see the Jackie Love going for that Nashor's. We've seen a lot of iterations of this Kai'Sa into a non-tanky comp, just maximizing that damage and trying to get as much poke down before he flies in. Jackie Love in these playoffs has had some questionable lane assignments, questionable waves taken, but one thing has remained true across most of this playoffs. When you get into these later game stages, when you give Jackie Love enough time, enough items, this guy can play out team fights better than any other this league can see. Can TES get him to that point and support him like we haven't seen them do for the past 10 to 15 minutes?
Well, we came into this draft saying, well, how are BLG ever going to threaten this backline? And we've been talking about the 2 threat versus 3. And so far, what we've seen from these two teams is Top Esports cannot break the front line. They can find ways to get damage onto either Elk or Knight. And by the time that happens, the team fight's already over.
Yeah, I mean, their way to threaten is really with the range, right? Whether it's Equalizer and then that between worlds. And we haven't seen Top. I don't think they've done a good job of taking control of these objectives early on. No. To force BLG to walk in, again, they have a range gap. When you look at the characters of BLG versus Top, you got to close the gap if you're going to be effective as a Cyan or a Pantheon. And we haven't really seen them be able to do that consistently. I think some of that is the objective setup. Now, this is where Top Esports, I think it's a strength of theirs. Like, overall, I think their objective setup is usually decent. And we'll see. I mean, they can hard commit for this Soul that is going to be up in less than a minute. As BLG, they don't have control over the bot side, so they're going to start to threaten this top side to try and pull Top Esports up, but this can be dangerous.
We need to fight now as BLG. We need to force them into the pit so we can get stuff for that Dragon.
Trying to put Elk on a pedestal with those 3 items. They're going to use the Redemption as they're taking a lot of damage from Baron, much below half HP, but BLG seem a little bit wary trying to ever start this. TES can engage with the snap of a finger. Kanavi trying to stay out of vision to look for a great Grand Starfall angle, and the threat of that takes away the Baron play.
It's not just that, it's the fact that Jackie Love hit 3 items. He has W evolved, so these Void Seekers are doing a pretty good number on the BLGs. Another one connects onto On. I think he's got it. It's not quite the Nashers, but I'm seeing these Ws come out fast. Of course, you get the cooldown back after you connect with them.
It's
and
evolved,
Jackie, the fact that he's able to get some of this poke out, we're now looking at an Ocean Soul for free over to Top Esports.
Wow.
They're going to melt this, and BLG are giving. That's significant because Top's going to fight on good conditions now for the rest of the game with Ocean Soul. BLG's going to try and rip this, but Cream can do a lot of damage in defense.
Are we just giving a Baron for Soul? All right, sure.
All right, but look at that. I mean,
get it.
Yeah,
they can't
because well managed by Top. Really well managed by Top.
The threat of those Sand Soldiers was massive. There's just so much damage that can come over that wall. Cream just mogged BLG off of the Baron. And now we have an Ocean Soul on TES, opening up a ton of more avenues. That huge win count that TES needed to lean on has come online.
Alec, I felt like BLG just got completely stuck there, because even pulling the Baron, you're a squishy team, and they didn't have On tanking it. I feel like only On of this team can really tank a Baron. Beishwan kind of, but those are your 2 people that need to find angles And that Baron pull was just, it felt completely flat. There was no attempt.
Oh, Cyclone. Jackie Love gets back out. Hongu doing a good job protecting him. Here comes the Grand Solver from Kanavi, looking to re-engage on a Beige one. Kanavi looks for the flash execute, but doesn't get it. Goes through with the W. Unstoppable Onslaught. Does 369 want to go under the turret? No, that tier 1 turret getting a ton of value for BLG as they look to return with the equalizer. But they can't connect onto any of those low HP members.
Damn, I mean, we talked about it before. The Baron setup wasn't great. They lost access to the Redemption, and then On is just getting absolutely obliterated by all of these Void Seekers coming in from Jackie Love. So now, Top Esports are not going to only win a fight, they're going to get the Dragon and steal the Baron away from their opponents. BLG, this game has been back and forth.
And look, I mean, Ocean Soul, I think, is way bigger for Top Esports than what it would be for BLG. Because we're talking about them being outranged, right? You're going to ideally eat damage from Aurora, eat damage from Rumble. Well, none of that damage, if none of that can stick, and you're always fighting on good conditions, like if you're a front to back comp, one of the hardest things can be getting your conditions to be good. Look at Top
right
Esports
here, right?
I don't mind this look from BLG. I think that Beishwan, if they can't find everything out of Jack Rope, does a nice job of being slippery. Hong, able to get a double quickness stun. Like, even Kanavi, he whips everything to kill Beishwan. Has to use all of his skills to hit it. Like, think if he saves that W for Bin, that guy's dead as hell. Like, he had to use everything on the Wukong, right? So Beishwan played that as slippery as he could. That should have been worse for BLG. But I don't know how BLG can find the fight they want staring down at Ocean Soul now.
Their focus was also just split. Like, Leona ult is going on to Cream. That was the best chance they would have had to kill Jackie Love there. Now they get Yunara ult out as well. So these next 2 minutes still really empowered here for BLG and for TES. And remember, they're the team that got 3 grubs. So they can just muscle their way through this bottom side and force BLG away.
Looking to flex at the red buff as here comes 369 to get the knock up on the Bin. Between Worlds comes across. Can I find an angle in though? Kanavi's trapped on the back of the red buff pit, but all TS are fine. And Creep can push the Sand Soldiers back forward. Bin's far too low. Stasis doesn't matter. He'll fall as Jackie Love gets back on the board. And TS send all caution to the wind, flying under the turrets knowing they are much stronger, much more powerful, looking for the Game 1 win. And those 4 kills might just seal it.
I think one of the biggest difference makers when you play a front to back, having Azir as a carry. We talked about the 3 threats versus 2. I know Top Esports is up now, but Cream pumped out so much damage in that fight. Really helped open up that angle for Jackie Love to find in the back half because the front line was shredded by that Azir. And man, I think that the big mistake for BLG looking back, we talked about the draft, we didn't love it. Letting that Azir through, not first picking that, taking Yunara instead. I gotta question that one out because we've seen Azir just run playoffs.
That's just game 1.
Yeah, I mean, the death timers are long enough. TES feels strong enough, grubs everything in their hands. TES, a team that was marred by throwing mid-games against BLG to lose the upper bracket, polish off their mid-game, and take game 1 of our grand finals.
Wow, I mean, the gold graph after this is going to be so close. Like, it felt like, for the most part, no team really got out to a massive, massive lead early.
It was a non-LPL gold graph for sure. I think the big difference, though, for me, Cream got the Azir. Again, this was the pick that Knight went to in Game 4 when BLG was down 2, when they swapped out junglers to put Shadow in to really single-handedly just crush Top Esports in that game of the upper bracket final. Now, Cream plays the Azir. He gets it on red side, ends up, I think, carrying the game in the end. I think giving away Azir like that and not taking the Talia trade, that's going to make the rest of this series so interesting. I mean, how many games have we seen, or series have we seen in the playoffs where we have not seen A, Azir get through, and B, seen Azir not traded with Talia? I think that really is going to change how the rest of the series goes, and some of these mid matchups and priorities, I'm sure our desk can hit on it too, but that was a real surprise for me looking back, seeing the Yunara prioritized over the Azir, and then Azir again, I think he makes the 2 versus 3 threat comp kind of work because the damage you can pack behind a Scion, there's no way you can match Azir's DPS if he's allowed to stand and fire. Cream found the fight with Ocean Soul where he could do just that, and Top Esports won the game.
We've been asking all year long, can Top Esports return to their Split 1 form through their great macro play? That's the advantage our desk really gave them in this matchup. I'm sure a lot of the predictions did as well. So through game 1, as we go back towards our analyst desk, my question for you all is that the TES we saw win Split 1, guys?
Welcome back to the analyst desk for this grand finals. Mazel, K-Man, Rude Dude here, and what a whirlwind. Top Esports seemingly grabbing the momentum from yesterday's win and just full frontal assaulting BLG. It felt like a couple questionable decisions there for sure, but I definitely want to start with you, K-Man. Your first thoughts on how Top Esports came out of the gun swinging, at least somehow that works in some way for this game number 1.
I think we saw a couple of really good parts of Top Esports in that game. Maybe some questionable bits in the middle, but
you saying you said something about like you said something you guys can learn. Like
no, that was Cubby.
That
was Cubby. That was Cubby. I thought that was going to be our time to go for it.
Oh. Look at this. That's not an LPL
consistently throughout the entirety of this best of 5, because what we saw here might not have been the cleanest, but it certainly was pretty darn good.
And I think that, you know, looking at that gold graph that the cast was talking about it specifically, you can kind of see how this game was pretty darn straight and narrow, no real advantages on either side, and then all of a sudden, Top Esports won, right? This was a very close run thing, and you know, we'll look into some of those highlights a little bit later on, but we've got our own sort of things that we want to point out as we get later on into this. And I mean, the LPL did kind of do Elk a little bit dirty if they run the rerun of the cinematic for that kill that they found mid lane.
Oh god, you gotta love when the directed cam starts coming up here. But it was a very bold situation for BLG to find themselves in. I think losing control of that bottom side and all those dragons definitely didn't help them out. We did see some of their quote-unquote hands-checking moments where they're just kind of forcing the hand of Top Esports. Luckily, Top Esports were able to answer in kind so many times, but this has been a way that BLG has been approaching games, especially in their last couple series here, Rude.
Yeah, you know, we got them to the final, so we have to give them a little bit of, you know, good graces with that. But equally, it cost them 2 games in their last series up against TES. It's definitely a point of contention as we view them and how we look at their performances through this series and into what is now, you know, the grand finals. This is that final showcase for them. Before we send them off to that international, they've already locked their spot. It's a case of, for BLG, seeing if they can get their hands on the Silver Dragon Cup or not.
Yeah, I think, you know, we can be direct in talking about it. This BLG team is here because they are talented mechanically. And the macro has been a problem for them all year long leading up to this. This is not a new problem. This was something that plagued them in Split 1 and in Split 2. It plagued them at MSI. It's been an issue for this team to be able to solve. They've been rotating people in to try and find anyone that can stabilize some of these decisions. And right now, it's just not happening when it comes to BLG. If they want to contend with a team like Top Esports that is arguably just as good as them, hands-wise, and also has the ability to play the map in the way that, you know, they can, they have to be better than what they were in the late game here, where it just felt like they had their backs up against the wall and they just kept digging their hole deeper.
And because they lose on blue side, so many questions are going to come of that. If they like that side, they're going to try to go for that again. After now getting side select for themselves, are we going to get the sub in? Are we going to get things like that? I think a lot of questions still remain to see what BLG are going to give us here. But I think from the Top Esports camp, you can't be anything but smiles. This composition works so well for what they love to do. It's a find you and kill you comp, and they executed it beautifully. I know we had some conversations and some questions about the Azir for Cream. Hasn't been as bright, but when you're looking at how Kanavi is masterfully piloting this Pantheon and how this combination really comes unfolded, you get to see why this Top Esports team can be so dominant. Cream does end up getting the MVP for game number 1, K-Man.
You know, you can question some of the early game problems that might be going through some of the fights that he had, but he actually really stepped up in these late game team fights. He was crucial towards their damage. 35% of Top Esports damage in this game is certainly, you know, something. That is a really key thing to pick up for Cream. This is a player who historically has actually been pretty good on Azir. It's been something that he's had a lot of success on. Not so much in 2025. This is the biggest time for him to have one of his better Azir games, and, you know, I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the damage percentage as well, and the graph at the end showcased it really nicely, that little post-game graphic where he does 35%, so a third of the team's damage in this game. It's, you know, where the MVP performance, 3-0-3 in a game that's quite quiet, there's not a lot of action throughout. It definitely makes sense that he earns that for himself, and again, if Top Esports are going to succeed, if they're going to do well internationally, it's going to come off the back of these solo laners stepping up. Yesterday we saw 369 do it, Top Esports getting Cream to earn the MVP in game number 1, bodes well.
It does indeed, and especially when it feels like this matchup has just become, you know, a home style matchup of the LPL. You think so long ago, right? Would you put Cream and Knight in that same conversation? But we've seen these guys go toe to toe so many times now, and Cream already getting the better of him so far. We'll see if Knight has a bit of rebuttal. Before we get to the rest of our desk segment here and getting into that game number 2, we got to give a special shout out to people who are already supporting us as Coffee members. But if you would like to also support LPL English, go consider being a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support us as a broadcast, to help the project in any way, to help all the volunteers that are a part of this. It goes directly into affecting the broadcast packages, everything that we bring to you on a daily basis. It has been a long year, and your support has been felt all year long. If you want to get in on the last few broadcasts and give a little bit of support our way, please go become a Coffee member. But as we move forward here, I do want to break down this draft a little bit, because we had talked about priorly, at least, the picks that we were really looking for, some of the aggression that we were seeing from some of the jungle picks especially. But K-Man, we started off with the Rumble coming through, a tried and true pick in the LPL, and we seemingly came away with 2 very strong comps for either side.
Yeah, I think you're looking at 2 comps that kind of have similar identities. They just kind of execute them in slightly different ways. Azir Kai'Sa is a combo that has stood the test of time in terms of professional League of Legends. You know what you're going to get out of that, especially if you can position well. But what really stood out to me is that BLG was opting into a comp that really didn't have a ton of mid-game pressure, didn't really have a ton of tools to be able to attack this Pantheon, and it was Kanavi's Pantheon. And that's really what scared me coming out of this draft. It ended up being something that, you know, they were able to deal with. But even when you look at the early game here, Kanavi was able to make play after play and really was active, where it did feel like Page 1 was a little bit more behind the 8 ball. Things end up going, you know, more towards BLG's way after some Otacon shenanigans that end up going down. But, you know, I definitely think I walked out of this feeling like, you know, both teams have a win condition, but TES probably should have had the prio.
Yeah, and I think that looking at just the bot laners here in particular, we did get to see a little bit of the BLG triumphancy, I'll say, on that bot side, because Yunara actually able to deal with an early game Kai'Sa pretty well, and then that late game the Kai'Sa's supposed to be able to jump on top of Yunara, try and take her out. The Leona as well, typically a pretty good matchup for the Rakan, as much as that has evolved over the years, and we'll get to see a little bit of what happened as we moved into that bot lane itself in a couple of minutes. But BLG, I think the difference for me, the main difference in this composition, is that they don't have a true front line, and Top Esports, in the end of that game, we got to see 369 just stand stalwart as a wall that couldn't be moved. But in, you know, you look at the BLG side, they've got people acting as a front line that can't quite do it.
Yeah, and I do really wonder what this we have heard that BLG are going to be choosing blue side for that next game, and how their draft kind of changes in a lot of ways. But specifically, I think it was that early setup, the fact that somehow, some way, JackeyLove ended up coming away with a kill in that early game on bot side, and then kind of moving up towards that top side as well, and getting some changes there, I think was a big benefactor of the early game. But in the grand scheme of things, K-Man, I feel like it didn't really affect the large-term outcome of the game in the end.
I think really the thing to take away from this bot lane 2v2 is it kept JackeyLove in the game. Yunara had a really sizable lead at this point, and Elk was actually doing a really good job of generating resources. We even saw, you know, throughout the rest of this game that Elk was an item up basically the entire game, but that play right there, that mistake from Elk ends up really costing them. They feel like JackeyLove isn't there. He absolutely is. They end up punishing. They're able to pull some more gold back on the top side. Again, I can't reiterate this enough. Yunara was behind the entirety of this, or was behind, but was up in items. It was truly, you know, horrendous. And then you have some real interesting decision making here, Rude.
Yeah, like, I was looking at this the whole time and thinking, okay, even at best case scenario, you take the Baron, you're still having to deal with this 3-item Scion who's going to be massive with an Ocean Soul. That's not even factoring in that the Kanavi ult is probably going to be able to get him in there to at least attempt a 50-50. JackeyLove has ulti as well to be able to get across the board as well. And there's a very real possibility that BLG just flubbed that. They recognize it and they walk away. But you have to be thinking about those things beforehand. You have to look at this composition and go, we can't just flip a Drake trade for a Baron because Pantheon exists. It didn't work out, obviously, but it feels like something that should have been considered long before that.
Yeah, and it was a similar symptom of what they did around the Atacama. They, you know, ended up getting that one kind of a little bit upended on their own, and it was multiple times around these objectives that BLG maybe shouldn't be fighting them, shouldn't be in the setups that they are, but they're doing it anyways, and that's been a bit of a sign from them. But I think if Top Esports are already answering those conversations and those questions, it can be a terrifying kind of cliff for BLG to be on the edge of here, K-Man.
Yeah, you do not want to get into a war of chaos against Top Esports.
Hands off, if you will.
Yeah, pretty bad, pretty quick. I mean, even including BLG. This is a team that's been very successful throughout all of this year and has a ton of talented players. I can't reiterate enough. It's not like Jackie Love and Kanavi and 369, or it's not like these players are slouches in terms of what they can accomplish and with their hands if you want to get into these chaotic back and forth affairs. And so, just really interested to see what the adaptation is for BLG. Can you draft something in the early game that actually does start to set you up for more control, for more tempo, because there were multiple points in that game where it just felt like they were giving away tempo for free.
Rude, does blue side affect them at all here? If they're going to go for blue side again, do we see something different?
I think when you take blue side, it means you're securing one of those strong pre-6 junglers for BH1. I think that's something that has been so proven through the jungle dichotomy that BLG has had, is that we're looking at Shadow to be that a little bit more carry focused. You're looking at BH1 to be that more facilitatory role. If you can pick up an early game jungler on that blue side, I'm thinking something that like Kanavi's used here that can have impact pre-level 6. A Trundle's still open. We've got Zinzao that could would have been great to have utilized, but we need to see something from them taken nice and early. And I think that with blue side, we haven't really seen too many junglers taken blue 1 currently, unless it has been the apex tier of getting Pantheon out the gate, or getting Kiana, for example, on blue side, which is just not going to happen. It's going to be tricky to take your jungler super early. That gives you a way to play the early game, that gives you a way to be able to contest what is ultimately just the best jungler that we've seen for so many splits.
Yeah, absolutely. K-Man, I'm going to put you on the spot here, though. We're going to go ahead and bring back up our overstuffed night graphic of all the accolades this man has put together, all the moments that have been his shining glory. I'm just going to say, there's 2 newbies that have been giving him a bit of a run for his money. You got Shanks just last split. Like, what the hell was that? And you got Cream already coming out with a Game 1 MVP against our GOAT. What's going on, man?
Yeah, I mean, it is certainly not what I expected. I was ready to come on to this broadcast and talk about how Knight's making his case for being the greatest of all time in the LPL. And here he is, struggling. Cream getting player of the game for game number 1, rightfully so, and really outpacing Knight in terms of tempo throughout that. But, I definitely think you pointed out something interesting. Knight is not really used to being a bridesmaid, as we saw earlier. BLG might have that reputation. Knight certainly does not have that reputation. And this is the question now, is can Knight be that guy that we know he can be? Can he be the 1A, the true carry of Billy Gaming? Because right now it looks like a lot of things are kind of in disarray for the rest of the team, and he's going to have to put on his MVP level performances in order for this team to, I think, achieve what they want to achieve right now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough question, but I think it's something he's definitely going to be able to rise to the occasion for. Rude, we're getting into the draft here soon. We're going to be sending it off to the casters. I want to get your final thoughts going into game number 2, either side of Top Esports or BLG.
Yeah, I think Top Esports need to honestly make sure that they're doing a little bit more in the in those mid stages of the game. They had this really strong lead, and I think that the part for me that if they're going to be able to take this series convincingly, needs to improve, is that when they find those couple of leads early, that we don't see them falter. There was a great fight from BLG around the bot side, around that dragon, where actually, Jackie was going in and not quite calculating, just tracking summoner spells, right? If he knows that Elk has Barry, he probably doesn't go for that play, or probably recognizes that it's not going to be one that's winning in the end. So I think that there's still a couple of hands mistakes that are coming through from top, right? When we talked about for BLG, that being their real avenue to success, Top Esports do need to bear that in mind. They've got really good macro so far. They've been showcasing that actually they've been able to keep on top of BLG in that sense, but we need to make sure that those hands aren't getting a little bit too antsy and then giving BLG's ways back into this game.
Okay, man, quick thoughts.
I couldn't agree more. I think you absolutely have to get an early game lead if you're a BLG. Anything less, and I think game 2 is a disappointment. I don't care if they win or lose.
Well, we'll see if it's going to be a disappointment or a glorified moment. We'll get you after game number 2. Let's go ahead and send it over to Slayer and the gang.
Thank you, kindly Analyst Desk. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to your caster desk for our grand finals after a very unlike LPL Game 1, I would say, we set up a lot of interesting duos getting split up. You heard the analyst desk talk endlessly about how BLG might have had a shortcoming with their draft. So, Alk, I want to present the question to you here. Back on the blue side, likely, what do you want to see out of a Bilibili Gaming draft to try and even up this series?
Well, let's just put some more emphasis in tonight. We've seen that so far throughout most of LPL in Split 3, it is about whether or not we're going to be first picking jungle or if we're going to be looking mid. Annie was a champion that they had looked to ban on blue side last game, so are we going to see this champion yet again? Where is Talia here in the series? Where is Orianna? Now with Azir and the like gone, I think there's a lot of options that are available tonight.
Yeah, it's funny to me because he's only played Talia once throughout the playoffs, and Talia has been like one of, if not the dominant junglers that we have had in just LPL as a whole, right? I mean, Talia just seems like there are many, many teams that we have where they get Talia, they can win games. They don't get Talia, and they can't win games, right? Looking at like EDG, like some of the lower tier teams we had too. So for me, I think that Talia becomes really important here for both these teams because I trust both Cream and Knight on it, but I know that if they're going to blind Talia, that's probably going to be Cream slamming the Rise, especially if Annie remains banned on blue side. So, and frankly, that's a contested pick. I think that the one Rise game Knight played was a deny away from top and Cream. I mean, Cream gets his hands on Rise. I have a little bit more faith in Cream on that pick than other ones that he has. So I think that it's a real choice, and why I found the mid lane matchup so interesting in the last game, because usually when we see Azir, it's just traded with Talia. Now we see Azir traded with Aurora. That's going to really shift some of the matchups we see for the rest of the Fearless draft format, best of 5.
And knowing the impact, we talked about it a bit before we got on the show, guys, of the lanes in the current meta. You guys really talked about mid lane is such an impactful lane. Already really sung what we want to see out of the two mid laners for this one. But I do want to talk a bit more about supports because, Cubby, you know, we saw Leona and Rakan, especially Rakan splitting up the Xayah, come off the board here. But these two guys rely on big-time Alistar performances and also the hook champions for Hong. So as we go further into fields with these supports, this Game 2 draft could also be intriguing, knowing those champions are all still left up and available.
Yeah, I mean, those hook champs, I know that's a big one for you, Dimitri. Like, later on, when it comes to top esports, the two roles we're most concerned about when it comes to the pool later, it's Cream and Hong for me. I think that I share a little bit more concern with Cream than you might, Dimitri, but I know for Hong, like, it's very clear that it's like, okay, it's Karma, Nico, pretty much no other enchantresses. Bard was banned for most of the time when these guys met last time. So, yeah, I do think that for top, like, I tweeted out, I think it's important they win early. I don't trust them as much in Fearless later on, and it's not like BLG has giant pools. It's very kind of telling that we have that concern with top esports, though, later. Just because it feels like there are only so many picks or only so many drafts where they can get consistently winning lanes and a good matchup for Kanavi to win the game.
You look at Hong just in this playoffs alone, like, we're having no Bard, we're having no Elise, no Renata. Yeah. All three of these champions, I feel like, on a good day, has given us some of the best support play in the league. But
he can Renata, yeah.
Yeah, even the Game 5 Game 4 and Game 5 of the last time we saw these two teams in the upper finals, Renata and Kalista was Game 4, and we got to see Elk absolutely rip a new one into TES. Game 5, we have Caitlyn Elise, which that game was very hectic from level 1, so, you know, things were obviously going to go awry there, but there's a big question for me as to whether or not top esports, and specifically their new support in Hong, can actually make it through a full best of 5.
Yeah, so trying to look to defy the odds of that last series of those champion support pools, but there's also, as we have some time before draft, you know, top esports trying to defy another statistical marker to get over here. As that team coming up from the lower bracket, not a lot of success in double elimination format so far since it's been enabled in the LPL.
Yeah, since 2021, and I want to thank specifically the LPL official broadcast for showing this stat, since we introduced double elim in 2021, it has been 45% of the time that the upper finals loser ends up back in the grand finals, and 0% of the time have they been able to win, which I think is impressive as a stat by itself, but that just means that top esports going to have to really pull off what is supposed to be a historical upset here.
Who are they showing here? We gotta have a wide in to production. Yeah. It looks like a celeb that I couldn't pick out.
Not me.
That's a bummer.
So I could not figure that one out either.
Smile and wave either way to the cameras in the arena. That's a fun one.
Yeah, as we get set here for this Game 2 draft.
Oh.
Top esports.
Look at that.
Oh, all right. We've faster than last time. All right.
Well, K-Man was kind of asking for this, right? which it did look like in the last series. I mean, look, there hasn't been that big of a difference between the junglers at BLG. Frankly, I mean, the difference of the graphic that we flew earlier, Shadow in last games, albeit that, has been averaging being down significantly much more gold than Beishuan, but Shadow has a better record than Beishuan coming into. So I do think that with Shadow in, I'm just kind of curious, like, what are wheelhouse champions for Shadow that we could see outside of, like, Lee Sin in this game? I'm not sure. I think it's going to be Shadow Xin Zhao is what they might be looking for, or Vi. Those are the two champs that he played last time around, and I don't know. It looks like BLG going to try and get that honeymoon going early here.
Wow. What is this start to the draft? We've dropped the Annie. We're keeping the Alistar. If everything's going to go kind of similar, yeah, it's going to have to either be Jarvan or Annie. And like we had talked about going into Game 1 draft, I expect that Kiana and Nico are going to be champions we are not going to see at all during this series.
We'll have to see if the Jarvan is able to sneak through now, but as we continue to talk about kind of splitting up those pairings, you always love to see the Jarvan with that Rumble, so we don't have any more Bin Rumble. Sivir going to come off the board here as a denial to Elk, and the Poppy still floats around on those ban tables, so Jarvan slips through, Shadow steps in and wants that playmaking champion.
The Sivir is almost like a preserve pick for Jackie Love too, you know, just top esports. They really want to play Sivir in this series, most likely. But Jarvan, I mean, you don't want to play Sivir in a game with Jarvan, so I don't think they're going to be too torn up about that. Curious to see what they grab around it, though. Looks like might be thinking of actually finding a little bit denial into the Jarvan. But if you go Orianna, I mean, you can play Orianna into Annie, but I think the odds of you getting Annie here from Knight still pretty high.
Ooh, does Kanavi want to start dipping into his carry potential? Game 3, he had one of the most lopsided jungle diffs on the Sylas. No, he is going to take the Xin Zhao for himself, try and deny that champion away from maybe Shadow later on in this series, obviously knowing how powerful it is in the meta as well.
Hey, maybe
looking a bit towards
you know?
Looking a little bit more into the future, now that we do have Jarvan, I expect that Trundle priority is going to rise through the roof as we get further in this series. And it's going to be the Ezreal here for Elk and the Karma. So one of the few enchanters that Hong can play.
I like this a lot. We saw Jackie Love in Game 2 of the upper bracket final just absolutely hard carry that game on the Ezreal. So I like this deny. I trust both players on Ezreal a lot. I remember, fun fact, I was talking to FlyQuest before they played BLG at MSI. I was like, do not give this team Ezreal no matter what. They didn't. That was the right call on their part. So we have top side locked in for Top Esports, bot side locked in for Elk on this Ezreal. I think part of what makes Ezreal so good for this BLG team is that when Elk is left to his own devices, the other players can just create the chaos that is needed for BLG to win games. When you have players, you know, like Bin, like Knight, and then you can have this damage that Elk's able to put out on the Ezreal in the back, where he's able to kind of be self-sufficient on this champion. It's very good, and he's not just going to be self-sufficient, he's going to have a Karma behind him as well, which I like a lot in the Xin Orianna. They can be outranged and kind of terrain gapped or mobility gapped here from what's showing with BLG early on. So I like this identity much, much, much better for BLG in the first 3 versus what we saw last time, Dimitri. We kind of felt like they were behind at this point in draft already.
Yeah, so right here, I think it's really going to be interesting to see whether or not they're going to go ahead and try to grab a support champion here for Hong. You obviously know what the bot lane matchup is going to be in full, but I think giving Jackie Love more information as to what BLG exactly are looking for, because Jarvan can lock up a backline, make it easier for Elkanon to hit their spells, but what the solo lanes of BLG are going to bring forward. We haven't seen a lot of Jacks out from Bins, surprisingly enough, and we were talking about Mbessa counters right now. It's either going to be that or even a Yorick here, which I think can be a bit more interesting when we talk about having the Dark Procession and the Jarvan to lock up mobile carries.
That is a hell of a Jinx cosplay there in the audience. That's a lot of effort put into that. Yeah. I would go Yorick. I mean, I think Yorick and the Manigus interact very well with everything that's showing early on. Why not? Like, you're kind of a pseudo tank. You're playing a very flexible or mobile front line. The ability for the Jarvan, Ezreal, Karma to play as a unit of 3 and be safe and allow for you to hopefully side lane and draw numbers in. This is a great champion for Bin. Like, when we saw BLG kind of getting back to their ways in Split 2, it kind of started around Bin just being willing to first pick or slam Yorick and just challenging teams to match, right? We saw a lot of teams fail to find that match. And now, I think the Galio's fine. I think it's more of a comp pick here, Dimitri. They need frontline, they need engage, and they're going to let Elk go about his business. The champ
I just think they don't have enough time and effort into. I just think they don't have enough damage this time around.
I think they do. I think there's no damage on top esports. I think they're
really? I mean, it depends on the Orianna build. I know we've been seeing a lot of Roa builds, which means that Orianna is going to be a little bit more tanky and have access to maybe more ability haste, but...
Don't remind me. Yeah, the last time we saw Cream play Orianna, he built Roa and then built a tier into Seraphs, and I was very unhappy about that one.
Oh, okay. JackeyLove is going to go towards the Ziggs. Into Ezreal, into Galio. I have a rough time making sense of this pick. Good thing you guys are here.
I did not like the Jhin either. I feel like JackeyLove almost like ran out of champs.
It's game 2. What do you mean?
It's game 2 JackeyLove. What are we talking about?
I mean, like, I don't know what the value of the Ziggs brings here. I really don't. Like your ability to pressure Ezreal is completely reliant on what, like, a Rel Flash Magstorm into Ambessa, and your Ezreal, you get to play defense against that. And like Ziggs is all about range and pressuring the AD. The only worst AD to play this into, I feel like, is Jhin, and you could argue that Ezreal Karma is worse. I really don't agree with this pick. I really don't agree with this pick.
You're going to have to play Orianna Ziggs into Galio, plus you're also going to have the other 2 AD members on the top side, Ambessa and Xin Zhao, playing into Galio. I feel like I was a little worried about this for BLG, but now seeing these answers from Top Esports, I am less enthusiastic about their chances here in game number 2.
A lot of interesting picks coming into the second game, but it seems like our profound thought is BLG are in prime position.
I think it was a Zeri game, Alk. I think you just have to play for the Wombo. Yeah, I think it was a Zeri game. You just had to play for the Wombo.
Well, can they get it done? Because draft is one thing, execution is always the bigger prize here for Top Esports, and they showed some serious control in that game 1, kind of just slowly steamroll over their opponent. It's going to be a much tougher task here as we take the rift for game 2, BLG Top Esports.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Well, we can confirm they exist.
Yes.
That is a step in the right direction there.
We'll take it.
If there's, trying to see if there's anything interesting from summoner spells. Does it seem like that's the case? Runes as well seem like they're fairly standard for the most part. And yet again, BLG doing what AL failed to do in their series in the lower finals, which is try to get early information onto Kanavi and track where the Top Esports jungler is trying to start.
Teleport from Elk here is a very interesting note. Maybe just trying to match the fact that JackeyLove is obviously going to bring that summoner spell on the Ziggs, and there isn't an end-all be-all summoner for this Ezreal to go across on. We'll note that there is a PTA coming across here from Elk. Do like that, a little bit more burst. You're not having to deal with a more tankier front line. You can cut down a lot of these guys much quicker. So that is a good note there coming across for Elk, as he is also trying to make a bigger mark on this series. You guys talked about a bit how much Ezreal you can create for yourself. Nice to see, knowing that Elk had a game 1 where classic AD carry conundrum, not a lot you could do in that entire game. So bigger spot here, especially already in lane, looking to knock JackeyLove off the wave once more.
Is this going to be 2 lanes in 2 games where we see Elk and On kind of destroy JackeyLove and Hong? They have been the most aggressive bottom lane that we've had here in playoffs, but to see it so early on here, and obviously it is part of the matchup, you're going to have to see whether or not JackeyLove can survive. It spells a good part for BLG's early game plan.
I just cannot believe like how narrow of a win condition it feels like Top Esports took in this game. Because outside of, I just want to theory craft this before we get further into the game. We have a Flash Magnet Storm or like Xin Ambessa sending it into Shockwave, into Super Mega Inferno Bomb. What else? Like, what is the other win con for Top Esports? Because they aren't going to be able to side lane into the Yorick.
Nope.
I think Orianna is like more effective than Galio later on, but the ability for Galio to play Neutralizer into a comp where there's no marksman. Like, how many? Like, if you see a Galio on your screen, you have a choice between taking a marksman or a mage. We took the mage. Like that's such a surprising decision to me from Top Esports.
Yeah, really baffling. Maybe we have to ask either JackeyLove or Homie, who made this decision? Maybe we can get a post-game interview.
You know, in other games, this is what they might call a homie stock when you know you give one away. Yeah.
Gotta give one for free. Maybe
stock.
that is the case. And also, Galio, once he hits his first recall, like, I think it's hard for Cream to really shove him out of lane, and the ability for BLG to react on side lanes is going to be something that we'll have to watch here. Now, junglers already clearing on opposite sides of the map. It is Jarvan who has finished first, and Shadow is currently camping to finish out his scuttle. I don't think there's a play on bottom side. At most, it is going to be them looking for a summoner spell and moving JackeyLove off this wave. Shadow doesn't get spotted until now.
Yep. JackeyLove going to cancel his back here. Very eerily similar to game 1, but BLG not going to make that similar mistake trying to engage on the Hong. Kanavi on the top side, though, just trying to buy some space here for his own top laner. You guys talk about, like, what do the win cons look like for top esports? And while I agree that Galio is such a problem, we saw 369 have one of his best series of the playoffs up against AL on picks like the Aatrox earning player of the game. You picked SM Bessa, it's got to be such a focal point.
I do like that play from Hong. He's going to lose out on a lot of HP, but at least messes around with a BLG recall timer. This does give BLG at least an opportunity if they want to maybe look for swaps, as they have to send Bin back as well. And we'll see. I mean, I think that if BLG gets this Ezreal Karma towards topside, we could very much see them playing with the earlier grubs. Again, it's just about lockdown and wombo for top esports against Ezreal, Jarvan, Karma, like Yorick even. Like, that's just so slippery. It's going to be so hard for them to side lane later. Yeah. And top, like, I don't know what lanes they can win to really get things going for them here either. That's kind of my other concern.
Feels like it's going to have to be some magic, right? Like, one of these lanes has to break out. That's why we saw Kanavi even try to appear in top side. Chunk's Bin's not even going to recall during this moment, so we're going to get more of the traditional bottom lanes. Hong's going to use this timer now to look top lane. Bin still has flash.
I have to use it pretty soon here. I expect to see a big chariot come out of that brush anytime in these next couple of seconds when Hong does not pull the trigger. You look at try to go all the way around the alcove.
He's trying to sneak in. That one minion needs to go down. If 369 is the... There we go.
No,
Pull the minions.
Yeah, he's in there.
All right, Bin's going to recall, though.
Take reset.
Okay, what call? Wow. Some poise being shown, and I think for BLG, they're using the Karma Ezreal to get that pre-8-minute dragon. So Shadow with the quick clear of the Jarvan early on. Going to be able to help snipe that one away for his team. So a good start for BLG. And again, just don't really know where top esports goes from here. I mean, part of the fun of Fearless is the fact that, like, drafting is a real skill, you know? And we have seen a lot of games that end up, like, really being warped by draft. And it feels like top esports, I mean, this is a game where the Ziggs at the moment, looks like the real value of that is leaving it to its own devices to try and flip this Yorick matchup. But eventually Yorick gets into the game no matter what. And this matchup is yet to be impacted.
Oh my god, Hong is staying. He has been here for the last 45 seconds.
All right, I mean, committed to it this long. It's got to bear some sort of fruit. They're going to bring the Maiden out here, try to play space, use that place to buy him something, but the Magnet Storm into the crash out, flashes away for the public execution, and then drops the place to put 369 and Hong in timeout, but Bin actually wants to turn this. Hong very low, has to flash away from the Maiden. Bin's trying to chase him down to throw the shovel into him, and he's going to pick up first blood. Bin going to TP out because 369 can't stop him. What an outplay for Bin!
Oh my goodness, Bin! I mean, again, I don't know what else he can do in the draft. That's kind of on 369.
Oh, JackeyLove gets on back. He's on 1 HP. Now Kanavi's here. They have to use the Cataclysm dunk down for Shadow to find that kill, but another wacky start to a game.
I mean, if 369, if he chains the public execution with the skills from Hong, it's a maybe, but he tried to weave in the full combo. Bin smartly flashes away from it, and then he wins out on the 1v2 with a TP out. And whatever plan we were questioning from top esports coming in, it looked like the plan was to attack top, and well, that plan's not off to a hot start here, Al.
This is exactly what we're talking about, right? Like, we're looking at Hong. He's waiting. He gets an auto attack in. We get a Q stun. We get all of it.
Use it now. Use it
Where
now.
is 369, brother? We're waiting way too long. It is going to be Bin at least getting himself a kill. He loses both of his summoner spells. So, I mean, if I'm trying to be a top esports advocate, I'm asking for maybe there's a play future, but he's even getting plates in mid now.
I'm asking for a game 3 if I'm a top esports advocate. We might be able to save mental if we're going from there. As, again, I mean, it's a 1K gold lead. I just, like, the Ziggs is just so, like, perplexing to me. I think that there have to be other AD champions that you can play. And the fact that JackeyLove and top just couldn't find one, they go for Zeri. I mean, again, I can see the argument of, okay, we got a weak side in AD carry. We probably don't want a weak side of Zeri, right? Or, like, Zeri-Rel is not the dream combo, but what you signed up for is not working out, that's for sure.
Top Esports starting to maybe panic. They know Grubs is such a big win con. Kanavi gets caught in the play, place immediate engage from Shadow.
Terrible.
Here comes the hero's entrance. Knight's going to buy them some space. Kanavi flashes out, but he leaves Hog behind. Shadow's going to get taken down by the Shockwave, though, traded back by Cream. But BLG still feels stronger. They're holding on to more numbers, and Jackie Love goes down without a whimper. And BLG can turn their attention back towards the Grubs, winning the fight and the objective.
I mean, Jackie Love threw his ult into the abyss and goes down. I don't think that fight was ever, like, super real. They at least take BLG away from the objective, but the health bars are winning out for BLG. They're going to be able to return right back and should be able to take more for themselves. And again, top, like the Wombo needs to hit. What can actually set up the Wombo here, Dimitri? Because we dive in, and Kanavi gets jumped on. I mean, we split Shadow. But the Wombo just goes completely sideways here.
Also, they just have more buttons than them, right? Like, I feel like early on, BLG's buttons are way more impactful than their opponents. We're getting another fight. Okay.
All right. I mean, they've caught Kanavi trying to go after Aln, but Shadow has him marked, throws him in. The Cataclysm traps him. 369 flashes after Aln, who does burn his flash as well to go down, but Elk's being able to buy some space. Knight swings over to make it a 3-on-3. Cream with no mana, and 369 on the wrong side of the tracks here. Just going to try and protect Elk, but Knight wants to give this kill over, and if you're hitting Mystic shots like that, Elk's Ezreal boding well for game 2.
They didn't even finish the Grubs. That's going to happen now, so BLG will get 3 Grubs. They're also winning out on these fights. And this draft that has been so questionable for us on the cast is just getting even worse here for Top Esports. They're losing trades on side lane. They're losing all of these fights around the objectives early. I don't know if we're waiting for late. We're probably waiting, as Cubby said, for game number 3 here, because this feels like all of the poise from game 1 is out the window.
I mean, Orianna is going to have to TP back. Good harass there from Elk. I know the ult didn't hit, but at least is going to delay the recall, and that means Creep's lost on the top side, and I mean in mid, as 369 can only fix one wave, and yeah, I mean this is just a 2K gold lead for BLG, and you know, we talked about the comps last game, Dimitri. Like, there was at least a difference of style, right? 3 threats versus 2. Can we use range? Can we close the gap on Top Esports? Like, we aren't having that conversation here. It's like, no. We don't, like, see a clear way for Top Esports to play this one out. I think it really helps that in a game that's kind of lacking damage on top, that Cream's going for this double scaling build again. Like, that's great. I don't think it matters at all against Ezreal or Yorick.
He got the tier earlier. You know, he's listening to you.
It was the tier before the Rob was completed this time. That is progress and improvement. But again, I just, like, what's the win con here for top? I really don't see it.
Guys,
we're not contesting objectives. Okay, what is it?
What did they figure it out, Slayer?
Okay, all right, so talked about Shadow, bringing up the honeymoon phase again. What does a honeymoon come after? A wedding. What are your guests towards a wedding supposed to bring you? Presents. TES or just giving game 2 as a present to the honeymoon for BLG and Shadow.
Oh, they're just gonna get the celebration over with. Hope it wears off. You know?
Expedite the honeymoon, right? Why not? I mean, hey, a lot more games ahead.
Oh boy.
If BLG swaps junglers, and when they do that, like, they always win, are they gonna swap junglers after they win a game? I don't think so.
That's true. Who knows? Who knows? Well, right now, I will say there is a minor item advantage here for Top Esports. Like, yes, there's a lot of things that are going right here for BLG, but they have a completed Eclipse, they have Sundered Sky, there's a Blackfire Torch here. Jackie Love has his Flash potentially going to be leaving.
Elk! Oh, good Flash, get away from the stun, though. Trades his with Jackie Love, but he's completely out of the fight now. All he can bring is that Inferno Bomb.
They just run away!
TP's coming across from the top laners, but it's been on the backside with the Maiden. TES are getting routed, and Hong knows he's going to look to the engage on the Knight, but Galio wants you to come into him so he can set you up to be cut down by the rest of his team. Here comes the hero's entrance into the Cataclysm. Jackie Love gets one with the Inferno Bomb back, but execution through 369. He's actually able to tag on to Shadow. He's able to find that second kill, but guess who's untouched the entire time? Elk's free firing. Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot are really starting to hurt and burn through these health bars. TES getting a few couple kills, but Elk is just like a sniper with this True Shot Ezreal.
From 3 right there, Elk, and they win the fight. They're not going to be able to grab this dragon, but we were talking about it. Top Esports, they had item advantage, but they could not make good on the play. They get summoner spells out from Cream and Jackie Love, and Elk's Ezreal, we talked about it from the draft, should not be given over. 40 CS lead versus his Ziggs, and is absolutely dominating this game number 2.
I want to say this pick was 11-1 in the LPL last split. I don't remember what the final tally was, but again, This is a champion that BLG plays very well. And Elk, again, performing as this starts. JackeyWub doesn't know he's on a ward. That doesn't even connect from Shadow. I mean, if that connects, JackeyWub is dead. And Elk playing so aggressively. Thought he could blast cone himself over. Didn't have time, so as the react flash, that's enough for Top Esports to try and go. I like this call from Top, at least to commit to the one side of the fight. On and Knight are taken away. I think removing Enchantress early from the fight, there's some value there. But not exactly played cleanly by 369. On lives for a little bit longer than he should have because that Q2 missed from him. And then JackeyWub being out of the fight at the start. Like, he's doing his best to contribute. He's contributing more than what a marksman would in this scenario with the conditions he has.
Oh, what is happening? He's just dead in top?
Yeah.
369?
Okay, he gets back towards the turret, but there's no aggro to be picked up here. And yeah, he should be as good and done and dusted. Eclipse Shield's making it a little bit wary. On actually has to flash from the aggro. Two flashes. Not as clear as we thought it'd be.
Consolation prize. Get the Drake. A couple flashes burned. Still going to be first brick and feet secured for BLG. Yeah.
First turret. I mean, yeah. Now Ziggs is going to hopefully get an answer on the bottom side. It was Top Esports grabbing themselves the dragon, so maybe a little bit of leeway there. It is another Ocean Soul, but a lot less hopeful for Top Esports to grab this one. And I know we've been talking about the junglers. I know we've been talking about Beichuan and Shadow and versus Kanavi. We thought that Kanavi really outplayed all of BLG last time around, but it doesn't matter if either the drafts or the gameplay is not going to be there if Beichuan and Shadow really just get to take over in this series.
I mean, this game was so chalked, so really bad.
Yeah. That is the prevailing thought, but what I do think is important to note, and we're already seeing it from Elk, you talked about how you don't want to give him the Israel, but something we talked about when these two teams matched up last time, Ulk, and we wanted to see here in this grand finals is we know how great JackeyWub can be. We know how good he's been as the Split 3 MVP this time. Can Elk return to that 2024 form? So far he has on this Ezreal pick. He's going to be asked for a lot more. Is 369, avert your eyes from that ultimate. Shadow thinks, hey, all right, I'm going after the Abessa. There's no ult on this guy, so he has to flash after Owen. But Owen has shields, he has redemption. He just doesn't die. Re-engage, flag and drag, Shockwave does nothing from Cream, and the Cataclysm into the hero's entrance. Goodbye, Cream, sayonara. Maybe just see you later in game 2, the way BLG are slapping TES around.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly disgusted by this game. I don't know what 369 was thinking. Hog has an ult, you know, we can send Xin Zhao in first, at least something, and 369 just decides to miss an ult and flash in for fun. As I guess Top Esports is rolling everything for a Rift Herald, but this is, I will say, I think one of the big differences from these first two games, Dimitri, is that we saw some good discipline from BLG last game, even when playing from behind. Honestly, some discipline from both of our teams. I don't feel the same discipline from Top Esports this time around. Like, that is something. Wow. All right.
BLG are one of our more aggressive teams. And now in the picture-in-picture, we are watching one member is going to go down very quickly.
It's a classic, guys. Well. We had to get out of the way, all right? On has to get picked at some point in this series. He showed it right there.
There we go.
He gets it out of the way early, all right?
So what I was going to say is that when we've seen BLG in the regular season, they are one of the best teams in the early game. They came out of Split 3 regular season with a 1,300 goal difference at 15 on average. So they're no strangers to playing aggressive, and especially with a lead, that is how they were able to kind of muscle around their opponents when it came to walking around objectives. And they get to do it here again with a lot of tools that I think give them more agency to really make plays on their own, like the Ezreal we were talking about.
I think the agency is good, and also, I mean, this is just a cohesive draft. Like, I really like the pairing of, I know I've been hard on Top Esports, but I do like what BLG has presented. Like, you have Jarvan Galio. You have a split pusher paired up with Ezreal Karma. That makes a lot of sense. And Top Esports not a good responses into it.
That's a defensive Shockwave, and then a flash away from Knight. They're just getting turrets here, setting Bin up for more longer lanes and more gold to Yorick that we talked about seemingly has no answer for Top Esports, and that BLG confidence in the early game. Let's go knock down another turret. They recognize how far ahead they are and how successful this playstyle was in the regular split with Shadow in. As they knocked out 2 turrets for 1.
I mean, if I have to get crazy and like what can Top do to bring this one back, I think they need a Serpent's Fang and send up a lot of prayers. I hate the fact that I see Roa in the Seraphs again from Cream. I don't know how you can expect to do any damage this game into a Galio if you're doing that, and you can't even pressure the backline of the Ezreal Karma. Again, you're just building all defense.
This is basically the draft equivalent of all questions, no answers. There's no ability for Top Esports to really do much here in this game. And BLG continuing to pile drive their lead here. They're 13-6. It's got almost a 6,000 gold lead. We're going to have Otacon spawn in a minute 30, and half of that time is going to be the third dragon. And they're taking mid-tier 1. I feel like is just everything going right for BLG.
I mean,
before we even got in the game.
Yeah, like the game is chalked. Like even getting into the game, it just got off to such a bad start for Top Esports with Jackie Love falling behind, and then Hong spending 3 waves top to get 1v2'd, right? And BLG just has everything online they want. I think taking inventory of this, I mean, can we draw any conclusions away from Fearless? Like,
yeah, that's what I was gonna ask, right?
Probably not.
Do you find any answers to those questions adding in Fearless? Because
I think it's more harmful for Top Esports, right? Like we're playing Rel for Hong. We've known him for a long time to be this engage-centric player. He comes into Split 3 replacing Crisp on Top Esports and has kind of lost some of the, I think, flexibility that Crisp gave them. Crisp added the Poppy to this team. He was able to play more of the Enchanters, and we're not even seeing that from Top Esports. So now we're gonna have Rel, we're gonna have we're gonna have Rel, Leona, and Rakan no longer up for these teams. And On still has things like the Bard and the Renata, right? Like, there's still a ton of champions here for BLG to play through.
I will say that Hong has Renata as well, so they can play Kalista Renata if they want. Hasn't been a playoff pick. Definitely something that Jackie Love was getting wins on when Kalista was falling out of favor already. So, yeah, I mean, I'm so surprised at Top Esports. Like, this is a team where I think sometimes they really over-prioritize playing for winning lanes in a Kanavi lead. This is a team that it really feels like they run off of Kanavi. Like, he is the one that sets the pace, sets the play that they're going to be playing on, and it's just such a weird one to see the Ziggs and not... I feel like this is the wrong lesson to take away from AL, the team that, you know, Top Esports had to beat to get here, and a team that I feel like plays Ziggs comps really well.
Yep.
This is just the wrong lesson to take away from them, as we're seeing them use Ziggs in the Xayah, like where you can just brutally outrange a Xayah and kind of pepper her down. You can't do that against the Ezreal Karma. Between the shields and the range and the shifts that Ezreal gets to play at, like, that's the win con of, like, when and where you pick Ziggs and why. And I just think this is an entirely wrong game for Ziggs.
All right, here comes maybe the final test to see how strong BLG are. There's nothing that'll tell you you're going to run over a game than being able to win the Otacon trade that has thrown so many games. Because you know Top Esports are panicking and they have to go after this. They see how low it is. They're just now moving 369 up the river. He's going to TP about a couple 100 yards. But by the time he gets here, the Otacon might be done. Kanavi senses an angle on a Knight, but he immediately taunts him. Cataclysm comes down, and again, here comes the pile-driving knockoff. This time, TES do get out of that combination. Been very low. 369, though, has no way in with Knight trying to protect them. Otacon's doing a ton of work here. Are we really going to 50-50 this? No, it's somehow Knight to secure the Otacon, and the golden left hand crushing the windpipe of TES right when they thought they had a shot back in. Knight slams the door back down as he looks for his patented triple kill to put a stamp on this series early.
I love watching Ziggs try and duel Galio, just getting run down to the 1v2 Hatred. As Top Esports, props to them. That was a more winning scenario than what I thought they could have created around the Otacon. Actually found a real flip where Otacon did a lot of damage to BLG. Conditions were not great for BLG there, but they lost out in the play. That's a 10k gold deficit. And this game felt like it was pretty over in draft. It's looking pretty over now 20 minutes in.
I want to just see the replay because I want to watch Jackie Love during all of this. He's trying to throw bombs. He's getting completely screened here in this play. Like, Elk is willing to step forward here. Jackie Love, okay, so he gets hit with a Cataclysm. Now he's out. I want everybody to take a look at where he uses this ultimate here. Elk shifts forward. Yes. And there's nothing. There's no bomb. There's no setup here. Top Esports, they're playing with like 40 points down and 0 shooters on the board. This is really tough to play out, and it's 10,000 goalie, like you had mentioned. Plus Otacon, the experience is going to make that even worse. Like, we've talked about how tough this game was going to be just from draft, and it has really played out here tonight.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow.
The Ziggs was not it. He is not Pays, he's not Elk, he's not Hope, he's Jackie Love. And I think we're going to see Jackie Love on Marksman for the rest of this one. It's not been the call. Top Esports now. Yeah.
Now BLG gets to have a little bit of fun here. Start limit testing. Shadow's just dropping Cataclysms on the 369. They've got the Karma Shields behind them. Public Execution's going to come through here with the 369. Shadow does have to flash away. Very low, but the Flag and Drag buys him more space. And oh, look who swung on by. It's the Ezreal that's been quietly untouched, deleting champions like he did minions all game long. Jackie Love, you're out of there again. And TS, they think they see an escape angle, but I have some harsh news for them. Karma speed-ups, arcane shifts. I don't know how safe of an exit this really is going to be, as the Elk starts to pepper more damage through. Kanavi, 369, Cream, they're all trying to usher themselves out, but the poke is really starting to hurt here. Elk, another aggressive arcane shift. Cream gets his Seraph shields popped, and now he's been led astray for the rest of his pack because the rest of his pack got put in a death trap. It's night again. 3-piece taunt, 3-piece kills for BLG, 369 the last to fall. What a dominating response from Billy Gaming. They're going to wipe TES off the floor maybe before 26 minutes.
Yep, let's just get this game over with. It doesn't seem like they have a minion wave to play for. There's Dragon spawning in 15, Baron in 45. TES fans are going to have to survive for another 3 minutes before this game is over, but this is just honestly kind of sad to watch after a really, really impressive game number 1.
I mean, this is one of the games that, you know, makes Redditors think they can do the job that pros do, if we're going to be honest, in terms of coaching. The minute we saw Ziggs locked in, we're scratching our heads, and it feels like TES had one way to win this game. That was to flip the top lane matchup, to stall the York, get Mbessa going. They were not able to hit on that. 369 didn't hit on the first 2 fights, and then this game just kind of came crashing down.
Well, we improved the last fight. We did land the Mega Inferno Bomb this time. Jackie Love did die in the wave, so marginal
I will say, Ezreal Karma being slammed to 1-2, definitely something to look out for. I know that we talked a lot in the AL JDG series about how big Xayah Rakan was for JDG as a team, and early picking that duo bot lane. AL actually, or I know that was like denied an early 2-3 in that series, so something to look out for is we have a lot of top sides that get locked in early in the current meta.
All right. Okay, Creep's dead.
Can't wait to watch that in the picture-in-picture in about 30 seconds. Great. I can't wait.
No.
I got stuck in the replay.
I want to look at replays of other series. I want to maybe go back to the desk. We could desk the rest of this game.
I thought when people get picked off 1v3, we have to do a full cinematic breakdown before I try and read a pro diff rat. Isn't that how it's supposed to work? All right.
I think so.
More cinematics, the better.
The Baron here for BLG.
Yeah.
I think this is pretty cut and dry.
Well, let's see if Kanavi can even get close. Knight says no. He's going to taunt him and send him back to another great screen. And you want to see how strong Ezreal can look with a lead? Watch Elk. If your Ezreal's flashing after your enemy team, things have gone very, very wrong. Knight TPs again, about 100 feet. He says 369, nice turret, bro. Elk's here to take it down. He's going to plant his antlers down on top of you as well. Good shockwave comes across from Creep, but Elk is just too strong. And this is what we call in the business, ladies and gentlemen, a wallet diff. This is what we call the definition of domination in your dictionaries. BLG even arch series up, one apiece.
Yeah, nice build, Cream. A lot of damage there on that shockwave. Almost got through, you know.
Oh boy. Well, at least we won't have to see it here further in the series. Thank you, Fearless. No more Jackie Love Ziggs, and no more game number 2. It's going to be BLG 28-7, 27 minutes. We're out of this one.
What a rapid response from BLG. And like Cubby said, too much ammo to people saying they can draft to the pro level. That was my one takeaway from this.
And man, too much ammo to BLG for just them swapping junglers and benefiting too. I mean, this is just a hate game all around. We can't be sanctioning both these things.
One of the very fun stats that maybe we can get into and the desk can kind of take a part of later, that is 400 games between Bin, Elk, and On as this trio for BLG since joining in 2023. I think an incredible spot there. The fact that these guys are 266 game wins out of that, just nuts, especially when you think about the landscape of esports and how long or short some of these rosters tend to stick.
Yeah, and knowing how routinely, recently, so many of those wins have been for BLG to come up short, but they did anything but that in Game 1, and now they might carry some serious momentum into this series with Shadow subbed in. Let's head back to the desk to see K-Man victory lap the Shadow call and figure out what we just saw from Top Esports.
Welcome back, everyone, to the desk here for LPL Grand Finals. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man and Rude Dude. Thanks to the cast for that game number 2. And thanks to BLG, we got a series on our hands. And my God, was it not pretty. It was a murder live on screen. I don't know how we were allowed to show that. It was 16,000 plus gold in the lead. And it was a domineering performance from BLG. What are we taking away from that, K-Man?
Well, the last thing I said before we went out, and threw it back to the casters, the wonderful casters, was BLG have to win the early game. Here you go. I mean, if you want to win the early game, maybe you can just look at drafting Ezreal Karma and be able to really dominate through the 2v2, and everything just kind of turns out okay when it all ends up said and done. This was really just a dominant performance from start to finish. They won everywhere across the map. I think the gold graph is pretty indicative of where this game was at.
Yeah, there was nothing to say too much about this performance from Top Esports. It was pretty lackluster. They gave themselves a very difficult task to perform, and ultimately they failed to perform it. There were a couple of really shaky blunders. We were having a little bit of a joke in the green room about Hong's time in the top side, and BLG were more than happy to capitalize on it.
They were indeed. You saw that there. One turret and not very much after that as well. A very, very nice comeback from BLG, I have to say, from that game number 1 especially. We were wondering what version of BLG we were going to get today. Seems like it's the one that's waking up a little bit late for the series. Do we feel like we're really going to have that contested throughput for the rest of the series here, Rude Dude?
Yeah, I do think that we're going to get I'm hoping for 5 games, obviously, but I do I really believe that with these caliber of players that we're going to get to see the occasional stomp, and sometimes when you look at how good a team can be, the good teams are just going to get stomped as well, because they know that the only way out of this game was to fight their way back into it, and when you do that, that does cost you on occasion, where you just consistently lose and lose harder. A team like BLG as well, who are more than happy to take fights, are always just going to win and win harder when they're ahead as well.
Yeah, I think it's fair to call out the execution mistakes. I think Top Esports ended up really digging themselves into an even deeper hole throughout this game. But you're right, at least they were looking for things. And I think if you are looking for a potential silver lining for TES coming out of this, you can just say you lost in draft. It's fine. You can move on to game number 3 and just say it's not going to happen again. We're on blue side going into game 3. Things can just be a little different. The moment that they lost control of the early game, they needed to sit back and stall. Ziggs is really the only way that you can survive this onslaught. And once you started picking off members one by one and you started losing that damage, things fell off the rails pretty quickly.
I gotta say, there's been one big trend for BLG. What is it? Lose game number 1, sub in a different jungler. It works! It worked.
We're
Every other team needs to go ahead and sign a second. JJ is out there somewhere looking for a job. Go ahead and sign him in, sub him in for 1 game. All of a sudden, you win the series. I'm obviously being a little bit hyperbolic, but it's obviously very funny to see this trend continue for BLG. This time, Beituan being that sacrificial lamb and Shadow coming in and making the difference in a way of like guiding a lot of those jungle setups as well this time around, Rude.
And I think that when Shadow, looks kind of like this, it's difficult to conceptualize why he's ever not playing. But then you have to remember that there are times when Beituan comes in and does this to the team, and it really does come down to the honeymoon period for these junglers, and that they seem to just perform better, right? It's just an intangible, and I haven't got a reason for it. I don't know that there is a reason for it, but that first time swap out, it always seems to give them some good graces. But I talked about this from the blue side, right? That when you pick this first time up, looking for one of these early active junglers, and maybe Shadow wasn't the necessarily most active jungler through the early stages of this game, but it's not to say that wasn't for a good reason. He was consistently able to make things work, and with all of that in his back pocket, he's able to set up Elk, set up the mammoth performance from Knight this game as well to really pop off.
Yeah, I think with Shadow, I'm willing to take this as like an inconclusive. Not because I think he played bad, like far from it. I thought he was excellent, but rather I mean, who loses this game in the jungle? Like, who's going to be in this spot and not be able to push this forward? It was really just such a great game state overall, and I think that Jarvan already was in such a great spot coming out of the draft to be able to create some action. I will say, the Cataclysms this game were excellent. I really do think a lot of the setups were pretty fantastic, and if the game was neutral, I think we'd be looking at a lot of these engages that Shadow made and really be singing the praises of them a bit more in terms of kind of changing the fortune of the game. As it stands, they were so far ahead anyway. Wasn't super important, but still a really great game from him.
And we do end up seeing Knight, who I beg the question, what's happening? You're losing to Shanks, you're losing to Kareem. Well, pulls out the Galio and goes 9-0-12. Not too shabby in that regard, but also a very big step up from a guy that needed to step up for BLG. When we see BLG at their best, it is when this guy is shining. And yes, it's on the Galio, but that KDA will show you he does do damage. And it was a really nice thing to see Knight kind of step up to the plate.
Yeah, I think that with these, with you know, both mid laners now earning their MVPs in Game 1 and Game 2 respectively, we're now getting that conversation of why we were talking about this needing to be a close series between those mid laners. The fact that Kareem had a massive game number 1 is now owing to why the teams are 1-1. The fact that Knight steps up massively in this game number 2, again, owing to why BLG have found themselves this first win, and that makes a lot of sense when you look across the board, across their entire seasons, that these are the players that either for Top Esports' case have been a little bit less reliable and needing to step up in this final, or for BLG's side, the rock of maybe the LPL's mid lane period.
Yeah, I think we were really looking at a scenario where we needed to see Knight in Game 2. We highlighted it. The casters highlighted it. Like, we were all on it. We needed to see Knight step up, and he did exactly that. I think he was put in a really good spot. There were questions about whether or not the Galio was a good fit for the draft. I definitely lean more on the side of yes, because you've got Orianna Ziggs on the other side. This is a really great game to try and play Galio in the late game, and we saw that. This guy was taking 0 damage, was frontlining. He even picked up the Otacon for his troubles. It didn't matter. He was doing a little bit of everything, and that's the MVP that I think we were looking for.
Absolutely. And I think we're going to take a look at the draft itself if we can. Kai, shout out to our producer Kai behind the scenes, making everything work between a desk and casters. It's crazy having to rein in all these people. Okay, well, I hear we do not have the draft itself, but we can move onwards to the clips themselves if you want to just do that. We can go ahead and talk through some of the things that we wanted to go through here, because I think it was a bit of a topsy-turvy earlier part to the game, K-Man, but we ended up seeing, obviously, that snowball come through in the end.
Yeah, I mean, this was a wild one in terms of just how things ended up starting off. We were seeing a lot of chaos, a lot of fights coming in through and through, but for the most part, it was just BLG kind of dominating all of it. It's really impressive to see what they were able to generate, and I think this all just kind of comes back to Karma Ezreal. I think that really is kind of the sticking point for me that, I mean, this lane is basically untouchable in this draft. It's really hard to try and find a way to break through, and I think even more than that, when you look at Top Esports side, when you draft the Ziggs, rightfully so, the casters ended up, talking about how that pick is, definitely difficult to execute on here. Yeah, not again. The Xin Zhao, I think, is equally difficult to execute on in this game. I really don't like the Xin Zhao into Jarvan matchup, and I think it really affected a lot of the plays they could make in the early game, so just kind of went the way of BLG.
Yeah, the only real way that Top Esports ever seem to be able to win this game is if it goes to 50 minutes and BLG have turned their monitors off, because the Ziggs is the only real part of this composition that gives me any sort of confidence, but that's only because it's honestly, I think, a very undervalued pick, but that can just slow the pace of the game out so easily. But you can see that Top Esports just consistently looking to try and take these fights. They're sort of looking to hemorrhage, or rather not hemorrhage gold, but to really rely on the Ambassador, rely on the Xin Zhao to get them through this early game, when really what they needed was a bit of a bigger step up from Jackie, maybe Kareem, to be able to just slow the pace of the game down with the Ori. If they can get this game to go late, I don't know how the interactions for BLG end up going later on when they're trying to, EQ through a load of Ziggs minefields and trying to walk through Orianna. That game gets a lot more difficult. Ultimately, they elected to go for things a little bit more earlier, and this was the discussion that we were having.
I can't look, man.
The funny moments.
Terrible.
Yeah, the funny moments from this game were quite high.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Rude. I think that absolutely, you get to 50 minutes, you could see a Ziggs performance, you could see an Orianna being able to space. I think what would have helped as well is Kareem understanding the role that he's supposed to fill on the team in this particular game on Orianna, being able to look at the situation and say, okay, we've got a Galio on the other side, we've got an Ezreal and a Karma, things like Jarvan, like, I can carry, I can be a primary teamfight threat. He ends up building very low damage, and we saw it towards the end of this game. It just ended up being such a problem. If this Orianna, you know, I'm not saying it would have changed the game, but, you know, even if this game was even and Orianna had a little bit more damage, you know, things could have theoretically gone a little bit different. That was the win condition, and I think they put themselves in an even bigger hole with the build that they ended up going for. And
I know we were kind of looking at some of the draft there itself. If we get a little performance here, I actually really like it. We were talking about the draft itself a little bit. I know we could talk about the Ziggs. I don't want to see that again. Luckily, it's Fearless. We don't have to. But I do expect Top Esports to be on that blue side. So what kind of setups are we really looking for Top Esports? Are we trying to go back to a point where they have that kind of momentum-based comp moving forward, Rude?
Xayah Rakan, I think, is or would have been something to look towards. And, I mean, we actually got to see a really early Rakan takeaway in the series. So that's something that I'm quite sad that's already gone. But I think that this, you know, looking to get hyper carries back into the hands of these two bot laners, there's a distinction between Elk and Ezreal that we have to talk about because, you know, those two picks go hand in hand. But I think hyper carries are the really big ticket to success for Top Esports.
I think so too. And I think this performance is kind of insane to have in the middle of a series. I'm not like, I've never seen this before in my entire life. I'm kind of digging it. I'm a giant NFL fan. The fact we have like a halftime show right now, what would have happened if it was a 2-0? Do we still see this performance? But it's a banger nonetheless. They got the fog machines out there. It's actually kind of sick. LPL just continued. Oh my God, the wings! Okay, I see you. I'm glad that Worlds is in China this year. This is gonna be a banger.
Yeah,
I don't know if either of you have thoughts on it. I mean, it's kind of cool.
I just would like to laugh at the idea of it's 2-0 and BLG's going back with their heads held down, and there's this big just performance of them just rocking out up on stage. You know, I think this is the outcome we were looking for, but no, this is awesome. This is why we love the LPL. The level of pageantry is just absolutely incredible.
And it's going through a lot of those iterations that we actually had earlier on our desk, talking about the champions of the Silver Dragon Cup, and you know, all the way back to that RNG roster. When you look at the growth of a lot of those players and what we've come through, it's incredible to see all this time later. And I know LPL is coming up on like 15 years. It's actually incredible. I know League of Legends is getting there as well, but I think it's been cool to watch kind of the history of LPL still coming through in a lot of the performances and a lot of stuff that we see moving into these kind of finals and these kind of performances. But still, can't believe that we have a halftime show for League of Legends. I mean, this is actually incredible. Have either of you ever seen something like this before?
No. I've literally never been to an event where there's been a halftime show.
Never ever.
I genuinely don't think I've done a halftime show like that. Yeah, there've been, you know, normal pre-shows and stuff, but not a thrown in the middle. And, you know, I guess best of fives, it's difficult to find a specific halftime, but yeah. Maybe they're predicting a 4-game series here, Mazel.
It's getting a little scary, I feel like, in these kinds of setups. I wonder if the players get a little bit of extra time.
You'd hope.
Well, I mean, what do you do? Like, you just hang out back, I guess, and just wait for your series?
You're just
jamming out.
Enjoy the show, you know? There's no massive final. They don't need to think about that.
I like it. We just got an update from producer Kai saying that this is the LPL Grand Finals official theme song. Kai, I don't know if you want, do we just want to kind of go to the music itself and just come back after? Yeah, so we're just going to go listen to the performance, and then we'll come back to the desk after it's over.
What a performance. What a way to, here's how I'm going to put it. Forget what we just saw in Game 2 from Top Esports. Cleansing the palate, one would call it all.
Maybe. I just am glad that it was a 1-1 series and we didn't just get all of that hubbubaloo with a rally cry song just for it to be a 3-0. So thankfully,
hey man,
like you said, palate cleanser.
You know, you're in Canada. Canada, known for hockey, they have 2 intermissions. Yeah, I think it's fine. It doesn't have to be uneven sometimes. And then make sure the ice is fresh. In this case, make sure the stage is ready to go for teams that they just come back out onto the stage. And we'll see if they can throw a better, more cohesive draft on the table in terms of Top Esports. Because, yeah, that one was pretty cooked in draft. And we're looking for a little bit more out of our teams here before we send them abroad. Because whoever wins today locks in their spot for Worlds.
Yeah, and there are some very unique matchups that I think the Des was able to talk about. We could have, you know, depending on how this one comes across, AL don't have to play in the qualifiers. Depending on how Top Esports do, you could see them skip the qualifiers. It's obviously a big thing to win the final splits grand finals, but to know that there are those Worlds adages in it here, all with all the calculations we've done all playoffs long. It's quite poetic in my mind.
I'm done. I'm done doing math. I don't want to look at another championship point graphic. I don't want to do more foldy sheet stuff. Yeah, it is very clear. If TES win, they are the first seed. BLG will be the second, and it'll be AL playing against IG in the regional qualifier. If BLG win here tonight, first seed for them, AL our second seed, and Top Esports will be the ones facing off against Invictus. So for those folks at home that are maybe wondering, maybe a little confused about what Top Esports qualification rules were going to be, very plainly, it's just like that. And so far in this series, we've had 2 very night and day games from them, and ones that I think harken back to some of the roller coaster that we went through in their last series in the upper finals.
Without a doubt. And now we set up for a Game 3, Cubby, where for the first time in this series, we will see Top Esports on that blue side. So my question to you becomes, how can they take best advantage of that, knowing the fearless factor going into this Game 3?
Oh, geez. I mean, for me, a lot of it falls onto the Taliyah Annie. I think that a lot of the champions that you would see that are played into those 2 champions are gone. And I'm really curious. We haven't seen Taliyah show her face once in the series so far. I'm kind of wondering as to why. Like, what have teams figured out behind the scenes that, you know, has Taliyah at this new priority? I know that on the current patch, she's nerfed, but we're still on 17, where she's incredibly strong and has been just dominating the Rift for LPL. So I think we've seen a few more assassins. Those champions play very well in the Taliyah, who does rely on that setup. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Vi Taliyah game or just some sort of a guaranteed wombo that Taliyah can get. Also, I mean, it's interesting because, of course, some of the pairings that are very good with Taliyah, like Pantheon, the Xin Zhao, the Jarvan, are all gone. Really, there's only the Vi that can create that point and click, unless you want to rock a tank. That's not as ideal. Same with Annie. A lot of those really big carry junglers that you want to pair with Annie, that guaranteed lockdown. Those are off the table now, too. So I'm really curious to see what happens with mid, just because I think that as the series goes on, I'm worried about Cream's champ pool on Top Esports going up against Knight. So for me, eyes are on mid with the fearless factor coming into this Game 3.
Without a doubt. And I know, Ulk, we talked, to go a bit further into the Cream conversation, I do, because Cubby, eloquently outlined some of those big meta champions, but we know the Cream can go towards those melees, right? The Yone that we've seen come out here. We talked a lot about Silas priority for Kanavi in that last series of big game he plays, but there are more than one Silas players on this team, so I'm curious when you think, maybe not this draft, but at some point Top Esports are going to have to tap into the melee maestro that is Cream.
Yeah, and the problem with that, though, is you are playing against Knight, who has, I think, shown time and time again throughout the years that his Akali, his Silas is excellent. We also saw it again as a potential flex. We got Yasuo in game number 3 of last series when they...
Oh.
Potentially, as we go back to that desk as well.
I just, you know what? That's the most I've seen K-Man move since Raleigh after
since Grapes
since Grapes. Like, whoa.
That's true. That's true. That's
my favorite.
That's the K-Man classic. That it's been a year of many awesome things. One of the things I may cherish most is some of the gifts that LPL English has been able to create from disastrous tech moments. That's what the best thing you can do, guys, is turn mess ups into funny moments, everlasting moments like both our teams are looking to do. And Top Esports are trying to get rid of a very big mess up with a Game 3 win. We should be getting set here for a draft soon, but it is important to remind people, the stakes of this series once again from a historical lens. I want to take a look back at that. The amount of finals performances, specifically between Jackie Love and Elk, two guys who have already kind of left their mark on this series.
Yeah, Elk only having 5 appearances. I know I'm saying only. I think it's really impressive regardless of where you are in the league. But Jackie Love, 9 finals appearances, including this one, and 3 trophies. It's a lot to be able to wear. I think the crown weighs heavy if you are someone like Jackie Love, who in years past has been such a dominant AD carry, but hasn't really been able to toe the line. And especially when we look at tonight's series, with the added thought of maybe this is Jackie Love's potential last season here in the LPL with health issues and everything like that. It's really important to see Jackie Love step up after what was a pretty dismal Ziggs game, and we've seen the highs of this player reach really far up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you ask most Redditors, what's one AD carry in the world that you would ask to not play Ziggs, I feel like Jackie Love's pretty high up on that list. That's before even the last game, right? Just given how talented this guy is as a marksman and how he's able to team fight. I'm actually curious. There was a point that K-Man brought up on the desk that I liked a lot. I'm wondering, Kai, if we might be able to fire up the other head-to-head stat eventually. I don't know if we took a screenshot of that one, but Shadow versus Beishuan. Shadow on average was down a lot of gold at 15, and that was, he had the winninger record with BLG. I think a lot of the leads that BLG got in that last one were thanks to the draft and a few plays that went sideways early that really allowed for BLG to snowball that one. But I don't want to take away from Shadow having a really nice game. Like, despite all the mistakes that we said Top made in draft and in the game, I do think that Shadow played a good game from start to finish. And I know we joke a lot about the jungle honeymoon and what these junglers can bring to the table, but it feels to me that, at least against Top Esports, Shadow is the better jungler. And I was asking for BLG to... I feel like they have to make a decision in terms of what jungler they want to run. Like, they can't get away with this crap forever, if we're being honest, right?
Yes, they can.
They're trying to their best. They can't do it forever. But I'm really curious if we're... Yeah, I forgot about the workflow when I was in the middle of that one. I'm sorry, Kai. But I do feel like Shadow had a really big game, and I want to see if Shadow... like, if they continue to commit to Shadow. Because eventually BLG, they did commit to Shun after they tried to commit to Wei. This feels like in and out, which is really weird if we're looking at BLG from a historical lens themselves. But moving forward, Top Esports, they've already won a red side game. They find themselves on the blue side, the side that still has a 56% win rate through playoffs here in the LPL. And if it's just blue side wins throughout, that would mean that Top Esports gets a blue side in Game 5. So that is big.
Go my head say, yep, that's what you get. Okay, Sivir banned on Top Esports. We made a joke about it in the last draft that Top Esports are really trying to save this champion for JackeyLove at some point through later in the series. And now we looked at the mid lane. We've dropped the Annie ban. We've actually included Nefiri up here, and we're grabbing Rise for Kareem blind.
It's kind of weird. I mean, this is the first time we've seen the side swap. We have a Kiana Nico ban staying on red side, but BLG's throwing that out. I'm surprised at the Poppy plus Alistar ban for Top Esports. I mean, I thought there'd be a world where if you ban away a Silas, you can early pick Alistar and I guess kind of be okay with it. Like, you're playing a Braum or Nada probably at this point, but that's not terrible. One of the bans that was dropped, though, was that Corki that will make it through for Elk and BLG. A big takeaway from JackeyLove and Hong as well. Curious what they're going to be willing and able to play into that one.
Let's see. It's just a hover. I did say after that last game that with Jarvan being taken up, I imagine that Trundle priority was going to rise. We see it immediately reflected in BLG's first 2. And it is going to be Kanavi picking up the Zeds. So where are the other pieces that are going to provide engage and lockdown for these champions? And can we see Kanavi continue to ride that high of playing all those carry junglers? He's had really great performances both in the regular season and playoffs.
I like this a lot. It gives Zed some lockdown. It plays very well in the Trundle as you are building damage and health, not resistances to get sapped away, on top of being a deny from Bin. So now, I mean, do we see a Bin Gnar? We haven't seen Bin really cater to this champion. We could see a Bin Sante. We could see a Bin Ornn. If they want to bring the tank with the Trundle, try and be a difference maker there. That said, we've seen Taliyah be dropped in priority quite a bit. Zed plays very well in the Taliyah early on. And yeah, Knight's going to swap over to a Cassiopeia. So that ground could be really effective. And so far, the range of Cassio, it's pretty good in this game. But when you are showing a Corki plus a Cassio, that is an incredibly low-range composition. Top Esports are now going to have to find a little bit of range in the bot lane to use. And I mean, this is where Ziggs and Ezreal being on the board would be great for top. Both those champions gone. And I'd imagine a Jhin ban comes in just to protect Cassio, protect Corki from that range as BLG can take away marksman.
I think that's a great call. We saw the Jhin hover come in heavily in game 2. Then the Ziggs come across. With the fact you've got carry jungler, you got more than enough damage on this top side. Lucian's going to be the ban. I think this is a very good JackeyLove Jhin angle. And you rarely get them.
Maybe they're leaving up Jhin, because if you go Jhin, you just run out of damage. I feel like that's at least the logic of the thought for BLG there. Also, not a great lane into the Corki. And you got to imagine there's going to be a support counter coming in here. So I expect Bin to slam his champion now. The Cassante taken away. He's got Ornn. He's got Gnar. He's got Gragas. Probably not Gragas this game. I think it's probably going to be an Ornn angle.
We want to leave Gragas for 369 later in the series. We want to make sure that he has access to reach for that champion. We're going to get that Ornn.
Someone's a Karsa fan. Someone's a Karsa fan up here, you know.
I am a little worried because we've seen that Rise has typically been immediately countered with things like the Cassio, especially as we've gone further into Fearless and especially as we've kind of developed in the meta going into
Split 3. If you Jhin, there's no damage, man. I think you got a Zeri or Varus or something, yeah. Like Varus Renata.
Range, but Varus has been... I think Varus has been quite sad to watch, especially as
you go on hit.
Kind of seen the bans.
I think you can't get away with
I think you on hit. Yeah, I think you have to go on hit Varus. Yeah. Varus Braum. It's going to be on hit. Yeah, I think that's fine. Braum's really valuable against Ornn. I like that 4-5 from Top Esports. I think they saved themselves a lot of pain. Then look at the Rise, Zed, Renekton. I'm like, man, that's really tough to get through an Ornn. But yeah, okay, it's going to be Varus, Braum, and I like the Bard from On as well. So I like the scaling of BLG. I think that Bard can really help them close the gap and execute in these fights. But Top Esports, they have a lot of strength in some of these lanes early on. Cream should be able to get some shove. The Varus and the Braum get shoved. They can deny the Ornhorn, which is a big part of Engage. So I think that puts a lot more pressure on with these Tempered Fates to be on point.
Does Varus really get to play on hit in this game? I feel like you're really not going to enjoy your life with... Yes, the Ornn ultimate's going to get blocked, but Trundle Pillar is something that he's going to have to be worrying about. Cassio eventually, once she hits like 2 and 3 items, becomes, I think, a little untenable right there. Like,
yeah, the BLG scales.
Elk.
Yeah, BLG scales, like, I'm sold they scale nicely. I just think it has to be on hit Varus. I know the poke, like, you'd get the range, but I can't imagine using poke Varus to get through Ornn, Trundle, Cassio. Exactly, it's so nerfed. I think it just has to be on hit. Especially with Braum.
Well, JackeyLove put in a very pristine spot. Once again in a draft where we asked a lot of him. Game 2 was a flop. Game 3, we're looking for one of his vintage performances, because on the other side, you heard my analysts talk about it. BLG, once again, looking to get into this newfound form where they like to play patient early, wait to scale. And we've already seen Knight run over this very matchup in a very similar style. Game 4 Azir comes to mind. The Cassiopeia set up in very similar spots. It's our first potential rubber match of this series coming online. Game 3, BLG versus Top Esports.
敌军还有30秒到达战场。
Gyos are growing, gentlemen. I can. They're gonna get louder and louder the deeper we go into this series. As we get onto the rift here, Alkin, I want to ask you something. Cubby talked about the pushing lane power that Top Esports has, and when we saw Kanavi take over, oh, Cubby, hold on.
I gotta bring up, so On, I mean, first off, they're walking into Braum, and Elk gonna be able to walk out, but On has gone for the Electrocute, not the Spellbook. That really nerfs your ability to play grubs, because what's been happening with Spellbook, pretty much every TP opts to take, or every support opts to take TP around that moment, so you get a lot of map strength to try and play that big objective. Going Electrocute's interesting, a little bit more lane prowess to try and beat up on this on-hit Varus, which Jackulov has spec'd for, but I think it removes a lot of the power to play grubs, and I'm curious to see how that impacts that phase of the game.
What I found really interesting about the power of the lanes the Top Esports brings here is that it enables Kanavi to get back into that groove we saw him in the upper bracket of just constantly evading towards strong sides, getting himself very far ahead and kind of running over his opponent. I feel like there's no better game state than this one for the Zed pick to try and do just that.
I mean, it's possible, but we also just haven't seen Kanavi be super impactful. What the? We're getting 3 flashes here on level 1. I get it. We missed out on the Winter's Bright. Jackulov was hoping that his support would be able to land it. It gives him priority over the wave, but I need to see Kanavi get active, not in this early game, but at least be a part of this. I feel like Kanavi has been a bit missing in some of these.
Look, I mean, I would love for Kanavi to get a part of that very volatile bot lane, but I mean, that's the benefit of the Trundle, and Shadow's making a real choice here. They see Kanavi on the Raptors. He has 3 camped his bot side and is going straight bot.
No flash.
No flashes.
And Top Esports, yeah, you're right, there are no flashes, but they're kind of wary of this. His On is missing. If he grabbed the portal level 2, they could get Trundle in. But Top Esports being very respectful of that timer and aware that that's very good to see, because, yeah, that top side's still up. They had a ward of the Raptors. Not seeing him on Raptors, I think, is what gave it away for the team. So, good map-wide play there from the Top Esports bot lane to step back at the right time.
So now you have Kanavi with a serious lead on these clears. He's going to get his base in. Curious to see what he comes back out with. Definitely
double longsword.
Yeah, double longsword. So a clear advantage already for Kanavi. A bottom lane lead brewing, at least in the health department, for Jackulov and Hong. Where do they look to navigate this and push further, knowing the BLG, like we're going to say all game long, are willing to play the scaled game?
And look, I mean, they're trying their best to deny the cannon. Elk's going to get it, but I will say that On, I like the Bard pick this game. I think it's very appropriate. Yeah, On is 0-1. I have it on as 0-2. I think if that might include a little bit more in the summer.
This is only playoffs. This is only playoffs.
Yeah. So I will say that On, I mean, he's someone that I've really asked to step up. Like, I think a lot of the BLG jungle swaps, I think that On's performance in wins and losses has had more variance than just Shadow or Beishuan being in the lineup. And for me, this is a game where On being on that Bard, he really has to step up, because if the Unbreakable is used to nullify the Call of the Forge God, right, that Ornhorn, it really does come down to these Tempered Fates about what kind of engage can you find. And I want to see if On's
oh my god, Kanavi!
Flash for flash.
Flashing, and he's going to set up Cream to find that kill, returning back to what worked in the upper bracket for Top Esports. That's cutting Knight down early.
And Shadow got spotted on top side. We saw an immediate movement from both Hong and Kanavi to move in. They know, because we were talking about the early ward on enemy Raptors, that his camps haven't quite respawned, so while Kanavi doesn't get to counter jungle, he does get to not only take double sums from Knight, but get first blood for his mid laner. That was part of the success that we saw from them very early on in that Winners Finals.
Love the snap decision here. Sees Cream get the Rune Prism, there's a no hesitation, flashes for that Q, and Cream knows he's got Knight cornered with how low that HP bar is.
If he gets that W down, because he wasn't on my asthma, by the way, there was very, very tight margins.
Yeah, very, I mean, I think that was very well played by Kanavi, and a great find, as we do see this swap coming out. It's going to benefit the team with the tank, as if I'm opting into starving out resources from an Ornn or a Renekton, I will take the Ornn every time. We're going to play with lower resources, but 369, I think it's worth noting, this is 369 Renekton. And we really haven't seen him play Renekton all split, which is crazy to think about because this guy was like the Renekton player. You think about his ability to just play Renekton weak side, be strong, you know, be effective. 369 was the guy. I think it really speaks to what the meta is this split and also how some of our top teams in the LPL, I mean, 369 and the Shy are just asking to play tank duty. Where it has been Bin, it's supposed to be playing the carries. So again, more of a deny from Bin rather than a pick for 369, even if historically 369, Renekton has been very good, has yet to play at this split, which I find pretty crazy.
Oh, wow, Bin gets the first knockup, Horn down. Trying to get some good chunk damage into Jackie Love, but he was expecting Hong to be there so quick, and he ends up being the one trading his flash.
I think that the idea from Bin on that timer is good, but just where the map is at, Kanavi was on the Dragon. Now, Bin might actually be punished. He built a Ruby Crystal with a passive and did spot Kanavi. Should be able to walk his way away, but that's going to be waves lost by Bin, whereas 369 is doing his best to pick up what he can to the top side. So even with the resource swap coming out, it is the Ornn that gets starved out more just because Shadow's not up there to impact the Renekton, whereas Kanavi was here to take the Dragon and push Bin off the wave.
Shadow went into topside, saw that there's no camps. Kanavi has been very, very disciplined about making sure that his timers are good. And like you're mentioning, there's no punishment on a 369 who now has options with the Dominus. So he can stay for that wave. If he gets pressured, he gets free 300 HP and a little bit more of a heal. Jackie Love's going to get stalled out. Maybe there's a play with Bin.
He can find the knock up onto this wall, but a really good Winter's Bite stun from Hong. Piercing arrow, Jackie Love having to flash. Knight, though, over the wall. Wants to find this kill, but he can't get close enough for the poison. Doesn't matter. Bin is going to bop down Jackie Love and send Hong packing as well.
Extraordinarily greedy base from Jackie Love there, Dimitri.
Yes, yep. And also, we get to see maybe the application of an Electrocute Bard there. Gets them that damage, so get him within the threshold there.
Boy.
So...
Oh. That's some solid results-based analysis there. I like that one. I am curious to see like what happens though with the lack of spellbook because again, look at Hong. He's got that TP ready, and yes, On is on this side of the map, but with the swaps coming out, you have a TP from 369 bot. I think he's going to use this TP to get the wave in and really pressure Bin, who is not even walking bot. I mean, they're walking straight to the grubs. Knight's taking a TP right now and is actually going to go pick that up. So they're weak-siding Knight early. I find that interesting. I actually think that Bin is more useful at a fight here at this time than the Cassio, who is going to be going for the double scaling items, but maybe not without the Call of the Forge God, which can be neutralized by Braum. So interesting choice here from BLG. I think if Braum wasn't in the game, I'd be in full alignment with them. Given that he is, this is a little bit interesting.
They can still try to make for this. It seems like On, though, is not even walking up towards that top side. They want to get a little bit more vision. Shadow also has top camps that are going to be respawning soon, so more in line, I think, here for BLG to just try to track Kanavi's camps, see if they can grab a timer, and protect Knight. You talked about wanting to get him his scaling items. Well, now we have On playing to this side of the map and getting him at least a turret plate.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I like the idea of putting Knight away from the action. There is going to be no contest here. I think that still makes sense for BLG, who are going to... They have a lot of scaling in this game that they have to do, especially between that Ornn and Cassio. They want to get going. But, man, I am scared for them at this point, because I think that if Zed is allowed to have the game that Kanavi's had so far, where, I mean, he is sitting at the most CS in the game, you can really take off on this pick if you get those first two items fast. And yeah, I mean, good luck defending this dive. 5 coming.
Realm Warp, it's all 5. Shadow's there, but he just watches his top laner die. Deathmark comes down. Great double stun from On, though, to delay the damage, but it just doesn't matter. Turn aggro tanked well. Can Elk clean up these kills on Jackie Love? He can't get past the shield. Hog blocks all of Elk's damage. They can't even find Jackie Love on that trade, and Kanavi knows that they have the control, forcing On to flash away. TES run wild on the top side.
They're going to get 3 grubs, take most of these turret plates, and hell, Knight gets 2, but it doesn't matter. Kanavi now gets to start off the game 1,500 gold. What is it in Kanavi in Game 3s here against BLG? First it was the Silas, now it's going to be the Zed. Maybe it's the full turret here at 9.5 minutes.
Oh, they're responding to another TP. So nice. They got to do it twice. They bring all 5 around. It's the Miasma into the Petrifying Gaze, but again, it's Hog's shield and his stuns that get ultimate value. We've got ourselves another chucked early game in our series.
Yeah, BLG, I fear you just got Braum, man. On 2 plays in a row, the Unbreakable has not been able to be broken as Top Esports standing strong. I mean, it's, again, Knight, no TP. They commit 5 with 3 grubs up here. This is why I love the Renekton, because you can really play to pressure the Trundle. Renekton Trundle is a good pairing because you deny the Renekton away from this. Renekton just slaughters Trundle early on.
And pass.
Yeah, I mean, that's not to mention just the numbers advantage. Oh, that auto attack animation was stopped by the Winner's Bite proc. The Top Esports crew happy about that one behind the stage. As, yeah, I mean, this is just the thickest of leads for Kanavi in the jungle again. How filthy is this from what he's doing here to me? Okay, we have an ad running from the LPL. We'll draw it in afterwards. But he already has an Eclipse and a Phage before the 11-minute mark. Look at this.
And look at his teammates, by the way. We're 10.5, and we have a completed Blade of the Ruin King and a redemption done here for Hong. I think that these next few minutes, it is very tough to ask BLG to look for a fight. And yes, they are able to scale, but like, we're going to have Dragon spotting here. They still have buttons to play. Like,
yeah.
You don't have flash on some of your carries.
I mean, they're throwing up the ads and the features just to get away from the scoreboard because it looks disastrous on there for BLG. Speaking of ads and features to get away from the scoreboard, shout out to our sponsors in prodiff. We got one more lower third of the show on our end. Prodiff.gg, LPL 10, 10% off coaching on prodiff.gg. Guaranteed to get coaching from the pros and pros only on that website. Improve your game with the code LPL10.
You can learn how to not get brommed in your own solo queue games, guys. It happened to the best of us.
I'll offer you that info for free.
Whoa, don't. Hey, man. Don't take our money like that on the Grand Finals.
You're washed NA Masters. It's fine. It's fine.
Grandmaster, early season, all right? Don't worry about it. It's fine. How many of those supports on that website were the #1 Braum in the ladder? Probably all of them. That champion's easy as hell to play. That said, Knight, it's going to be pretty difficult to outplay this one.
Yeah, let's see how easy of an outplay this is for Knight. There's a much longer play being made as Cream. It's going to route away Elk from even getting over here. They force Bin to TP, and TS, they're chilling. They're up so much. Let's just take the TP away and not risk throwing our entire lead.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, look at the map. BLG, they're stuck to play that wee little quadrant to defend this outer, whereas Top Esports get everything else. I like the fact that they showed some restraint there.
Oh, is Kanavi fishing? On is super low. He just had to take a portal out from there. I saw Kanavi move on the minimap. They want this blue buff.
An LPL staple, even in the Grand Finals, guys. We try and fight over a buff and nearly throw an entire game. Hey, we're learning a little bit here. It's still BLG, though, much farther behind the curve nonetheless. And a point you guys kind of hit pretty well on that I wanted to make regardless of the lead that exploded for TES is even if the gold lead wasn't so big here, the first item advantage for TES at this point in the game is just so huge. Eclipse value, Blade of the Ruin King into a tank. You're going to get 369 on first item. Even if this lead hadn't manifested, Top Esports would have been so much more in control of this game, and the lead kind of just compounds on that.
Yeah, Shadow going to get played upon.
Longest Realm Warp you've ever seen in your life right there from Creep. But guess what? He was just trying to bring Shadow back into Kanavi, who's looking to have another historic Game 3. Slices down Shadow for his 3rd kill of the game.
Elk gonna try and sneak on. Okay, should do so with the Velk, no problem. Look, you mentioned Game 3s. Kanavi obviously had the Silas game, Game 3 against BLG that was so big in the upper bracket final. That was against Beishwan. And what happened after that game is that they subbed out Beishwan for Shadow, who came back and I thought played very well in Game 5 especially, helped make sure that his team got the win. I think it's a real conversation. I mean, what do you do if you're BLG here? It feels like Shadow's been the player you go to when the backs are up against the wall. Was Beishwan just, the delayed starter in baseball, play the relief pitcher for 3 batters and throw your real starter in? Or are they going to go back to the well and grab Beishwan here? I think that's a real choice for BLG because this gold lead's too big. I think they're going to drop this game. And as plates fall, we have plays on both sides.
Going after Knight. The Miasma does slow down his combo, so good use of that to make sure Knight survives. But
still grim.
It's a war on 2 fronts here. TS's main prize was to get that bottom lane tier 1 turret offline.
Well, now we've gotten all this gold. I assume that in a minute we're going to see Kanavi and the rest of Top Esports look for a recall. Let's look at their inventory as we come into this, because we're going to have 40 seconds before we get into this Herald, and I don't see an area where BLG are realistically going to be able to fight here.
No chance.
And we talked about them wanting to scale late. You can't give every single objective up early.
This is also one where, like, the Rise into the Cassio matchup, Knight has opted to match the double scaling items, and I gotta say that Cassio becomes a very slow champion when you opt for these items. I'm a little bit surprised to see this because I think we've seen more Cassios go for like just the Seraphs, and then you get other items, like if you get a Torch or a Rylai's or the Andres.
So good, yeah.
Getting that online earlier is more valuable. He is fully committed to the double evolved items, which is going to really delay that third item that actually, you know, gives you a little bit more of an impact on the game in terms of passive just not benefiting yourself. And against Ryze especially, where you already kind of outscale that one, I'm not as down for matching the build.
Ong, a little too big for his britches. He's going to have to flash over a pillar, and that's going to, for the time being, give BLG control of this Herald.
They can't fight. Navi's back in base.
Their map's so on fire, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what's going to point out. Like, size, like, look at them. They're dropping a wave top side. You're letting 369 hit onto this tier 2. They're going to have to TP overnight to cover for it, but that's a Herald that we thought BLG would never be able to take.
Yeah, but I think the top did it to get... I mean, look at Zed. He's at 2 items now. And I think they're just playing for the dragon stacking. Like, they got a clean reset to get Zed 2 items.
Chains of Corruption. Into Glacial Fissure. Good Temper Fate, though, from On. It's going to stall it out. Can they keep this turret up and alive? Good flash out. Here comes the Ord Horde. Finn looking for the turret. He's actually going to find 369. Maybe a Hail Mary play here for BLG, giving them some gold back as they sent Cream up Creek with no paddle, and he's going to fall next to Elk. An overstep from TES, opening the door a bit here for BLG.
We asked for On to step up on the Bard. He does just that with that fight, and an overextension for from Top Esports. I'm talking about taking a clean dragon. You're dropping the Rift off of Kanavi's reset to get your sides right and get a full setup for this dragon. They don't have to play for the outer turret there. Now that they drop members, yes, 369 and Cream have TPs. Do they want to use both of them to try and contest this dragon, which is sole point for them?
I think so. I think they want to try to look for this right now. They're going to have to chase them out of this pit afterwards. Maybe Kanavi gets a steal.
Have to look. Knight still has that Petrifying Gaze on the front side. He's going to have to try and stun it so Kanavi can't get in for the steal. He won't. Stuns up. Kanavi catches him on the pillar. He has to go for the death mark, but Knight's going to flash away from the damage. Oh, picks up the first kill. Shadow's going to go down the front side. Jagulov is desperately trying to kite back, but he's got Bid with a big bad hammer, slapping him around. Dragon stacking cut down, and BLG escape trading kills away. This game's momentum is swinging minute by minute.
This all starts with a Bard ultimate that completely stops the play here for Top Esports, and now 2 plays in a row. Top Esports have lost big time here against BLG. They're going to get a little bit of that gold back by taking this mid-tier 1, but that is a massive swing going back to Billy.
This was a 5k gold lead. If Top just commit to fighting on their timers, which is what the Rift drop was about for me. Again, they sent Kanavi in base to get the Cleaver and the Eclipse. If they don't fight this mid turret, their map setup's going to be great. BLG, they're recovering the map after the Rift. It's pressure from Top Esports. They do not need to fully commit like this onto a turret that they don't even need to take. Just take the dragon as On completely dunks them. 369 walked in front of that one, which also caught Ong. He needs to split against Ong, so another mistake from him. Cream flashed in a poor direction away from the team. Easy punish from On, who really just took control over the game in that sequence by the Bard, a player that we were asking to step up. Does just that in a moment where BLG needed him. And that's a 5k goal
it's taking another one.
Down to 1k.
Oh my god, On's done it again. He's gapping from the support role right now and dragging BLG back into this game 3.
This is so historic, not only because it is Bard for On, but last year, when playing up against Weibo, we saw that this Bard was completely useless. He was like 0-9 on the champion, and they still won that series, still end up winning themselves a championship. Now, two plays in a row. First, that Bard ultimate doesn't hit the turret, so it allows the turret to continue to ramp up. Nenny makes a play onto Cream, who we know has no flash. BLG have opened up a massive lead, get 2 turrets for themselves.
It's just the cutting into the lead, right? They were down 5k. They're now only down 1k. And a comp where we're talking about how they scaled so hard. And again, I think that if Top Esports stuck with that 5k gold lead and they get a clean setup around that third dragon, that is no fight. They're like, you can never walk in there as BLG, and we're talking about Ocean's sole point. Now and also a 4 to 5k gold lead. Now we're talking about a 1.5k gold lead with an Onacon spawning and no soul to threaten yet. So I feel like Top really biffed that sequence. And this is a little bit of what we saw in that series against BLG in the upper bracket finals, where we did see Top get a lead in 4 out of those 5 games, and they biffed a couple on the way to try and find a victory.
And as we set up for this Octocon, I want to hammer home something you just brought up, Cubby. and we've been talking a lot about Knight's build with the double scaling items. We felt like this game was getting so out of control they'd never be able to get to a comfortable spot with them. But it's not just Knight that gets the Seraphs done. He nearly has the Roa done. Look at Elk. This Mora Mana's nearly completed for the Corki. So now BLG have a spot where their Cassio and their Corki are much more online than we ever thought they'd get with the game state about 5 minutes ago.
The only person that's going to have flash for this Otacon is going to be Jackie Love. Still at least 30 seconds before 369, and then maybe 45 to a minute for both Kanavi and Cream. See that BLG take control of the midway first, move over into this wave. Knight's probably going to have to TP, and he'll at least maybe grab himself a turret as well. This could be a massive swing coming in for BLG and for Top Esports.
Boy.
They need to get their heads back on straight. They need to be able to find a win here.
Gentlemen, we've seen this so many times. It's Otacon again in a close match.
I know that there's been so much discussion about Otacon and the fights around here. I think Bard is especially dire with what you can do with the narrowed walls, the tempered fate. He needs to be the one that finds the engages. That's a big takeaway from Cream. Elk's going to be stuck at that health bar. That might be enough just to take down Otacon.
Going after Cream. On gets another tempered phase. He's going to try and layer the stuns. TES, they get the Otacon, but is Cream the traded prize? Because his Seraph shield provides so much space. He knocks down Elk. Sure, Knight finds the trade, but that's a huge win for Top Esports because the picture-in-picture, they pick Ben off as well.
Big mistake from Elk. You just can't lose your health bar like that. I think they went so heavy onto Cream because they knew that Otacon couldn't be fought when Elk was at that HP bar. Cream able to find the 1v2 is a massive turnaround from him too, as it's going to be a trade of inners with the Otacon going to top for free. Very happy about that.
369.
All right.
Okay, good slice and dice.
Should be able to get out, and now we still have Dragon. It would be Soul Point here, yet again, an attempt here for Top Esports.
And his TP.
They will not have Cream, and he does have the teleport to be able to get into this play. But they're also missing, they have a few buttons. The only thing that's missing for me is
TP.
On's ultimate.
It was a bad TP from 369. Like they lose the tower anyway. He loses his conditions. I think that was a miss. The only win is that he gets Sterax afterwards. So if you can somehow make it to the fight, it's good, but they're late. So that's 2 dragons in a row.
Oh, hold on. Kanavi can find a way in there. The Miasma's going to delay his Living Shadow first. But they're going to TP Kanavi in. He goes right in, steals it, gets back out. Cream doesn't get stunned up by the Petrified Gaze. That's a huge Glacial Fissure on the back end by Hong. Flash out from Bid, buying some space, but here comes the round more with the Death Mark. Kanavi sending all of Top Esports forward. It's a double knockup from Bin, though, to stall things out. And Elk has picked off Jackie Love on the backside of this fight. Tank is down for BLG. Carry out the gate for TES, but it's Cream flashing after Elk, feeling that killer instinct, but Shadow's gonna body block. Can the Dominus connect to get in? No! The Steric Shield buys him some time, and they'll trade Shadow out on flashing forward for the big double stun. But where's the damage, bro? Elk can't step past this big bad Croc. It's a blast go to buy him some space. Now TES try and navigate through the fog, but they don't need to force this. They got the Ocean Soul Point.
Big reliance, and finally Kanavi gets a team fight where he's able to finally get onto the back line and, more importantly, steal the objective. Usually it is so tough to try to steal these objectives versus Zed Deathmar or passive as well. Finally makes it happen. Also gets the flash out from Knight and multiple summoners across the board now taken away from BLG. As we get right into this replay, I mean, one, just look at this. There's no miasma, and when this ultimate from Knight comes through, Kanavi's in the brush. They don't know that he's stunned. They try to go on to Cream because they know he doesn't have flash or he's going to use it later. There's no way for them to get in. Elk and On yet again late to an objective and not able to get themselves in a good position.
Elk was late. He did some work though because he pretty much 1v1 Jackie Love, as that was what turned the fight initially, where it could have been a BLG win, but Knight lost way too much of his health, and I think that's why the re-engage here was a mistake on the back half. I will say 369, if he doesn't go for Shadow there, he gets Elk. If he just walked up and got the W down on the Elk, I think he gets him. He was looking to peel Cream, but Cream bought the space away from the Trundle, so I think a missed click there from 369. That does keep Elk alive, so they miss out on the kill in the back half.
Alk, I want to give you some credit here, because the one thing it felt like all three of us were split on this draft was Jackie Love on hit Varus. For these last couple fights, I think you were right. It feels impossible to ever get any of these autos down. He's been
he needs help from the team.
I know.
The people.
I don't think that's happening, brother. I've got Kanavi.
Yeah.
I've got Kanavi and Cream. I think Jackie Love, all you've done this game is, hey, I played Ziggs in game 2 to maybe help the team. This time, I'm just here to throw out an ultimate versus a flashless Cassiopeia, or even to stop a Trundle from walking forward.
Okay, so that's the game right now. As this game goes later, though, Varus damage is so incredibly significant. And I think that he kind of, like, the fights are probably going to change for Top Esports, where can't do as much of the chaos that they've been doing because they're going to have to actually play around this Varus if they want to win things late. Again, I mean, Top have already made mistakes in this game. This should have been a done and dusted game when they were sitting up 6k gold, right? The fact that we're at this game state, like Elk has been able to get it in the game. The Trundle is only down one item, not even one item against the Zed.
Right? Like, we talked about him trying to be a little bit more useful. He's somehow down 600 gold, but up an entire item versus his counterpart here.
No boots.
True!
No boots, let's go.
My fault. That's right. Serpentine Grace.
Kanavi. Oh, Kanavi going to face check with that Living Shadow. Very wise choices. I feel so excited, gentlemen. We finally, at Game 3, got to that close game. These Baron fights feel like the decisive fights that we've been asking for between these two teams.
Poke is still good from top between the Zed and the Varus. I know it's not Poke Varus, but those Qs, I mean, they still take away some damage.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be... I don't think the top wants to hit this one. I don't think they need to. They can play to the Ocean Soul. And we saw BLG... I think really, game 1, they played this sequence very poorly. When it was Soul and Baron spawning at the same time, remember, they dropped the Soul for nothing and then didn't stick to the Baron. With Shadow in the lineup, it's very clear that Shadow is an IGL for this team. He talks a lot. I want to see if they can at least create a better solution this time, even if they don't win it with Shadow, because you still have to think about, you know, what jungler is BLG going to rock moving forward, especially if they drop this game.
There's a lot of control coming in for Top Esports right now. He's going to have his flash coming back up, but we have not seen that same level of impact that we got in the first 15. They're going to cancel the recall with the redemption.
Look at the dragon. They're doing it off the dragon timer. That's a big cooldown, but you're hoping that Corki can't get an LDR, and that ward is so valuable. They're going to prevent Elk from getting an LDR pretty much before this dragon, and that just might be Soul. I mean, he might go the Grievous Wounds one, too. Mortal Reminder.
Could also be Shield Bow. Oh, it is LDR. All right.
Hold on. Knight's trying to walk up now. It's his turn to play. Guess the Death Brush. He'll do so aptly. We saw there, Bin, levels 13, just got to the first Ornn Augment. So this gold lead becomes even more deceptive with each level Bin grabs. Realm World play here from Cream. Why not make this trade-off?
They get it. I know Kanavi didn't join. They get it. It's on hit Varus. This thing melts. Baron for second Ocean Dragon. Well worth for top. They didn't want to fight the Soul. We'll see if they can get off the Baron.
I don't know, Cubby. I feel like if we're talking about BLG wanting to go late, if you give them another 5 minutes in this game, it's a little questionable. Like, Knight's going to hit level 16. You're giving Elk the ability to continue to hit on some of these waves. It's a little questionable. Now Bin even gets a little bit of experience, so he's going to start handing out Masterwork items. I don't know. We need to see Top Esports really utilize the next 2.5 minutes of a Baron buff, and I don't think they get that choice when you have what BLG are showing from their squad. They can very easily delete these minion waves.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I don't think the BLG siege as well as a team, but you do open yourself up to Bard. So I think the top, they have to 4-1 or like 3-2 here. They can't play 3 lanes against Bard. Just no way. They definitely have to be careful here because they're going to look for a pillar into a fish.
Jackie Love. Comfortable. The pillar comes out. Oh, Tempered Fake gonna grab on. He gets onto Jackie Love. Can they get towards him? No, the redemption comes across. And look at the damage. The Cream's able to push through. Deathmark comes across, but Knight catches Kanavi with a huge petrifying gaze. It doesn't matter, though. Finally, Top Esports get to let their machine gun AD carry hit like a truck. Great block on the Ornn Horde from Hog. And TES just break the front door down and say, give us match point. Give us grand finals point.
That's it. That's just going to be the game. That's going to be Top Esports finishing this one off. They've got another wave on mid, and it is just Elk alone.
Can't see if 369 has a flash up because that could guarantee it.
He doesn't.
One flash up against Elk. Okay,
doesn't matter. It's a Rune Prism, and Elk sacrifices himself. Just like the upper bracket finals, TES win game 3 to go series point.
Goddamn. Wow. What a weird game, especially in... maybe I cast or cursed it. Maybe we just called it a little too soon. On went from hero to 0 in that game after a while. We saw no Bard ultimates. We saw very little impact. I don't know if that was a lack of vision for them to be able to play a little bit more proactively, or... A lot of the map state from BLG was pretty tough for them to play after they lost more of their outer structures.
Yeah, I think the 369 had a really nice last fight there as well. But yeah, I mean, I like the draft from top in the sense that they had the proactivity. And we didn't see them 100% cleanly snowball that one, but Kanavi stepped up and yoinked the dragon at the end. I thought that Hong did a really nice job of playing defense for Jakulov in that last fight, something he failed to do in the fight earlier. And we did see Cream and Kanavi be able to run a game. I mean, Kanavi ran that game from start to finish on the Zed. It was really, I think, a couple of MVP wards, too, from Top Esports and Hong. That, I mean, Elk not being able to reset in time for the Dragon. That turned into a Baron. The early game, not seeing Shadow on those Raptors. It made sure that the bot lane of Top Esports were able to step back and not get ganked at that after that third camp. And that's what started the lead for Kanavi as they move forward. And then I think the BLG really didn't respect their own weaknesses early on and sacked too much early. But that kind of shows from the draft too. So BLG likely to be back on blue side for the next one. You have to see what kind of strength they can bring in draft to try and match the might of Top Esports early. Because when Kanavi is granted 3 winning lanes, Kanavi can get a lot of work done against either jungler or BLG.
You guys pointed out so well, though, this game could have been won by either side, the way the momentum swung. And so many intricacies came into this game 3 win for Top Esports. That makes me happy as a viewer, but makes me even happier knowing our analyst desk has one hell of a game to break down. Let's see what they think of Top Esports' Game 3 win.
Welcome back to the desk, everyone. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man and Rude Dude, and thanks to the casters for that game. But Top Esports take back control of the series and start giving us a little bit of recollection to some of the past moments for Top Esports as well. Moving forward, though, I mean, it was a pretty dominant game, all heads and above here. It was a Zed that was able to be piloted to a win this time instead of getting super far ahead and ending up finding a loss. I think that speaks to that King Kanavi nature we've seen already, K-Man.
Yeah, I mean, the gold graph is enough to give any Top Esports fan a heart attack because it came very close to becoming very scary for them. But alas, they end up avoiding disaster. They draft an early game comp, and for the second game in a row, whoever is able to get that tempo in the early game has enough juice to be able to push that forward. And I think the thing really for Top Esports here, and you know, kind of, you know, piggybacking off your Kanavi point, is that it wouldn't just be good enough for them to get a lead. They needed to get a big lead in this game to sacrifice some gold to make sure you could catch up to some of the Ornn items. They got a 6k gold lead early on in this, and I think anything less than this might have been disaster.
I think for me, like the big talking points are that they were able to push the pace of that game, and you know, we're getting some really good highlights sort of showcasing how and why that was possible. I mean, this Braum Shield is, for one, just the most devastating thing for Elk to potentially take part in the finals so far. But I mean, what we didn't talk about, what we got to see though, is the back half of in the post-game stats that actually On did the 3rd most damage on his team, which as a Bard and as the support is not what you want. And you might have thought, oh, is he behind Bin and, you know, the Trundle or the, you know, something like that? No, it was actually Knight who he did did more damage than. Knight did very little in this game, in owing to that build path, right? He went for the tier, he went for the Rod of Ages, and by the time that he ended up being scaled up, the game was over. That you didn't get the opportunity in this game for him to have that really good pop-off performance. It was a build that took him far too long to get online, and by the time that he was there, the game had already sort of ran its course.
Now, do we think that's an issue where BLG just need to start drafting pure early game? I mean, this is a team that's been known for a long time to be willing to go to those later games because they feel like they can out-team fight you at every stretch of the way. I feel like maybe we need to see a little bit of adaptation into the series to focus on what Top Esports are doing so well, and that's controlling the early game, K-Man.
Yeah, honestly, right now for me, I think BLG's macro is just too bad to play for late game. I really just don't think they're putting themselves in positions to be able to get to the parts of the games that they need to get to, and it's putting them in pretty massive gold deficits. It's really hard to play against Top Esports if you are giving them free items and free leads and all of this stuff, you know, generated for them basically without any sort of problem. I think BLG, if that means you need to go for early game and you just need to get this tempo rolling like you did in game number 2, great. I'm happy to see that happen. I think the alternative is, you know, maybe start playing a little bit more to your own win conditions. Maybe stop allowing Top Esports to accelerate the game so quickly when you have Cassio and Corki and Ornn and Trundle and all these pieces that just need to stay calm throughout a majority of this. You know, there are multiple avenues to get back into this, but they have to start picking one, because right now, picking these late game scaling comps and then fighting at 10 minutes, it's losing them the series.
And it's what lost Top Esports that first game as well, where we were thinking they could, or the second game rather, but we were thinking they could find a win. Ultimately weren't able to do so because they ended up going for these really early gameplays that didn't actually have any purpose for them. So Lots of mistakes being made on both sides, and you know, if we just see some drafts come back to, okay, we can win early, so let's do that. Definitely seems to be the case that whoever's going for those earlier game compositions tends to find a bit of success.
And I'm going to come right back to you, Rude Dude, because I want to ask, is it a diffy in the bot lane? Is it being as impactful as maybe we wanted it to be coming into the series?
I think that the bot lane pairings have actually proven to be really, really impactful in this series so far. Like, just who has the better bot lane duo has actually proven to have a very big ramification on the rest of the series. So, for example, game number 1, the Yunara being able to force the Kai'Sa out for the most part, and then at level 2, throwing that all away, you know, goes to show you that those bot lanes are having big impacts. Quick shout out to Cream here for the MVP. MVPs in this series have been exclusively mid laners so far, despite the fact we were coming into this series thinking that maybe the jungles were going to be a crucial point, especially with the switch up in BLG, and especially since Kanavi's been ruling the roost. But Cream, once again, I think with a second MVP that is deserved in this game as well, it makes a lot of sense, and he's, you know, should be again very, very, very happy with that.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, Kareem.
He's been really good. He's been really, really good today. I think game 2, you know, it's all right. We all have some games every once in a while, but I think I really want to highlight something specifically with Cream here, which is the difference in why the build is okay for Cream on Ryze and why it's not okay for Knight in this game on Cassiopeia, because they end up building the same items. Cream is allowed to do this on Ryze because he's sitting around a Zed and a Varus and all of these champions that can really deal a lot of damage, where Cassio was relied upon to really be a primary damage dealer. We saw that build come back to really push things forward, but it all started with a lot of these early game mistakes, and this one's even coming from top esports. Jackie Love just overstaying and putting himself into a bad position, you know, BLG picking up some free kills. These were the things that we said could not happen to top esports for them to win this game, but alas, it all comes down to a top lane play, and Hong ends up being the superstar here.
This sequence, honestly, incredible for top esports, right? This is them knowing, okay, we need to push the pace of the game early in order to get a win out of this, and going for these 5v2 dives on the top side, it's risky, right? You can see low HP bars, you can see Elk flashing, diving forward because he thinks that he can make something happen. Unfortunately, not quite able to do it, but then the extension of this play as well, honestly, you know, a little bit scary, really. You look at it and you think, well, that's the play done, top esports have won. But then we see a bit of a missed call from BLG. I'm not really sure what the idea behind this was, thinking that they could try to take this turret and defend it more so than anything else. You know, there's TP coming in, maybe that it's just a 2v3 on the map, but already seeing that there's a teleport coming through to respond, Kanavi's there, it just becomes another 5 versus 2 again, and immediately they're just losing out so much through this early game. It's a question of how do they envision that they can scale when they're giving so many advantages over to top.
It's some of that macro that I feel like we highlighted a decent amount that's just not being there necessarily. Some of the decision-making priorities not necessarily in the right way for BLG here, but do we expect any more changes to the roster? Like, do we expect to see this Shadow Beichuan switcheroo again, K-Man, or are they going to probably stick standard with this one?
I think you gotta stick with Shadow. I think right now, if you are, you know, gun to my head, like, who do I... that's a crazy, crazy vote there.
That is crazy.
Hey, you know, if you're asking me, if I'm BLG, who do I think I have the best chance to win with? I think I have the best chance to win with Shadow. I just do.
Okay.
I think he gives you the best opportunity to win the game. I think he gives you so many early game advantages that, you know, aren't always there for someone like Beichuan. And he carries. Like, he can be somebody that can take some of that pressure off of Knight and off of Elk. Now, it didn't really work out in this game, but I think a lot went wrong. I don't know if the Trundle was necessarily the issue with what ended up going down in this game. I still have faith in Shadow to be able to carry things through.
Do you feel the same way, Rude?
You know, I think they should stick with Shadow. That's where I agree.
All right, let's go. All right, I agree with that.
Yeah, I think they should stick with Shadow. I don't know that he's going to be the crucial X factor that can carry them all the way.
Now, it does mean that we're moving into match point territory. It does mean we're getting further along in the Fearless setup. So if you don't mind, Kai, if we could bring up the draft here, talk a little bit about going into that next game, what's still up on the table, obviously. It's very interesting to see Kanavi go for those kinds of assassins that we've seen him really trend into here recently. Are we going to get a little bit more of that from both sides? I think is a big conversation, but especially if BLG are going to be back on blue side, that opens up that even more here, K-Man.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of really interesting conversations to have. I think one of the things that has just completely gotten through draft that I am perplexed by is the Taliyah. Still completely untouched, unbanned throughout this entire series up until this point. This champ's really good, and now we're looking at all of, or mostly all, of the big things that end up dealing with Taliyah gone. Like, you are really kind of struggling to find a really good answer to that. It could be a very easy choice on B1. If you want to go for an early game jungler, there are some that are still available. I believe things like Vi are still up on the board if you wanted to try and, play towards more of a pick idea, but it's really going to kind of set the tone for what BLG want to do what they pick on B1.
Yeah, I think that the taking of a Vi here really sets them up for that Taliyah, right? You talked about the two in tandem. Getting them is a really powerful pairing. It's something they need to consider because it's just as easy to be able to pick up by top esports on that red side, right? If they don't deny that pairing, it's a very real possibility that they will find themselves up against it in this fourth game.
I really hope we get 5. We'll see if we can go the distance or if Top Esports can claim a title over BLG. We're going to send it over to the casters for that game number 4.
Welcome everyone back to the caster desk as we get set for what could be the final game of Split 3 here if Top Esports can come out on top. A Game 3 that definitely did not disappoint Cubby with a back-and-forth nature. But what is your main takeaways from it heading into Game 3, knowing all the fearless aspects of it?
I mean, the first thing that we were really surprised of diving into this one was seeing the damage that Knight didn't do in that last game, as I don't think we hit home enough as a team, like how impressive Cream was in that game, how Cream has been outplaying Knight in this series, especially as someone who very frequently says that Top Esports is a team that will go as far as Cream takes them. As someone, I don't view Cream as like an internationally top-tier mid laner. I feel like when you go international, at times Cream gets gapped. But to have him beating Knight before he goes international to earn Top Esports a spot at Worlds without having to go through the qualifiers, that would be a hell of a way to silence a lot of haters, including me, throughout the year of 2025, as Top Esports one game away from marking their spot at Worlds.
And remember, we started off this year talking about the journey of a player like Cream coming from OMG, Top Esports trying to build what feels like maybe he's the next franchise player right next to Jackie Love, as that fresh new mid lane talent coming up from OMG. And he came in, swamped every single amazing mid laner that we had in the lower bracket of Split 1. That's a ways from now. And while his performance has waxed and waned throughout the year, I think this is an important best of 5 to not only see him perform, but it also is not like he's getting carried by other parts of the map. He is holding his own and helping pull his team across the finish line.
And when we talked about the upper bracket matchup they saw last time, we said a lot, maybe we talked about a lot how Knight got put behind and it was Kanavi, helping out Cream, getting him comfortable. But I'm glad you made that last point, right? It's one thing for Kanavi to set you up, but the way Cream has been able to finish on a lot of these leads, go toe-to-toe with a mid laner that's been crowned as one of the best the LPL's ever produced, is really what can take the ceiling off of this team. We'll see what he can go towards in this Game 4, though. We talked a lot about before our last draft how he's still got some melee mids that he can try and go to, even against a guy like Knight. But I know there are some key champions before we get into this Game 4 that you want to point out that have been prevalent in bans and, well, just missing in the picks.
Yeah, me and Cubby have been going back and forth on this. We've talked a lot about Annie and Taliyah throughout this series, and again, kind of harkening back, we are in game number 4 of this series right now, and we don't know what the support pool is going to look like. So Alistar and Poppy have been mainstay bans so far throughout, and I need to see, we'll eventually see what the adaptation is, as we assume BLG are going to be having blue side. What is their kind of pick? What is their first pick going to come through?
I'm curious. I really feel like Taliyah, a lot of the answers that usually get played into Taliyah are gone. And I will say that I feel like the picks that are left in the Taliyah are the assassins, like the Akali, the Ori, the potential Silas, that I feel like both of these mids can play very well. Like, backs up against the wall, you're telling me that, Cream gets his hands up on, or a Knight gets his hands on, what, a Silas or an Ori game? Like, I think as a BLG fan, you're pretty happy about that. So I think that's what I'm kind of looking out for diving into this one, as, hey, just like, what is the opener? And then where do we go from there? And hey, if you're going to open Taliyah, you give Cream access to a lot of the melee picks that he plays extraordinarily well as well. So Maybe that's why we've seen Talia really fall heavily through the priority of draft and through these last few phases.
We gotta point this one out. If you didn't see already, that is Shadow. There it is. We get a nice spotlight on him, the jungle. Sorry to everybody who wanted those channel points, but it seems like BLG, like you had asked for, Cubby, are going to lock in, at least for now, with Shadow for this game number 4.
I think it's the right call. I think they've been a better team with Shadow in. I really feel like it's the right call.
Cubby, you know, you said you're like sad to see all those points go. No, that's the happiest part about this.
Did you bet?
Give me all those points. Give me all those points.
I did not bet this time.
I did not. I did not.
225,000 points go to the void, aka us here at LPL English. We thank you all for your wrong casted vote. Let's see if
it's
you
going to be
get
the
it
house.
back by casting
okay,
the house
BLG
on
wants
this
Talia.
final draft. Yep. Okay.
BLG wants Talia. Yeah. This does mean that support bans are being dropped though, Dimitri. So we've had Poppy and Alistar remain banned on blue side for the entirety of the series. Both those are now up.
Yeah. Imagine, like, okay, so yeah, there we go. They gave this guy a second chance this time. He went to go rip off his shirt the last time. I think he failed it now 2 times in a row, so...
I think he's just daring. He's daring the cutaway.
There we go.
That's what he's trying to do.
BLG this time, however, they're going to be the ones that ban the Sivir. So like you were saying, still want the Talia. At least that's what we're expecting coming out from BLG. And are TES finally going to drop this Poppy ban? Because they're not going to play it. And we have seen also BLG up against AL willing to give the champion over to, I think, a team that has been so prolific on this champion.
Okay, this sounded... Wow.
All right, Silas. I mean, how much is Silas priority? Like, well, I guess.
Talia.
Yeah, I was gonna say Talia is still the B1 pick. I'm curious though
to
see how Silas might start fitting into this draft. But let's just get Knight on something that he's been so routinely great on. A champion that feels like a dime a dozen this late into a draft. You need to put Knight on a pedestal to carry this one home for BLG, like he did in Game 4 the last time
they don't
Talia matched up.
Or is it Poppy B1? I don't think there's any way that they don't take Talia. Yeah, it's Poppy. Wow. Okay. I mean, this can be flexed between Shadow and On. But yeah, I think this opens up Top Esports to take a pretty strong bot lane and just to threaten and push that Poppy into the jungle role. As I'm curious.
Nautilus, I mean, I'm just trying to think of all the different engage supports because we have not seen any mages.
I think Naught's the best pick. Yeah.
Play.
I definitely think you go Nautilus here because I mean now what, they Callista Renata. It's not like you can't play into that as Nautilus, even if you weren't happy about it. But I think Callista Renata looks really good right now for Elkanon.
Where does priority also land? Already seeing an Nautilus and Poppy locked in here.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout too. So curious to see what the grab... I mean, I'm shocked that Talia drops like this too. Because you can pair Talia up with Poppy, but I think Nautilus Talia is already a really good start if Top Esports want this. So yeah.
Okay. They were trying to decide whether or not they're going to pick an 80 carry. It seems like we're going to go for the Talia.
This is the right call for me.
It took us all very long here.
Is it
going to be Caitlyn Elise?
Again?
This has been a popular combo that we've been getting from Elkanon. I know Nymera was talking about it on Twitter, talking about that Elkanon and really BLG have relied on this combo, trying to bait engage from their opponents.
You know, I haven't seen Senna. I haven't seen Senna from JackeyLove pretty much all year, which is shocking.
Oh! JackeyLove locks in his pocket-picked Raven, looking to end the series.
I mean, uniquely, you have some defense into Poppy with the stand aside. You can try and cancel the dash, but I think that Shadow can just preemptively flash E, and I mean, this is making bot as volatile as possible. You are double outranged. Nautilus can help with that, but
just like Game 5.
I despise Dravens later on because I think that you're so gated by range and your ability to interact with the game. It really is going to be on Top Esports to take picks to allow for that. Talia Nautilus helps, but now you're forced to kind of build a comp around, okay, can we get Draven ahead? Can we get him an initial kill? And then can we actually help create space for Draven or help him peel? Because he has to be big enough, have enough stats in the game to really be able to survive the game and thrive in it. So, yeah, it's all early game now.
2 champions that I'm going to keep my eye out for Knight is going to be his Swain and his Lissandra, 2 champions we've seen so far in this playoffs. I think would pair well with yeah, coming out kind of pairs well with the Poppy already. And I think if we're talking about being range gated, being able to get around this Talia with this Unraveled Earth is going to be really important.
I think with Sandra ban here or a Silas ban, because I can also see a lot of value in Silas being that pseudo frontline can also grab a depth charge that adds a lot of pressure to the Draven. So obviously a pick that both Cream, Kanavi, and Knight, 3 players that play it at a really high level in this series. Top Esports going to take that one away. I'm not as worried about the Swain. I think I'm more worried about an Ahri here. Because I think Ahri's ability to be mobile and charms can lead to cocoons, or cocoons can lead to charms. Then you can really try and play this pick comp for BLG that I'm scared of, on top of Knight being one of the best Ahri players in the world. So I think that's the angle I'm looking for when it comes to BLG here.
All right, we're blinding top, guys.
Counterpick? Blinding top. Okay, yeah, that's gonna happen.
I thought maybe 369 would want a little bit more info as to what he was going to work with, but we're getting Nocturne, so I don't think that Top Esports are going to be moving backwards throughout most of this game. If anything, the Nocturnal can actually just be used as a delay tactic to try to stop BLG from all moving forward.
I think it's Ahri Cassante.
Elise.
I think it's Ahri Cassante coming in here. I think Ben's just going to slam the Cassante. The Narban tells me that. We'll see what else he might have in mind, but makes sense to me. And now 369, we'll see what kind of answer he has. You can get a little bit creative in the Cassante, but I mean, the Camille is not a champ that we really talk about that much anymore. I think Jax actually does have some value to get out of the headshots here, but it's really tough to play into Poppy. So I'm kind of curious what the choice is for 369. Is it a Mordekaiser? That's the other pick I was going to go for, because if you remove Poppy or Cassante from the fight, that is an extremely squishy team that BLG is going to have as a 4-stack if you take one of those tanks out. So I think that's the theory. Try and play the 4v4, which makes a lot of space for the Draven. If you're removing someone from the map completely, that could really help enable Jackie and the rest of the squad.
Oh, is this going to be... I don't want to call it quite yet because we still have time. I was wondering if this is going to maybe be some spicy Elise jungle.
It's Elise support. No, it's
Shadow
Elise.
is a bit of a... You know, he's a bit of an AP aficionado, but not going to be the case here. All right, well, hopefully we get some spice going down in the bottom lane. And for 369, 17-3 all-time on this Mordekaiser. Very rarely picks it out, but when he does, I feel like has a massive amount of impact in games.
You know, I'm piggybacking off that Mordekaiser and the point you made with the Nocturne, right? I'm glad you called it out. The sort of defensive nature or the stall nature of this Nocturne, right? If TES are in a spot where they don't like where the fight's looking, they feel like they're getting cornered, they're trapped, you pull one person to the Death Realm, you turn the lights off, you're now daring a Cocoon to go into darkness, a Charm to go into darkness, maybe Keeper's Verdict's getting channeled. You drop the lights, you have so much more outplay potential here for Top Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it's a free ticket into the back line. The Spell Shield gives you some defense against Poppy because you have to be wary of the Keeper's Verdicts. Also, the Tether still impacts Elise when she goes airborne with the E.
Yes.
So if she drops, you can still get feared. So I like it for a lot of reasons this game, honestly, for Kanavi. I like this Top Esports draft. I think that this is a really good one for Top. It just has to be, can bot lanes survive? Because Draven Nautilus, it's all about getting that early kill. And it's going to be an early onslaught coming out from BLG's bot lane.
Yes, BLG. Game 4. Giles need to be loud as they've been all night.
Swap?
Oh, no, not again.
Cassante's by himself?
So, I don't want to spoil things here. But, of course, swaps were pretty much fully negated by Riot Games with some of the choices they made in terms of balancing the game. There is only one way to play for a lane swap right now, and BLG are doing that. And that is that, I don't want to give this away, because we might see this, but you have to play in between the turrets. If you want to actually take away the lane swap, like nullifications, they aren't going to do it. It was just Ben going down bot. Kind of smart. I mean, worst comes to worst, Ben starts W, and you can catch the hook and back out.
We have also seen an evolution of the lane swaps that we kind of saw when they were popular.
Yeah, it's going to be later on.
KT versus HLE series, actually, where they started the Kaisa in the top lane versus the Cassante, and it was fun.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, not going to see that. We're just going to have normal, regular lanes. Kanavi, yet again, spotted early, this time not contested by anyone on Top Esports to clear it out. And they will know, and junglers are going to be on opposite sides or clearing towards opposite sides of the map.
Gotta say, I would expect Shadow to 3-camp and then go get up in the face of the Nocturne here, because this Elise Kate should be up early. So we will see if Shadow even plays for his top camp, because if I'm Shadow, I'm thinking right now, like, what can I do when the Nocturne is level 3 popular? I'm really strong. Like, can I get up and get involved?
She's going red buff invade? Okay.
I mean, Kate hit the wave very early. Like, it was a... Oh, wow, Kanavi's going to come answer. This is spotted. They each have each other spotted here. Yep. Wow. This is wild.
think Shadow comes out as a bit bigger of a winner here by slowing that clear for Kanavi. So now
I don't think so.
No.
I think Kanavi, like, this is the only way that he gets his bot camps. I think that him doing this is actually really big. Because now, again, if this was allowed where Kanavi takes his 3 camps on the top side, I don't think he gets access to these camps. So Kanavi getting these for me is a win. I don't care that you slow down the Nocturne clear. The fact that Nocturne gets a full clear off is advantage Nocturne.
Looking for a dredge line. He's going to eat it. Drops the cocoon. Switching the spider form and shows why. There's so much innate burst damage for this bottom lane that all kind of highlighted in the draft. But if you forget the upper bracket finals, Game 5, Elkinon ran
Shadow
over
has to know that was warded. Like, you saw Kanavi wobbling based on where you were walking. Shadow has to know you just walked over a ward. I guess he might be going to contest the top side. Bin has the Mordekaiser under turret right now, so yeah, going to be a race up here. Again, Poppy level 3 with a red buff. Advantage over Nocturne.
I was just checking. He doesn't know that that ward is there. He can have maybe an idea that it is, but now he's going to have, he's getting stopped. Shadow is completely unable to get anything done here in this early game, and Kanavi is just basically playing with free map. What the?
Shadow wanted the slam. He knew that Knight was coming over first, so they're going to trade flashes. Knight here to cover for Shadow. Cream is behind both of them. Neither top laner has moved an inch by this point, so it's all just a stall game as they tether around the aggro of that red buff.
Still think it's a win here for Top Esports. Like, Kanavi is going to eventually still have access to that red buff. You maybe lose Flash, so in the next few minutes, maybe there's maybe a play if we can get Elise to come through the bottom lane or leave Caitlyn alone. Otherwise, he's actually just going to completely forego the red buff for now and maybe make an entrance top.
Rare 3 level 6 Nocturne gank, but the burst again of Caitlyn Elise, just like Game 5 in the upper bracket finals. It's Elkinon to find first blood.
So Hong didn't take Spellbook this game. He took Aftershock. I understand why, because you're trying to get out of the, you know, the chains that Kate can throw at you. If you can have Aftershock up while you're eating the, 90 caliber net or the headshots, it's good. That said, he's not able to get it off. He gets one shot there.
Wall. Shadow's going to try and kite back towards Bin. It's Cream here first. Kanavi takes a ton of damage. Unraveler Earth comes across. Knight's going to flash after getting a full range Q and snipe down Kanavi. 369 trying to get his passive up. See if he can push enough damage out. Good claw away from Shadow, but he can't get his W shield. And everything goes wrong for Top Esports, losing across the map, and Knight senses fear in them, hits the max range charm into another Q. Knight arrives again to rescue BLG.
This is Knight's Ahri, a pick that has been feared in the past years for the LPL, showing up in Game 4 and showing out. That flash initially from Knight to make sure that he hit both sides of the orb was the game changer in this skirmish for me. Take a second look at Knight. He's able to get here second to Cream, as I really felt like this was almost Shadow in trouble. Kanavi as Conqueror going. Cream is here first. I think the flash from Cream somewhat justified. Great reaction from Shadow, though, to hop out. And Knight, that flash, he hit both parts of the Q onto Kanavi. And Knight gets the blue buff from that and just has a beautiful skirmish from here on out.
Kanavi, I mean, I feel like you're going really, really far. That right there is wrapping around the Nautilus. Just want to pull up Knight's stats real quick. 75 games, 58 and 17 on Ahri all time.
I mean, look what he's commanding now. He's getting 3-man jumps, but he gets the level up. He gets the Spirit Rush. Flick back comes across, but Knight is out.
Wow, just one creep. That's the mastery that these guys can play on. As Knight, I thought he was dead at that angle. It's a no flash, no 6 Ahri. That's the dream to find before she dings it. But Knight hits 6, clutches up. Spirit rushes his way on out of there. And BLG have themselves a 2K gold lead early on.
Okay, maybe there's a play here. It is going to be spotted on Vision. Hong's going to channel the Hex Flash. Jackie Love has 100 stacks of Adoration.
Yeah, he needs to cash those in, but nothing more to be found here. Elk was over the wall waiting. Just look at the sheer gold lead. The BLG command right now at 6.5 minutes. This is preposterous.
I mean, they lose the plate on bottom side, and so I think right now what Top Esports are going to have to hope is that whether it's a top side play around these grubs, maybe it's somewhere along the bottom side. Make this play on the Knight.
No flash, no dash, no way out except just sidestepping anything Cream throws at him. That was gross, Knight.
I mean, it's a no 6 Nocturne. Like, I just don't get why Top Esports are pushing so hard around this. Like, yes, Knight wants to go back now, but we're just throwing away tools in the Knight for nothing. As Knight I mean, this has been a player that has been focused by Top Esports. You look at both series across the length of it. There have been a lot of games where Kanavi has put early focus in the Knight, swings that mid lane matchup in Cream's favor. Every tool that's been thrown in the Knight, this game has been dealt with flying colors, as Knight has just played beautifully so far on the defense, and that early game plan from Top Esports just completely wayward.
Yet another disgusting caster curse from ourselves. It was on, now it's Knight. It is the Knight versus Cream matchup coming into this game. Shadow's going to grab himself an early dragon here at 7.5 minutes with his bottom lane. Still have time to rotate into the top side. Kanavi will hit 6, but is going towards the opposite side of the map. I think BLG are in really, really strong spots here. Kanavi's going to forego this bottom side camps, knows he has to play for this side. They're going to pull JackeyLove and Hong. This is going to be the make or break moment in my eyes. If JackeyLove can get a cash in with these adorations, it'll pull the gold lead at least a little bit back in their favor and hopefully give him the spike that he needs.
Agree. Knight and Elk, though, are so much stronger coming into this fight. Dragon has already been taken down. They're coming off reset, so they're a little bit late. Top's going to get a little bit because of that, at least one grub falling. But yeah, if I'm BLG, I think I'm stronger now. I still want this fight.
Right, the Shadow Treasure. I got to go long from Hong, and he eats a charm, and he is cut down very rapidly. They use the lights to go out to try and secure more space for Cream as the engage goes on to Bin, but Cream just out of position, has to pay the toll. Kanavi flashes away from Bin, the guy he jumped on. This game reeking of desperation as it slips further and further out of the grasp of Top Esports. And Knight wants more. He is not full yet to be satiated, but finally he seems mortal, missing a charm, but it's been there to clean it up nonetheless.
They can't dive 369. He has ult, but it's still giant win for BLG as Top Esports. They get 2 grubs, but give up a lot of gold in the process. It's a 4K gold deficit now. With the Mordekaiser being stuck in the K-to-Lease lane, that is the worst case scenario for 369. JackeyLove, I mean, the only shining light is that JackeyLove is yet to die, so still has the adoration stacks and still could, slingshot his way back into the game. But this is a rather dire early game here, as BLG have just nuked the game.
Wait a minute. They
Can they not dive a Mordekaiser? Oh, ace in the hole. It's just layered beautifully.
And they may have lost majority of the grubs. I don't think it matters. We got to see that Kanavi uses the ultimate there to try to get away from the spot. Draven's going to use this ultimate to clean up some of this wave, but still another plate going over to BLG's bottom lane. Another plate now going over to Knight. They're showing not only mastery of some of these champions that we have talked about through draft, but just the gameplay, like Top Esports kind of tripping over themselves to make things happen in this game number 4.
And I got to give some credit over to Shadow, because we know that we've said that Shadow, despite, no matter which jungler has been in the series, it feels like Kanavi has been the better jungler overall when looking at these 2 best-of-5s, but Shadow really clutched up in Game 5 to get BLG here through the upper bracket. And this game, I mean, this whole disastrous game started off of Kanavi overextending and getting outplayed by Shadow and Knight in that top side. So, this is a game where it backs up against the wall. We saw 1-2 for BLG. What did they do in the last series? Well, they subbed out Beishuan for Shadow, and Shadow's the one that carried them through. What happens when it gets to 1-2 here? They don't go back to the well for Beishuan. They stick with Shadow, and Shadow has been able to have a pretty, somewhat stable early game against the Nocturne. He is ahead at this point and really opened up the one big play that did help BLG get this very significant lead in a game that we feel like should already be over, given the lead that BLG has right now.
If we pull out talking about BLG junglers, and specifically Shadow and Beishuan, I'd have to hold this. Kanavi.
A good cocoon, though. We weren't expecting it over the wall. Spirit rush through. Doesn't get enough damage. Depth charge is going to land, but they're not going to commit the paranoia on tonight. He gets out. Instead, they go after On. Still has the repel if he needs it, but he's pinned against the wall and sent back packing by Cream. Nice little find to get TES on the board. No more perfect game.
Trying to go for too many different plays there. They thought they could do something around mid. Maybe they could catch Ahri. They get the ult and the flash out from Knight. On ends up going down, but that is a kill going over to Cream. No adoration stacks, and still, BLG are getting waves on opposite sides of maps that Top Esports are not catching right now. So this gives them a little bit of reprieve if you're TES, but they still have a long ways away here in this game to make it back up.
I mean, you gotta play for shutdowns, as they at least cancel Knight's recall, but get nothing more. So it's a win for Top, as exactly have info to play for anything else. And yeah, I mean, On gets to play very far forward on this release. I mean, a pick that really only On has stuck with globally, it feels like. And this has been his pick where they go back to the well. The well for BLG is, it is Kate Elise.
It's a staple.
Oh, teleports out, so he survives. It's going to turn potentially into a turret here. At least one plate, maybe two with the headshot passives from Caitlyn. Shadow and On helping to protect the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean,
Love still on those adoration stacks. They're trying to protect the turret. They're getting a lot of manpower here down to this side of the map, but it is a treacherous step, each one forward near these traps. And I mean, they're kind of leaving JackeyLove out on an island here. Out of position, they're going to jump on Hog as they see Kanavi reset, and that's more than enough single target burst. And now JackeyLove, you've been clutching towards those adoration stacks like pearls around your neck, but the entire armada of BLG wants them, and they'll claim them with an ace in the hole to be the cherry on top.
A lot of this starts, I want to give BLG credit. We've seen them intently put the Kate Elise into the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser does not want to play into that combo. The first time we saw him die up top, this time we saw him TP to get away from it. The fact that they're forcing the swaps, it's forced Top Esports to swap down tempo, which is increasing the lead only for BLG, as they will clean up this turret. While all that was going on, I mean, 369 was forced to TP up top. He's jailed. And it is Top looking for a fight. Yeah, I mean, bot lane didn't reset. I actually like this from Top. I think they're kind of forced to like do something goofier.
That's fine.
Yeah, they have to throw everything at the wall until something sticks. But all it's been sticking is layering CC from Elk and On to kill off Hong. Kanavi finds one trade back on a Knight. Creep's going to flash away from Bit, but he's going to follow him over the wall. Has the all-out if he needs it. Going to pull the trigger on that one. Damage up his amplification power and send Creep packing. Oh, and grab the dragon on the back end of it.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think that it's a little bit of desperation, like, clearly, but Knight was no ult. They did get Bin's TP out, and 369 at least got to play it. So it looks grim for Top Esports, but hell, it's a grim game to begin with before we get into that. So I feel like Top, I mean, we're really seeing them reach into desperation. And, man, I mean, this is a series. Yeah, I mean, this is a series now where BLG, the 2 games that they've won, I mean, this has been incredibly one-sided if they are to wrap this one up and push us to 5.
Oh my god, Kanavi can't even grab this. It'll be at least a turret being traded. Like, 369 finally does grab himself this turret.
Got a bounty.
Objective bounty as well, so pity prizes a galore. But does On chase this? I mean, Knight has ult. Knight's in the area.
Use the rocket belt to get away from the claw, then hits the cocoon into the charm. That layering you guys talked about has been on point all game long from BLG, and well, now they feel like they can't just run down their opponents. Shadow just daring JackeyLove to try and throw autos at him. You don't know who's behind this, Poppy. It could be the entire BLG team.
It's a mid-wave for sure. Caitlyn's still going to take this next one too. Knight gets paid on top side. They've got Herald to play for after they're done pillaging the top side of this map. BLG make it look easy here with this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is just start to finish, and it's kind of what happens when you take, you know, a not Draven lane into a Kate Elise lane. Things can get very out of control very early if things do get volatile. Those are 2 very volatile lanes being taken. And yeah, I mean, it was BLG. Their jungler is the one that was able to interact with that lane better earlier. And part of that was also because Kanavi decided to take a few plays on the top side that was unwarranted. So
a point that I was trying to make earlier, and we'll see what happens with this Herald play in mid, is that when Shadow did join the lineup, he was just playing pretty decently for himself, like even just away from playing with BLG.
Hold on, Ulk, another desperation play here. They do get the knockups and the paranoia down onto Elk. He's able to flash over the wall, but now he's surrounded, trapped in the Death Realm, and well, 369 flashes after to secure that first shutdown. Goal number 1 accomplished. How much work can you get on the back end of it? Knight here still has flash, still has Spirit Rush, and there is no point chasing Inari with all those tools at their disposal. Nonetheless, big amount of gold into the pocket of 369.
So Elk burned both Sums and Barrier, still dies. That is something where with the Nocturne and a Nautilus, you can try to rinse and repeat. This is what Top Esports needs. I think they needed a volatile game.
Big empowered blast cone into a charm onto who else but Cream the turret to get the job done. Push back on Hong into his own turret. And now Shadow gets to start running down Knight alongside him, but no Spirit Rush means they can't find those last couple of kills.
There just isn't a post play that Top Esports can win. Like they're throwing everything they have just to get any sort of ounce of a lead. And they're trying to play out objectives with numbers after that and just can't do it. I think
Shadow gets this. Yep.
Yes, he does.
Let's get to game 5, boys. Yeah, this one's kind of chalked. It's 8,000 gold lead at 16 minutes. Every BLG win has been overwhelmingly a BLG win. Top Esports feels like they have to really fight and claw for every single advantage so far in this series. Incredibly well coordinated between On and Knight here. Every piece of CC lands. The turret is also hitting him at the same time thanks to that unraveled Earth. Also, I will say, Hong, for as prolific as he is supposed to be known for these Hook champions, has been kind of off his game so far in this Nautilus.
It's been an off game. Again, I mean, kind of what happens, though, when you are able to send resources to this Kato East lane and they get going to the depths that they've been going. This Top Esports draft doesn't feel like... we weren't as against this one as the Game 2 one, but for sure when Draven Nautilus can't really answer the strength of this Kato East lane, yeah, I mean, things can get out of control and out of hand quite quickly. So I think any shutdown that can come on a Jaculov would be a big win. He's trying to get those adoration stacks back. I mean, he's almost at 250. That is quite a bit.
What's interesting, though, you guys talked about, we still weren't the biggest fans of this draft, but it is Top Esports taking some of those champions you guys highlighted as big picks, right?
They might get
on. Still the Nautilus and still the Talia. The TS are going to lose access on. They're going to go after On, and my God, he's just stun locked. Depth charge over. No flash, no barrier on this Caitlyn. Kanavi's going to get on top of him. Cream uses the Weaver's Wall to get close enough, but they don't get the flick back on the seismic shove. It's going to have to be a flash over, but Elk still survives and thrives as Knight lands another charm. Cream to go down to a Q. Give Knight another reset. See you later, TS. You can't find that engage. They throw Bin into the Death Realm, but he's going to come out with more than enough support that he needs because Shadow is there on the flank. All out to pull Jaculov, who flashes after Elk, but he can't even find that kill. Nothing going right for Top Esports as they once again have to swallow the harsh pill of throwing a Game 4 and going the distance against Billy Gaming.
I mean, it started with 2 picks onto the bot lane of BLG, but unfortunately, it still is a 10k gold deficit, and I think that's one of the bigger wallet diff fights I've seen. I don't know how Elk got his way out of that one, but he did against the Nocturne and the Talia as BLG. I mean, again, Top Esports, they've had a couple moments where this is a squishy, volatile comp they're going up against. They were actually able to find stuff. I mean, this W from On didn't make it into the brush. He walked up with a false sense of security. He gets taken out. Elk is split up. How does Elk live this, though? Like, everything gets thrown into Elk as...
It's just Nocturne.
Oh, the
Cream
wall.
Get to land anything?
He should have taken the wall down earlier.
Oh,
the arm miss from Jaculov. Oh, man. Just a series of unfortunate events there. That should have been 2 kills for sure for Top. That could have been a big moment for them, honestly, getting back in. But no, it just gets taken away immediately. And now they're down numbers. Fight comes in. Shadow, BLG, ready to thrive.
Look at Jaculov. He's trying, man. He's trying to get every single... He flashes forward, doesn't get the stand aside, right into the trap. It's another Dragon Soul point. I don't think we're seeing a Soul here in this game, gentlemen. It's going to be an Otacon that spawns on the top side. You can already see that BLG are trying to use this mid-wave to walk into the top side jungle of TES.
They'll do that with ease, Ulk. And they'll turn onto, again, an epic monster that have seen such proportional gold leads thrown away so many times in the LPL, but in this game, I want to point out just how much of a stat stick and a guarantee it is for BLG. That's just how dominant they are in this Game 4, and it's hard to even think about Game 5 with how much bad TS has just gotten slapped around. I mean, the vibes, the mentality of losing like this when you could have had everything with this game win, we'll just have to see how much it weighs on this team.
Is there even a play for them to make? I mean, like, Cream's going to have to pick up this mid-wave, and as soon as he shows there, I'm sure that BLG are going to try to pull this objective. Now it's going to come down to, can Cream get here in time with the Weaver's Wall? Can Top Esports even walk in with 4 members?
Not against Kato East. I mean, Kato East, sorry, it's so hard. Like, Mordekaiser behind like this, you just aren't useful as a champion. Like, you need to be playing from ahead. I think thematically it's tough. Top gonna try.
What the?
They do actually end up grabbing On. There's Kanavi diving in, but a great repel comes across from On. Elk has to flash away for 369. They get Elk and On out of this one. It's actually Kanavi that picks up the Otacon, and Knight is very low, but he charms Jaculov on the backside of the fight. 369 finds the kill onto Elk. Now Shadow very low. We're starting to see the wall of diff come through again. There's just not enough damage, not enough juice in the TES smoothie to make anything worth coming away with. The kills start to fall right back towards BLG. Cream desperately kiting himself back, but Ben has more than enough health, more than enough cooldowns, and oh, a flash to top it all out. Another BLG ace.
Yep. It's cool that top esports grabbed themselves the Otacon, but that might just be the biggest pity prize of them all here in this game number 4. I don't know what else to say, Cubby. Like, it was nice. It's cool that they got it, but I don't think it ultimately changes what is going to be the outcome of this game.
I mean, I think it's telling, like, a lot of the strength that BLG took were in their lanes, and the setups are harder for them. Like, I think that Shadow got, really nice there from
Nice buffer.
They waited a little bit too long on this. I think 369 able to get Elk. I mean, this is really significant. I think that Bin zoning off Jackie up like this, like, probably is not that worth it. Jackie's like really not the problem in this one. You kind of abandoned Elk and On while you were able to create some chaos. Because, yes, top esports are getting walleted, but I do think that some of these setups from BLG, it first shows off like how volatile this bot lane is and some of the difficulties of that later on in the game. But I also think that overall it could be a little bit cleaner, could be a little bit better.
That's not happening. Cubby, come on. You've been here for what, like 9+ months here? You should know BLG are not going to have clean objective setups. It's been like that for 2 years. You got to get with the program. We're here in Grand Finals, man. Come on.
We picked all hands, man. It's fine. Just give BLG the hands champs, and it's chill, as always.
It's all hands on deck. It just happens to be literally in the game.
And again, it can be frustrating and signs that we can point to that they should be punished on, and especially on a stage like this, but it's hard to knock the results-based analysis for BLG, right, guys? The all-hands diff, if it's working, you can't scrutinize it that much until maybe we start having worlds conversations.
I think we can. Some of these objective setups have made me very sad. For Cubby, makes him cringe a little bit. I know you guys don't have access to caster cams, but it's been rather fun to watch. They're going to have an 11,000 gold lead before the 4th dragon spawns at 23 minutes.
Otacon did level out the levels a wee bit, but yeah, that no overcoming that gold differential. As the luxury items are in place for BLG, I mean, a verdant barrier on the Ahri. That's going to be really nice for Knight, taking away some of that power.
I'm sensing another half-court attempt here from TES to scramble some gold back and try to deny this soul up in 10 seconds. They take a big stance in the river, and what do they find? Jack Squat. They don't land any of the CC. Shao says, I'm going forward into the 3-man keeper's work. That was deceptively disgusting. Lights go out, but they still see 369. He pulls Shadow into the Death Realm, but he doesn't even win in his home arena right now. He's buying time. Jackie Love gets a reset on tonight. They do end up trading out 369. Jackie Love doesn't have the damage to contend with Bin for now, but they've able to trade themselves 1-for-1, knock Knight out of the picture. Cream tried to split BLG right down the seams, but they can't commit to it just yet, and everyone tries to calm back down as the Dragon hits the Rift.
Knight has no TP, and the Elise should be, like, this is a good state for Elise, just stand off, get the spam out, the Spider Wings, it's okay. So BLG should be able to fight their way back into this one.
Cream coming back.
You can see things looking rather grim for top, and I mean, Chemsoul is, I think, pretty deceptively strong. A lot of that power comes in the damage reduction when you get low, which is kind of hidden. And yeah, it's going to be even harder for top esports team. Already down 11k gold, actually find kills and wrap those up. So good pickup for BLG as, again, I think some of their strength shown through.
That was a pretty decent fight, all things considered. Like, they were able to take it slow from top esports. It's as winning as it's going to get at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is, like, it's why it was so important that BLG got off to the start they did, because when you're playing with Elise support, I mean, you are there for damage and gold value, and you don't bring a lot of utility outside of that. Like, your Cocoon is used to set up charms and traps, and that's nice, but yeah, I mean, it's not the same consistent team fighting tools we're used to seeing out of support, and I think we are seeing some of the oopsies there and some of the power of tops, like more cohesive draft, but we're still in the state where it's just no world, no gold value, where that's going to change anything as Kanavi.
Here's some more gold value back towards BLG. Actually, good fear from Kanavi gets himself out, but I think BLG will take the victory in the fact that there's no paranoia and there's no way for Kanavi to dive in for a 50-50.
369's not going to make it here in time. He has to catch a mid-wave. You can see that Knight and On are just sitting in this brush waiting to make a pick. I think this is desperate from top esports. We should just be attending waves. Maybe we just try to pick up a top wave.
Okay, Bin on the front lines. Just kind of staring down 4 members of TES. Baron's going to be picked up. Whirling Death does not land. They're going to stun onto 369. Can they get him before he pulls the Death Realm? Yes. 369 goes down. Shadow goes forward. BLG looking for the final march forward, and they're using their huge gold lead to show TES who's the big boss on the Rift. 2 absolute slobber knockings from BLG have gotten them to the distance. For the second time in a week, we go 5 games. We bring Silver Scrapes to the Split 3 Grand Finals with the #1 world seed on the line.
It is another 27-minute victory here for BLG in this series. Another dominating display against Top Esports. And Slayer, you said it best. Let's get those Chinese silver scrapes up and running for the fans, because we're going to Game 5.
What a game, what a series. I mean, all it's been a treat to be blessed with this series twice in a row. Cubby, how you feeling knowing we're going the distance once again, Top Esports BLG?
I hope we get a closer Game 5. That's how I'm feeling. That one was pretty over pretty soon. As the 2 BLG wins, props to them. They've been dominant. But man, like these closer games, I think that we're seeing some of the strengths of Top Esports really shine. Those objective setups, how they're able to play. Don't think they were able to play out that game pretty early on in that game. I mean, once Kanavi got behind to the state he did, 3-4 cold down. Weren't able to contest the bot dive a couple times. I do want to give BLG a lot of credit. This K2 is very scary from them. It is their comfort. It is the well they go back to when things get tough, when they have to dig deep and try and find something. That's going to be off the table now. They used this to beat Top Esports in Game 5 last time. They'd use it in Game 4 this time around. We'll see what happens in Game 5.
That's what I was going to bring up. The difference between this series and the last one was we saw a game like this from BLG and that bottom lane, but it was in Game 5 to end the series. Now, they got to go to it a game early, and we have no idea what Game 5 lies ahead of us. It is on one trio to figure out what we could be getting, and that is our analyst desk, as they will break down Game 4 and try and set up expectations for the final game of Split 3, TES BLG Game 5. Analyst desk, take it away.
Well, we find ourselves with a 5-game finals. Bangers only. .LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man. I've got Rude Dude here as well. Kai pushing the buttons behind the screen, and I'm just so happy we get to go to the distance. It's a little bit unfortunate the way that BLG have dominated the games that they have won, but there's a lot of conversations coming into this game number 5. I'm going to start with you, K-Man. What are your feelings coming away for Top Esports after that unfortunate incident? I feel like all across game number 4.
My feelings are that these teams should watch the analyst desk and listen to what we are talking about, because that's the second time this series where we have said something right at the end of the analyst desk, and then it's immediately gone back to bite some losing team. If you are losing in the early game, do not keep running it down. It will get better at some point. It just got so out of control so quickly. I think a couple of mistakes in draft here, even if I do like Top Esports draft in theory, Knight's Ahri is just too much of a problem to give over.
And, you know, you look at these stats, these numbers, the game itself, it wasn't particularly pretty to watch. If you're a Top Esports fan, BLG fans will be rejoicing, but On had a wonderful time of things on the Elise, and I think that was, you know, he's one of the players that I really want to sing the praises of for not just this game, but this series as well. We can do that a little bit later, but you can look across the board how just everywhere is involved. The kill participation is not particularly exciting for BLG, but you just know that really wherever anything's happening, you're going to have the chance to get Knight there. Knight Ahri delivering as we maybe didn't know was going to happen, but that we expected it would.
I'm not going to lie, I'm getting like PTSD right now, because back in 2023 summer when I went to Sion and I watched Jackie Love lock in a Draven, and it did not go his way in that one, and I was unbelievably excited about it. It didn't go his way this time again. So I guess it's just a little bit of a curse in finals here for him. But I guess when we're talking about how these teams have approached this, we have to think that Top Esports are going to be back on the blue side, and that's going to provide them a lot of strength into Game 5. And we're already getting kind of nutty drafts coming into this game itself. And I'm very curious once we get to that conversation of what's going to happen for game number 5. But is it just another mid MVP? Are we just 4 for 4 for mid MVPs this time around, Rude?
It's entirely possible. The Knight Ahri was very, very solid, and I don't think anybody's going to be complaining if it so happens to be that he gets another MVP for his performance in this series, and then for this Ahri game in particular. Charm after charm landing. We were finding several different saves as well. There were certain instances, you know, like one on our screen right now, where Elk very, very much likely to go down. However, does manage to claw his way back in and you know, get saved by Knight in this instance.
And I think that's really the clutch factor of Knight, is that he's always doing the right thing on these champions, even if it's not the most obvious thing. And, you know, not that saving your AD carry is not the obvious thing, but just rather, I think there are multiple plays throughout this game that are pretty indicative of just him finding angles that I think other Ahri players don't find as easily here. Being able to find avenues onto Cream on the Talia in particular to really take him out of these fights. This was one of the more chaotic ones on the Otacon in this one. We actually do get the steal coming in from Kanavi. You know, we were talking about this. If they weren't down 10k gold, this might actually have been an okay fight for Top Esports. It just, I mean, early game, mid game, it was such a disaster. You gave so much free gold and experience and just general tempo over to BLG. There was no way to play this out, even if you were perfect.
But why was it close though, Rude? Why did it feel close? Why were there moments you're like, how is Top Esports fighting back a 10,000 gold lead?
I mean, I dare say there's an element of disrespect from BLG when they know they're so far ahead. Like, I would do the same thing. I think the majority of us would as well, where we're in these positions that, well, these guys are, they're so far behind that it's pretty difficult to lose. So we can maybe play a little bit more disrespectfully than previously. And you do have to think as well about what it is that this BLG composition wanted to do, where they kind of just needed to keep on going forward regardless. So their ability to take every single fight.
Let's go,
maybe they were using it a bit liberally.
Sorry to cut you off there. I do. We like Knight. He gets hyped sometimes, but it's not all the time. It's on his Ahri. He's popping off. He's yelling in comms. The man's fired up, and I couldn't be more excited to see if he's going to end up getting that MVP for this one. I know the Ahri is always deadly in the hands of Knight, but it's good to see him step up again. I talked so much about, you know, falling to good old Shanks, falling to Cream in a lot of cases, and now trying to win this championship off the back of his performance. And it's 4 for 4 mid lanes. Back and forth we go, K-Man.
It's the pendulum swinging. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for LPL mid laners here, is back-to-back-to-back-to-back LPL mid player of the games. This one absolutely deserved. Not that the others weren't, just that this was truly an outstanding Ahri game. I think we remembered that we probably shouldn't give this guy this champion, and I imagine that even going into some future Worlds matchups, potentially, that might be a problem that's rectified.
Well, before we getting ready, at least, for that next draft, for that game number 5, we do have a special treat. Old Rafa has put together a wonderful piece to the LPL English puzzle. We have our own version of Silver Scrapes that's going to be playing here. It is titled Silver Dragons, an inspiration and homage to the LPL. Thank you so much, Rafa. And let's go ahead and have us a banger game number 5. Silver Scrapes now. Absolute chills. Pop off King. Rafa, thank you so much for an incredible iteration of the Silver Scrapes. Our very own, and what a magical moment. It's just so fitting that at the end of the year, the end of this long, long year, we get 5 full games between Top Esports and Billy Gaming. I want to go ahead and bring up the predictions here really quick and get your guys' feelings and thoughts of where we are, because we only have 2 possible choices left. It is 3-2 Top Esports or 3-2 BLG. We still have some people in the running here, a good 10 of us. K-Man, go to you first. Your thoughts so far on the series and the leanings of these predictions.
Yeah, I had 3-1 Top Esports in this one. I did not see BLG showing up in the way they have, but their wins have been the most dominant games of the entire series. They've looked phenomenal. And you know what? I just have to tip my cap to Mazel for still being in it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, looking at this, I was expecting Top Esports to be able to run away with this series, to be honest. I was expecting maybe one close game between BLG and Top, but like K-Man said pretty much perfectly, that the only close games have been when Top Esports have won. If BLG are winning, they're doing it so convincingly that it never even looks close. And, you know, shout outs to Mazel for still being in the running, and, you know, our casters as well. On other sides, the colours seeming to fade.
Discord's
Top Esports
in there.
Game 5, but... Yeah. Lots of people still in the running.
Yeah. Now, we are going to break away from the predictions, and I want to go ahead and get your guys' final thoughts going into a game number 5 from either team. Whatever side you want to take, whatever you want to say, go ahead and get it out now. Rude, let's start with you.
I think that On in particular is a player who I'm going to keep my eyes on, right? He's a player who's been mocked, been laughed at for his performances, but also in this series, even in their loss in game number 3, I think he played a really, really solid Bard game in that second win of theirs where they were playing the Elise. A really, really solid performance again. I think if BLG can hammer it or rely on that support, put a little bit of pressure down there and give him the access to turn around this map, I think he's had the better series than Hong so far, and he could be the difference maker.
How about you, K-Man?
I'm going to go to the other side of that bot lane matchup, JackeyLove. For me, it all comes down to JackeyLove. This could be his final LPL domestic game, depending on what happens here. And if he goes out, he wants to go out on a bang. This is one of the greatest AD carries of all time. See if he can show up in game number 5.
I already had to stop my lip from quivering once in this last little bit here, but it's been an incredible year. I'm so happy that our teams are leaving everything out on the table. It's incredible that we are going to have history made after this next game. One of these players will step forward in the most winningest LPL player in its history as a long-standing league in the best in the world. That's an incredible accolade. Who will it be? Top Esports versus BLG, game number 5. Couldn't be any more sweet. And let's go ahead and sit it over to our sweet casters.
Welcome, friends, back to the caster desk one final time tonight. Game 5. Top Esports, Billy Gaming looming in the wings. And it has been such a split, such a year, and such a series for these two teams with so much history you heard the desk talk about and stakes for the future on the line. And gentlemen, I just want to get your first impressions of what we're about to come through, where your head's at. Alk, I want to start with you.
I, probably similar to Cubby, just wish that it is not a Game 2 or a Game 4 affair. I want to see something a little bit more even. And honestly, even if it is a BLG win, I still want to see some decisive League of Legends here, because I think our Game 5, some of these have been kind of robbed from us. The closest I think Game 5 we've had here in the bracket was Weibo versus AL.
Cubby,
yeah, I mean, not wrong. I know we're talking behind the scenes, like, you know, we hope that Game 5 is a little bit more like Game 3 than Games 2 and 4, as we'd like a close one to wrap things up. But I think that has to be a story coming into this last game. The fact that BLG, A, they've stuck with Shadow, B, the games they've won have been extremely volatile and one-sided in their favor, and you know, C, with the differing game paces that we've seen from each of these teams, I think that lane priority, jungle priority has been mattering a lot. We've seen BLG blow up those leads with a very winning draft in Game 2 and then leads they drafted for in Game 4 to quick victories. And so what happens in this next one? Does Top try and still stick with that early game, probably take blue side and see what happens there? Or do we see more of a steady Eddie Game 1, the likes that we saw where both teams actually play pretty stable, made some cautious decisions, and we didn't see an explosive map?
And as we've talked about all series long, you guys have done such a great job highlighting what big champion picks are going to be on the table as we've gone game by game. So, Cubby, I know you want to bring up one name that you've mentioned this whole series long in the mid lane. Do you think how much higher can the Annie priority get at this point?
I mean, given the rest of the drafts, apparently not that high. We've just been ignoring Annie for the majority of the day. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see an Annie Victor handshake. But I think that just given what we talked about with these very fast early games that we're seeing from our teams, Annie has to be talked about as a pick that we could see. I think Annie Nefiri is probably the best pairing left, and unless you like want to get really creative with an assassin. We've seen Kiana denied for the entire day on red side. I don't expect to see Nico making an appearance in Game 5 either. I think another pick's maybe Alistar. But yeah, I mean, we started the day with a question like, I thought it was more important for Top Esports to win in 3 or 4, because I think that Game 5, their champion pool is going to get pushed the most. And we'll see if that ends up being something that's true or not as we dive into this Game 5.
Yeah, we are 4 games deep into this series, and Blue Side has won 3 of them. It is so important to me that Top Esports won game number 1 on Red Side. Most importantly, they will now have access to Blue Side as we go into Game 5. But we said the same thing about this team in the first series. They found a win on Red Side, still ended up losing the series, still had side select going into that last and final game. Weren't able to pull it out. I hope that this time it is something different. I am praying that we do not get a 3-3-3 Gragas. Please, as the fans in the arena, it is all lights, all up for game number 5. The Top Esports and BLG fan sections hopefully going wild for their boys.
One more time before we get set for this draft. If you've tuned in late, that's okay. We're happy you're here. These are the stakes at hand for this draft. Top Esports, if they can win here, they shoot up to the number 1 seed for the LPL. BLG slots into second. A BLG win here, they're your number 1 seed. AL get out of the regional qualifiers, but everyone, it goes further past that. If Top Esports can win here, 369 and Kanavi stand alone as having the deepest trophy cabinet of any player in LPL history. If BLG win it, the same can be said for the golden left hand himself, Knight, standing alone at the top of the LPL trophy-wise. There's history in this Game 5, there's Fearless in this Game 5, and there's future international stakes in this Game 5. It really cannot get sweeter than this, Cubby.
Yeah, I'm sure as many of our viewers know, T1 did lose to Gen G earlier, so that means that the team that has never lost a best-of-5 to an LPL team in World's history will meet the LPL 4th seed. So I think avoiding that regional gauntlet matters a little bit more here for Top Esports, as they don't want to have their World's path ended quickly by a potential T1 victory in that LPL 4th seed versus LCK 4th seed matchup we have to really solidify our World's main event that will be featured in this 2025 format. So, I mean, we might look back at this game if Top Esports, I don't want to wish ill upon them, but let's say they don't get through this. Let's say they aren't able to win the regional gauntlet and they face T1. This could be the deciding game, as they had 2 Game 5s to try and take down BLG and try and move forward to qualify for Worlds early. This game could be very critical for them in their futures.
And you think about the iconography of not only just who could potentially be the player with the most amount of trophies here in the LPL, but we talked about trophies literally as we're going back to the old Summoners Cup for this World's Championship. All year long, we've been not given the chance to talk about the Silver Dragon Cup right there in the middle of the arena. And it is going to be one last game on Summoner's Rift, one last draft, Top Esports on the blue side, and immediately we come out with a Kalista ban and a Sivir ban. So we thought it was going to be Sivir for Jackie Love at one point in the series. That is not going to be the case.
Do they ban Silas? If they ban Silas, I think it's really telling they want to go after Alistar, also Nefiri being taken away. That's the best Annie pairing that we have left. I think a Silas ban would be really good for Top Esports here for a few reasons. One, it is a potential answer to Annie. Not to mention that first pick, Alistar, which I think has been Hong's best champs for the entirety of the year.
Are we giving up Nico on 3 here? This is Kiana and Nico have been 100%
You can leave Nico and
banned.
Alistar up. You can leave Nico and Alistar up. That's the plan. They ban out the Silas. It's going to be an Alistar for Nico trade. Now, if I'm top, I would expect for Hong to go for Alistar. It is his most played champ and most successful champ that we've seen from him this year. But this is a real choice that you have if you're top, and I like this from BLG. I think it kind of takes out some of the power of that first pick if you're actually just deciding between Nico or Alistar. And you can't give away both, because if you do, Knight is more than willing to play that Nico mid. He's played it already, I believe, this split or last. So I don't think you can give away both picks either.
So they will grab the Nico top esports. I wonder how much bottom lane pairings also factor into this. But as this series has gone on, we talked about bringing the melee mid laners out to play. And with Knight getting fired up after that Ahri win, how amazing, how awe-inspiring is it, Alk, that we are getting Game 5 Knight Akali?
No Silas to counter it either, so let's see what Cream might go for. Still Victor available here in this series. And something that we've talked about through a couple of these games so far is JackeyLove and Hung have not really had the best laning phases versus Elkanon here tonight. So a Nico hopefully to try to get over that hump, change up the matchup, give something for JackeyLove and Hung to really play around in this 2v2. You're going to be playing into a Jhin as well, so BLG really want to have that reach going into the back line. We're getting Kanavi, Lee Sin, and finally Game 5 Annie for Kareem.
Look, I think that Alistar, it has to be the pick here for On. You're going to need that Unstoppable to get out of the wombo that Top Esports is bringing. But for Game 5, having Nico, Annie, and Lee Sin, I think this is a good start for Top. They have the AoE, they have the circles they want to bring, and a lot of the series has been about who can play faster. Top Esports is pretty much the team that will be playing faster with the draft they're showing early on. It's going to be BLG on the back foot. Now, I would like a Sejuani ban. I think that should be assumed that we're going to throw that out. Before they throw out a Gwen ban, I think that that's somewhat justified. They don't want to pick Gwen for themselves, and Gwen does provide some real value on top of being Bin's. One of Bin's best champions, actually the most banned champ against BLG this split. So I do like the fact that they're taking that away. I really feel like it's important, though, they take away Sejuani. I don't think you want Shadow on Sejuani this game.
Who cares? You should get Maokai.
Yeah, true. There's the Maokai angle always up there, right? I wonder if BLG got just trying to pinch JackeyLove's pool as much as possible. There's Fortune for the Wombo, Zeri for the scaling. So now we got to start thinking, what does JackeyLove feel comfortable playing on, and what fits into what Top Esports are already showing?
Only thing left is a Lucian, potentially, from what we've seen. There's also that Smolder that we've seen constantly hovered here. Going to take away the Vi that makes it through 5.
I think that's why they banned Vi. I think they're going to go Smolder here. I think that's a good call. I mean, Annie Nico can double as Peel, Lee Sin as well, be a very malleable front line, and it kind of does give that, you know, late game, hey, if we screw up early, if things go awry, we still have that Smolder late. It's a survivable lane against the Jhin. No way.
Don't get baited. Don't get baited. It's a blind.
Okay. Still, blind Jace.
I got baited.
Should I don't like be this. Aatrox as it responds.
Yeah, Aatrox.
You could Gragas.
Oh, no, we don't say that in
Gragas
Game 5.
Is a lot of value. It's into Akali, into the Alistar, into the Jace. I actually like Gragas a lot this game. I think that he has a lot of value if you're going to try and hold the door.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know, Alk.
I think he knows. I think he's willing. I think he's just willing to gamble that 369 is going to hit a 9 this time around. Seems like they're going back and forth. They want to give JackeyLove a little bit more time. We talked about whether it was going to be the Smolder. I had posited maybe it's a Lucian game, at least from what is left in the pool here, from what we have seen from JackeyLove so far throughout the split. And this could be the last game, the most important champion that JackeyLove has chosen here in this series.
Does he want to try to run over a lane, or does he want to be the scale policy?
Okay.
JackeyLove wants to get aggressive and immediately give TES a very volatile bottom lane, as Sejuani will be the counter pick for Shadow, and you have your final draft of Split 3 in front of you.
I think this draft, Elk, is very telling of where the series is at. Just because, I mean, this is a world where it's going to be about priority. And that's why the Annie is being slammed. That's why the Nico's being slammed. It's about early game for Top Esports. If this one goes late, I don't think that you can deal with Jace Akali, Sejuani later on. Like, the damage just kind of runs out. As... Okay, they're going to last minute swap, but we'll be
They took a long time for that one. I was like,
you have till 20 seconds. You have till 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So
I think it's interesting, right? Like, Aatrox in this game could be really, really powerful. I don't see too many ways for Top Esports or for BLG to get around this champion if we get later on. And while Nico is going to be squishy as an AP like burst champion, from BLG side, I need to see them be able to execute on this. Like, we've given now Bin and Knight, Jace, Akali. This feels like absolutely I am looking for my solo lanes. We have Elk on Jhin. This is the ultimate gauntlet now here for BLG. Play through your solo lanes, allow for your jungle and support to really leverage their ability to start and end fights, and pray, cheer for the faith if you are a Billy fan.
It's finally time. We have gone as far as we possibly can. 10 whole games between these two teams in under a week, but this one means the most. For all the marbles, Game 5, Top Esports, Billy Gaming. As we return to the familiar battle arena we all love, know, and sometimes hate, Summoner's Rift. It all comes down to this.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
We may not be able to hear their energy as well, but you can see it, you can feel it, how much emotion is packed into this arena. And as you see in many Game 5s, sort of respectful fan start across the board. Just the classic Raptors words likely to come down here. Cream using the stun to make sure Shadow really can't contest. And we start anew.
I wanted to ask, we had the AI on the screen. It said that BLG were favored later in the game. I know you've been a big proponent of this AI.
Kind of.
Are you in tune? Are you in tune?
Kind of. I hate the AI. I hate all AI, you know.
True.
Screw the machines as I sit here casting computer games. But, you know, I don't know. I think that this one, it kind of is pending on if Aatrox can die. But I think that I favor BLG later on just because Alistar, you're guaranteed to pretty much get 2 rounds of cooldowns off in these fights, which I think is going to be really, really important because Top Esports is running out of damage eventually here, Slayer.
But what has not run out of action has been this bottom lane across this whole series. It's been Jackie and Hong dictating that tempo a ton of the time here. And once again, going to be able to likely get to this level 2 comfortably. Elkanon really need to bring a lot of resolve and respect the fact that this is a level 1 Alistar. This is a Jhin that really just can't compete with the burst here. And they'll learn from their past errors we've seen in this series.
I'm just happy that finally Jackie and Hong actually get to play an early game. Like, even all the way back from game number 1, it felt like Elkanon were really taking them to task in the laning phase alone. And Jackie and Hong, I feel like, have not been a duo that we really relied upon in the laning phase. I feel like their mid-game is kind of where they've really gotten their start, and they've had to build a lot of that synergy just in Split 3 alone with a last-minute roster change in Split 3, Hong coming in over Crisp.
It could be a difference maker, too. I think it's pretty crazy that Hong went from being benched on Weibo for Erhoff. The right decision, as our team said at the time.
Yes.
And has become one of the better supports in the LPL this split. Could be a victor here with the team of Top Esports. Definitely been a big glow up for him, one that was necessary. So we do take a look, 369, 5-1 in 6 plays on the Aatrox. Gonna be down a little bit to the Jace early on in lane as you're going up against Jace, and that's Bin as well. Terrifying laner. But Bin, I gotta say, I feel like Bin has been quieter in this series. And if there was any game for Bin to really make his mark, going back to that upper bracket final, I thought that Bin was a big difference maker in that game 5 to take down 369 and Top Esports on the Jace. Definitely has a lot of power in his hands this game, even though because that Aatrox, I think it needs to be set behind.
Good cancel from Shadow on the Sonic Wave recast there. It's going to be Scuttlecrab controlled towards the Shadow, so Convi has to make the long and slightly awkward walk towards the bottom crab, but he's going to make sure that Knight walks away with a couple hundred HP points less.
He missed some XP for that because that wave was frozen, so I actually like that a lot from Kanavi. And he's going to be able to do his wraps on time still. So I know it's small, but we like to celebrate the little things here as Knight is going to try and stick around. I like what Knight's doing as well. I know that wave is grim, but he waited for Annie to reset until he went to wrap that one up, so we'll ensure that the wave gets in, even if the visit from Kanavi was the intent of that was to set Knight behind a little bit and was successful.
Shadow, really quickly, does have the Unsealed Spellbook. This has been basically go-to for Shadow when he's been stuck on the Sejuani. So let's see what he's able to get done, what kind of different summoner spells he can utilize early in this game. I imagine getting access to something like an Ignite to maybe cut down on the healing versus 369 could be interesting. An Exhaust as well.
I think that the double TP threat, too, from jungle and support for BLG could be really big around those grub plays. So we'll see what they're able to do. Like, you can use that to make a play bot and then go still play the grubs top, right? Like, you can get really crazy with double TP in your 2 support roles. So curious if BLG catches in on that one. Obviously, same option, not available for Top Esports.
Seeing a roam down from Knight here. Just scouting to try and get some wards to maybe just help provide some ailment to this pressure that JackeyLove and Hong are starting to really get here. You can already see the CS totals here for JackeyLove. Oh, but multiple waves into Elk, who, like Alki pointed out, is looking to play facilitator, the Jin pick. It's BLG leaning on their solo lanes to carry them home, but still a big problem brewing as this bottom lane plays out more.
Yeah, and I mean, Elk, this is a pretty big lead. It's going to turn into the first Drake, and it's being... or not first Drake. I got baited there by Nico for a sec. But this is a big lead. I'm a little bit surprised. I know it's Nico and the Alistar. Obviously, you're going to be up early. Like, the top did draft for this, but you feel like this is on pace, a little bit bigger than what you would expect in the bot lane for this point?
Ooh.
Shadow.
Mid?
He's not sick.
Doesn't have the Glacial
Alistar's
Prison.
here.
Timber's out, stun comes across, Cream gonna flash out, tries to follow, can they get the Sejuani stun in? Yes, with the perfect execution! Down falls Cream, first blood to Shadow and Billy.
That is huge. I mean, On has been stacking some of these waves. You saw an early roam to get this ward onto the Raptors. Now he shows up mid. Wasn't a big part of this play, but the fact that they get the pincer onto Cream, no flash, no teleport, and now that early dragon that you're hinting at, Cubby, could be something that they could look for now that Elk is coming out of base.
I actually really like what BLG is doing with the lanes. They're going to put Elk in mid to try and play this wave a little bit quicker, where they might be able to open up an angle here and keep Knight on the map to try and play defense, but they just use some
Snap engage. They tether the Deadly Floor stun as well, but Kanavi gets a big heal, gets back out, and On has to pay the price with his life. Big trade back for Elk, though, gets a huge crit shot on to the Lucian.
And he wins
Elk
these.
trying to front line here. They're trying to wait for those anti-stuns to come back up, and Knight's going to eat it first. Immediately, they flash on top of the gold left hand and turn him to rust. All chaos breaking out in the mid lane as the Glacial Prison comes across for Shadow. Cream going to eat it. Elk is holding on to the crit shot. He flashes for the dancing grenade and hits it home. Double kill to Shadow. 5 kills to BLG before 7 minutes.
And that all starts from On with a huge headbutt pulverize. Now he gets to teleport back onto the map, help his team. Look at this. This is a 2-man engage onto Kanavi and JackeyLove. Massive find coming in.
For me, it's a mistake from JackeyLove, though, in the back half. You should not flash for this kill on. It means nothing. He blew his CDs to put yourself in that awful position early on. It's JackeyLove misplaying the fight, Elk playing the fight beautifully on the back half, and that was the game changer into the ante, because you don't have to flash for that Alistar. Let someone else do it.
He gets 6 because of this.
I know, yeah. If that doesn't happen, I think that death was very poor from JackeyLove as he goes down way too early in the fight. Not worth it to trade your life for the Alistar. And that AD not being up was the difference maker. Now JackeyLove, he's going down.
Knight into the Shroud. They have a current call coming over top. Watch on the flight side as Knight gets popped here by Kanavi, and that kind of ruins the whole play there. Knight getting a bit too skittish with his engages as the nerves really showing in this game 5 for both of our teams.
That was so big from Hong, though. That Thorn onto Knight, that saved JackeyLove, who could have gone down. So both our teams taking some pretty big swings, and while the first one was big for BLG, it didn't lead to an objective. This one's going to lead to an objective for Top Esports. They're looking at the grubs.
Look at the leads right now in this game. It is 3-5 in favor of BLG, but because of the CS advantages in mid and bottom lane, it is just barely even between these two. Barely 500 gold. Cream's looking in mid.
Oh, they dropped the Annie-Warhammer onto Elk. Remember, he has no subs from that earlier play, but there's not enough damage between the whole full Annie combo yet, and Elk escapes.
So watch Kanavi. I mean, can they turn that into a dragon? Like, they could fix bot lane and...
Sorry, I've got 5 camps. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, you forced Elk in the base. Okay, not going to happen. They're going to play. They're not going to go bang bang. Said Cream's going to get back in here and try and pick up what he can. But, hey, a good answer from Top Esports. Again, I think what was so significant about those kills early on, for me, I mean, it's kind of hard to, like, say what the scaling is going to be like late in this game, because I think there are some individual factors we have to look out for. Like, does Aatrox necessarily scale as a champion? No. But is Aatrox going to be incredibly effective in a game where it's a low range for BLG and a Jhin as a marksman? That's a really happy game for Aatrox, right? So overall, though, I still think that Top are the team that probably needs to get going early on just because of the AD and support matchup. So I think that early win is really significant that BLG were able to get off to a good start.
I think that was a smart reaction coming in. We saw pings immediately onto that brush that is on the side of BLG. Kanavi probably just sensing out there's probably a ward. We have no way of sweeping it without showing ourselves. So without anybody knowing, without any information from BLG, they're going to start up this dragon, most likely grab this for themselves. And all the while, I feel like Elk, after that mid play, after they forced him on the recall, he's been kind of forced to move around the map a little bit, still accentuating some of this gold differential.
I mean, getting forced out by Cream, like he misses a wave, and I know that Jaculov's the one that got off to a tough start. It's 2 kills onto Elk, but he has an Essence Reaver before the Jhin does, and you can do something with that as Lucian.
Remember, On has access to the Unbreakable Will here. Able to hold on to it by using the Unsealed Spellbook Ghost instead. Completely routes this dive. TS really wanted to get Bin out of this spot, but alas, no way to do it with the big bull in the way.
We were talking about the advantage for the enemy team. Shadow's been sitting on Heartsteel and has gotten 0 proxy.
Yeah.
There's been a lot less fighting here, so Top Esports are excited about the fact that they've been able to stall at least a little bit. There's been less action. Completed Sundered Sky now coming on through for Kanavi, and expect that that'll be probably the same for Cream in a few moments' time once he finds a recall.
Oh
Good
boy,
shout.
a reload here from Top Esports. They don't have on to cover. Flashes away from the first stun. No pop on lands either. Bin is going to find this first kill thanks to the turret. So it goes 1 for 1 as Shadow and Knight TP in. The rescue has arrived and they're here to play cleanup crew for Top Esports. Flash Glacial Prison matched by Jackulov. Knight hits the shuriken, won't go back in as Kanavi arrives, but Shadow is very takey. There's the Heartsteel proc you're asking for there. Hulk is that item, gets a ton of value in this extended trade, and BLG's double TP Hail Mary pays off.
I mean, they biffed the dive. Cream opened with Tibbers instead of the guaranteed point-and-quick stun on the Q, and the train, in order to CC train that one through, they weren't able to do it on the Bin, who burns the flash, gets out of the Tibbers, and ends up making a great play. But if you use the Q, you guarantee the stun, then you just play from there. I think that's a huge mistake from Cream and Top.
Yeah. Yep, they lose a wave on top side. We're going to get a replay of this. Cream making it very televised. Also, there is a ward. The ward around the wall here spots everything from Top Esports. So Bin has perfect information, also makes a great play here. And it's not only Heartsteel procs, but it's multiple kills. And think about what this also does for Elk. He is farming 2+ waves in mid lane.
Yeah. I don't want to take away from Bin. That was a great play, but that should never be able to happen if Top Esports makes that play correctly, which is you start with the point-and-quick stun. You don't have to drop Tibbers. Start with the Q. You get the full chain off that. It's just small mistakes like that even at the highest level, you cannot afford to make a mistake like that because BLG got a lot of gold off of it. Knight's in a much better game state because of what just went down up there. Like, this Akawi's a very happy camper. A lot of resources are on the Knight. And there's, like, in terms of the CC that Knight has to deal with, I think it's significant. I don't think it's the easiest game for Akawi to play out of, but Knight was behind at the start of this game. The fact that he got a lot of free time bot, it's going to get him back into this one, and we'll see if he can find that backline later on.
I have to see here. The big benefit as well on the backside of all that is that 369 gets a ton of time in the bot. So you talked how much about how the scaling can really flip for BLG. But the last time we saw 369 on this Aatrox, he had a worldy performance to grab MVP. So at the very least, you get him some time on the bot side to try and overcome his early game battle up against this Jace.
Well, as we've seen here in the playoffs, Flandra has not been. Go ahead, Cubby.
I mean, I was just going to talk about the pressure on these teams, man. I think Cream biffing that, like, this is a huge game, guys. Top's playing for a World's Birth. They're playing for the LPL trophy, right? I think it's really kind of shows in that top side. Just at times we take for granted how tense the line that these pros play on, especially getting all info as a viewer. Even then, I mean, Cream, I just don't think that you can make that mistake on a champion like Annie, like one of the easiest champions, I think, to play. Like, what is your decision tree there? What's the one way to make a guaranteed play? It is with the point and click. That one was not opted for. And now, we're going to at least get
we're going for top side.
Win out on this.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 grubs here for TES.
Well, they
already
had
down.
to make this play. Yeah.
Yeah.
They had to play for first brick. If they don't, they lose feats. So
are they losing
Bin's
2
gonna
turrets,
answer
though?
back. Yeah,
they are.
It's the trade for feats. They deny feats with this, but yeah, they at least, 2 turrets for 1. Feats don't go over to BLG. That's the trade.
They've got the grubs. Nobody's TPing to cover top tier 2. This is greedy by Top Esports. They want to answer the gold and the feats, but they're allowing for themselves to get set up for a flank. Kanavi's covering first, and Shadow's a little wary of going too far forward, not knowing where the King Kanavi is. So they will end up just trading 2 for 2, but a tier 2 into the pocket of TES.
You want to talk about pressure? Let's talk about the fact of LPL finals appearances. Knight has 10, Cream has 3. It's pretty insane. And also, that's not including the internationals that Knight has been to, the internationals that Knight has won. You talk about pedigree, talk about experience. Knight is the guy, especially here in the mid lane in modern history. And Cream has been the upstart, has been trying to find more of these trophies after getting a split 1 victory.
Can Knight pull out another godlike performance like we saw in Game 4 and 5 for BLG to make this very same comeback? Will this moment be at the Rift Herald here, as it's right now Shadow holding all the aggro. TP coming across, Cream on your top side, has all those studs available with one extra E to get the proc. They're trying to layer in some poke here. 369's going to hop forward, and Shadow takes too much poke, but luckily gets the reset onto the Rift Herald on a headbutt pulverized forward. But no snap engage back from TES. Glacial Prison's going to come out. It is going to grab Hong. Flash over the first curtain call. Kanavi gets the kick to try and get Shadow away from the rest of his team. Can they get any of these big shots? Elk, no. Can't find any low enough health bars. And a bunch of poking, prodding, and daring to start an all-out fight falls flat.
It's going to be a trade. I think the top's going to get the Rift, whereas we're just going to see BLG hit the Drake. That's a Kanavi.
They're not.
This to heal on up. We're both going to ignore it. That's interesting. I will say one thing I want to give credit to BLG there for. Did a really nice job of tracking Hong. They need to track both Cream and Hong if they want to be able to play out these fights. They have to be so wary of the Flash Tibbers, the Flash Pop Blossom. They did a very nice job there of making sure that they knew where both were at. And I think that's what enabled them to kind of play that one out, as they will get the second dragon for themselves. And top a little bit late to hit this Rift Herald, so a chance for BLG. They're going to have to fix this top wave pretty aggressively, but a chance for BLG to maybe play this.
I think BLG are massive winners after that. Even if we get rid of the Dragon take, you got Flash away from Hong. That is the most important summoner spell, I think, for the next 5 minutes here for Top Esports. It's going to be Kanavi by himself, but look, Cream has no teleport. We can't make this play.
They're dragging him up, though. They still want to play. This is a timer the top should want to fight on. They don't have 11 on Annie yet. They would have really liked to snag that. I would give Cream this mid wave to try and get that leveled up Tibbers. 11's big for Annie.
You guys keep talking.
Sorry, I gotta hit it as Jackie Love.
He might still get it. No, not the case. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the experience there, again, very significant. Tibbers not available. No 11. And Cream, I mean, they might be basing. Are they going to give this Rift to play for
it gets spotted here. They would have just spotted Cream on this recall now. It gets swept out, but now they know they have a numbers advantage. Bin just shoved in a huge top wave, so now you can move on down. Kanavi's taking a recall as well. I don't think this is Top Esports' objective to play for.
I mean, Kanavi just reset. They could try and play a slow fight if they're able to poke a little bit. Shield off the Alistar. I mean, that's step one. They still have a long way to go. Cream is still 10. Again, I would give Cream that top wave, which they're going to do now. And BLG, I think, showing some of their nerves as well.
Yeah.
As we've had 4 games where teams have ripped it with no second thoughts. In this game, Game 5, everything on the line. Both teams playing poised and waiting for the right opportunity.
You guys have talked all game long, aptly so, about pressure. We know the LPL region for its chaos, for its thrown games over one fights, but no region can overcome the stakes that this game brings, and glad you so eloquently pointed it out, Cubby. It's slowing the game down for both of these teams. All those micro decisions that players normally don't think about, just act on, amplify in a spot like this.
Yeah, I think the one big decision for me with BLG, if they want to fight right now, this is grim. Jackie's at 2 items. I think it's a very dangerous fight to take with them setting up the Rift Herald. They have control. I just don't know if this is the right answer. If I'm Top Esports, I kind of like the idea of a fight here. That said, they're going to give gold. Yeah, they're going to give the Rift Herald and take the immediate gold. I think that with Jackie's inventory, I would love if BLG fought into me.
That's feats of strength too, gentlemen.
Yeah. That said, they give away feats. They're going to give away the Rift and just try and trade. They can't pressure the mid-outer. It's going to be a trade for bot with the 3 grubs, so I mean, BLG get the Rift, I think that's okay.
So they do get the Rift Herald. I think what not only is the gold really important here for Top Esports, or at least that's what they're magnifying towards, it also does give them control preemptively for this Otacon that spawns.
Oh, Hong caught out by On, and there's enough layered CC, a Glacial Prison, Deadly Flourish, all of it, but that's where you have to commit to find these clutch kills, and they give it right into Knight's hands, his first kill of the game.
There goes the control for Otacon. I mean, it's up in 35 seconds. Hong's not going to be up for 15. He's going to have to hoof it on over, and during all of this, now we're seeing On and Shadow in the bot side take control of this, now get Elk to be involved as well after pushing a mid-wave, and all of this vision is going to set up for this bottom lane.
I think Otacon's tense enough where they're going to get back in time. Hong at least didn't blow his ultimate. Like, that would have been a bigger mistake, right? Blowing ult and then dying. He at least gets to save that Pop Blossom that will be big for a fight like this. A fight, I mean, looking at the inventories right now, your strength kind of has to come from Shadow, who has 4 kills on the Sejuani. Not something we're used to saying, whereas the Jhin has the Collector, has the RC, has that utility, but we expect Lucian, if he's allowed to operate, to be more effective in this coming fight. Again, I think the big change between these two teams, we do see a fight. Top Esports want to be very bursty with the Annie Nico, whereas the Jhin, Alistar, I think playing out a long fight, Alistar guarantees you pretty much 2 combos with that unstoppable. I think they're really looking to win it, like survive the initial onslaught, the shotgun team comp from top, then try and win out on a longer fight. You cannot let Aatrox get resets. You cannot lose someone on the one shot from Tibbers and Pop Blossom, or else your fight gets hard.
Pointed out the lead that Shadow garners, and all year long, as we talked about the 2 junglers, the one advantage that even Knight has given towards Shadow is his shot calling ability. So on this facilitating take to have a lead like this, what wonders it can do for one of the young gun playmakers we saw take over FPX, step up to a bigger stage, and now being asked to usher in BLG for an LPL title.
Bin's about to finish his Muramana here. Annie needs to get a recall in and teleport back. She has enough gold eventually to get the second item. Knight hasn't been spotted as well, could find a huge flank. This is going to be BLG starting up the Otacon.
Just like we've seen in some of the biggest games all year, it's Otacon that can decide it, and TES are making the move to come over here. Cream's going to TP in. Reset from 369. He TP's in next as well, so BLG... Yeah, get the double TP out, but they're going to drop the Herald. They don't want to give up position either.
I like the Herald drop. Like, it kind of stalls out the double TP, because now top's forced to respond to the bot and this wave. And yes, they dropped the Otacon, but as you called out, Elk,
top lane.
They did get double TP. The top wave doesn't matter. That's just going to die. They're losing out resources. These objectives are more important right now.
They're just
going to be ripped and secured.
Okay,
Can Avi get a hero steal?
No.
Is he going to even go for it? No, he's too late. Shadow secures it. Now he gets caught. Kanavi serves himself up with a side of fries, and now Octagon is a guarantee.
What? I mean, look, Cubby, you said that Kanavi had gapped all the junglers from BLG.
Shadow wants to keep the pressure going. Pop Blossom in the background on to 3. They're trying to burn through 369's health bar, but he's healing through. 9 to the backline. Can he get the goal to Jackie Love? No. Flashes back out. Perfect execution. Does not have enough. No! Gil goes to Jackie Love. BLG go too far for the deadly flourish. It snipes Jackie Love. Elk rescues the play right back.
I think that's okay. It's no Otacon that goes over. BLG still get the win with the Dragon. Jackie Love clutches up. I know he went down in that fight. He dodged out on Knight's R2 that enabled Top Esports to continue to try and play that one out. And we really saw the value of Aatrox in that fight as well, as 369 was a menace in the 4v5.
That was insane from 369. He had an MVP-worthy performance versus AL in game number 1 of the lower finals. Now he needs to make it happen here.
Yeah, and I don't agree with BLG stepping off the Otacon here. It's a smite advantage. No tools were burned in securing that Dragon. I think opting into this fight where, Hong gets to be very effective at the front line. We saw 369 do work. Look at Jackie Love here. He's going to step up. Just this right click up in Fog. Knight, he didn't see it. 369, great peel for his all-star carry in Jackie Love, who wasn't able to get out of the deadly flourish, but did play that very well to try and ensure his team was able to play out that fight. I think that was a good fight from top, and BLG have to be careful about taking fights like that moving forward, because walking through an Aatrox, walking through an Annie, walking through an Eco, that is still a tough task for them.
Shadow over the wall into both Cream and Hong, and now all the threats show up here. Shadow able to pick up Kanavi. Now he's looking to get turned on, but Hong gets burned down first. Gil goes over to Bin, all with Unbreakable Will in the front line, and this time, can Knight section off Jackie Love? No, he's just going to go after Cream, where he knows he's got a guaranteed kill. 2 kills to BLG, and now maybe they finally can conquer the Octagon.
Nothing's working right now here for Top Esports. They thought they caught Shadow. Shadow is able to make it happen alongside the rest of his team. This Nico is incredibly squishy, and that should be the Otacon going over to BLG.
I mean, I think like a lot of these standoffs, the person that's been starved out of this is Cream on the Annie. He has only had 2 items. We see Knight having that in change, and for me, the mid game where BLG, they were dropping on the top side of the map, but it was to get Knight back into this one. That's been the difference maker, as Shadow just throws himself in.
Tanky.
3 to 4v1, and Hong walking like that. He gets caught out by Elk. Very clutch from him on the deadly flourish. Well played by On as well, as Cream is just way too far up after the flash from On in that one. He gets taken down. That's just better target selection from BLG, as they take advantage of a fight where a little bit awkward at the start. Top didn't get their formal setup, and BLG punish.
I think the only reason we're seeing Top Esports not have a crushing goal deficit versus their opponents is some of these leads that they're, specifically Jackie Love has over Elk, but it's not even that much. And once he overcomes the CS, or if we get another all-out ace coming in favor of BLG, that's basically lights out. I don't think we've really been able to see JackeyLove step up very much. Yes, he has that outplay versus Knight, but still the rest of the fight is going over to BLG, and JackeyLove is one man. Every single year it has been JackeyLove performing at an excellent level, but his team not being able to provide.
Oh boy, we gotta learn to count minions. Elk, we gotta learn to count minions. Tangle Barb lands, forces the cleanse out.
Good find there by Hong. Are they going to rip the Baron off that? I mean, it's going to be
they
spotted. I think they're trying to get some TPs out. As BLG, they don't even have to TP here. They're just here as 5. And how wild are we going to get here as top esports?
Otacon wasn't a flip, it was a fight.
Shadow no
Baron
flash.
will be the same. Look at Knight off to the top side, looking for a flank. Here comes the Current Claw. They get the Glacial Prison onto Hong, the very squishy Nico, but this time TES protect him well. Knight is looking for that window in to end this series, but TES won't budge. Instead, they'll get forced out of the river.
Okay, still I think a fine win here for top esports. They got those ultimates to give them time, and Hong only used his heal. Didn't have to blow the flash. Interesting build coming on through. I wonder what the second item for Hong is. There's a some armor in that build right now for this Nico.
Frozen Heart, it's not bad. You get in the middle of everyone, reduce the
do it again, guys.
Get some ability haste as they return to the scene of the crime, and BLG, they actually reset. So now they get the TPs out, and we'll see how aggressively top want to play this.
On has to run all the way back. Knight now just gets to the top lane. It's going to have to be Shadow try and force his way in for a steal, but even he's late. Can Shadow do it? Come up with the clutchest steal of his career? No! It's JackeyLove that picks up the Baron, and they get the stun on tonight. Timber's Lair, Pop Blossom, they've cut off the golden left hand from BLG, and now TES look to run rampant, trying to layer these snares, these chains, but they'll take the kill on tonight, and Baron onto 5.
We have to go to the Dragon right now. Screw the Baron at this point. This is soul points coming in for BLG. They know they probably don't have to fight for this. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, it is soul here. Kanavi, no kick available anymore. And Hong is half HP with no Pop Blossom. BLG gonna have to give up this objective and probably just catch themselves some waves.
Wow. Hey, what a play from top esports, guys. Like, what about the guts from them to call that? The fact they're melting a Baron, they pull it twice and call BLG, hitting the base to prep for the Dragon, and sticking it. Kanavi, again, with that kick, was able to get Shadow out. Shadow, he didn't have access to Flash. He had Ignite. The Flash is still off cooldown. He doesn't have access to it, so Kanavi kicking him out, that was easy enough to actually just take them down. As top esports, we saw them founder around the Otacon. This was clutch from them, though.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, this instant turn coming on through. I like the protection that we saw. Obviously, Kanavi kicks away Shadow. Cream, he learned his lesson from early in the game. Point and click, set it up. You have all of the indicators as to where Knight is, and 369 just gets to play bodyguard. This is such a stressful game if you're the coaching staff for these two teams.
The stress only amplifies further, gents. Baron power play started, but TES still pretty skittish with not a lot of real estate set up around the map. BLG trying to play the stall game. So Dragon a ways out, and a Baron power play soon to crumble in about 1:10. So what screams out to you in this next window, Cubby?
For me, it's JackeyLove items. I think that he's going for GA 4th, as the Infinity Edge has just come in for Elk. And I think that we're at a weird middling ground where once IE comes in for Jhin, I think that JackeyLove needs armor this game. You're up against Jace and Jhin. You need steel caps or you need a GA. So I think that GA is going to be the timer they try and wait and fight on here for top esports, as at the moment, standing objectives with the Baron. They're going to try and get what they can. They're outranged pretty bad by BLG's comp. It's hard to siege into a Jhin plus a Jace. So I think that Baron, it's hard to get a lot of standing gold out of it, but they definitely stabilize this game. I think it's just about shutting down Akali, because that gold lead, it's on Knight versus Cream, who's down, but you're still Annie. Like, those point-and-click stuns are so incredibly useful. We saw him use it very well against the Akali in that one when he did lead with the Q. We'll see if he can continue to just kind of... I feel like those stuns, those are the windows that you're looking to play off of. Be bursty. Like, that's when JackeyLove can dash in, get it, the double shots off, and then kind of dash back on out, right? You got to play around your CD windows and really commit to that if you are top esports with how bursty their comp can be.
That gold difference, I think you can see, completely swung by the 1,500 gold you're going to get from the Baron right there.
Yeah.
So winning a fight and looking back at this top esports lineup, aside from Split 1, it has been 5 years since we saw them pick up a trophy beforehand. They lost 24 spring finals versus BLG. They lost 22 spring and summer against their opponents. I think it would be a testament to not only win, you know, the first split, but then the last split of the year, and bring home, finally, a Silver Dragon Cup to Top Esports.
I mean, a lot of commiserations for Top Esports fans go away if they end up beating BLG in this fashion to book their ticket for Worlds. Again, when it comes to regular seasons amongst the 3 splits, Top Esports has been our most successful team. They've won Split 1. They were the top seed. I mean, coming to this, right? Like, behind BLG, I mean, top, like, they've proven throughout regular seasons they're a team to beat. They've not been able to put it together from start to finish, whether it's Split 1 at the international tournament, not being able to deliver upon an LPL victory, or here. This is their chance to really change that narrative. And again, now that JackeyLove has the GA, I think this is where Top are going to look to push especially hard since they're playing 6 lives to 5.
There's so much at stake here for TES if they can find this win. Bucking, like you said, Cubby, the regular season Merchants trend. Bucking the 6-1 best-of-5 record BLG currently hold over them in the last 2 years alone. And for JackeyLove, with the future of his career much up in the air, how nice would it feel? How poetic would it be for potentially his final game in the LPL to see him lift the Silver Dragon Cup?
Okay, 50 seconds, Dragon's gonna spawn, Soul yet again here for BLG on the cards. No one's gonna attend this top wave, it's all about this mid lane wave, and BLG will have spotted that Cream is recalling right now. Cancels that, he is looking for a buy. Is that gonna be Seekers into a Zonia's completed?
He's looking for it. Shadow able to heal up off a big lick of damage he took from JackeyLove, who still is gonna commit to that GA Cubby, so doesn't have as much armor.
Why are we throwing Redemptions out like that? That's a weird one. I think Redemption is way too big of a tool to be throwing away like that before a Dragon. I guess it prevents a GA.
Double control ward.
I guess it's a GA maybe, like that prevented it from coming through, but I think that's very weird from On, as that is a very, very, very significant cooldown and significant cooldown advantage you have when you're playing against Nico to throw away Redemption like that.
King Kanavi pushing his troops forward into the river, scouting out all flank angles, knowing Knight's on the Akali. They spot him up to the top side, but they're getting themselves wrapped around as Shadow is burning down this Infernal Drake, an Infernal Soul to bring them a championship. Unless Kanavi can steal it, it's going to be 50-50. Glacial Prison Stun comes across, it is Elk that secures the Infernal Soul. Knight dives in, all the damage compounding on top of TES, and there's nothing they can do but burn down and get packed out to the gray screen. It's a Knight triple kill, an ace for Billy in do or die game 5.
There it is. They got the teleports coming on through. It seems like they want to make a play onto the mid wave. We see pings on a Baron. The solo lanes from BLG are going to go and finish out this bottom lane wave. A massive team fight, a full-on ace, clean 5-0 for Billy.
I gotta get a second look at that. It just felt like they played straight into the Alistar, straight into the Sejuani, the meat grinder of BLG. I mean, who was ever under threat in the BLG team fight that time around? Top Esports weren't able to find anyone or anything in that. Like, I need a second look to see how they were picked to pieces by BLG in that one, as they were late to the objective, they were late to the fight, and they never even got into the fight because BLG just shredded them.
I want to see how Elk stole this Dragon, man. This has to be like a bouncing grenade. Exactly. What Cubby said is right. We need a second look. Hopefully we get a replay, but a teleport on Knight.
Too late.
Believe going to turn into too much. He's already out. A teleport's also going to be matched by On and Shadow, so they're back onto the map. All right, let's get a second pair of eyes on this one. So Knight is flanking from one end. Bin can start to poke.
I think it's a crit shot.
3,200. Shadow goes forward to knock up on the Kanavi.
They stunned Kanavi. Yeah.
Damn.
He couldn't do it. And then, I mean, Cream, I don't know what Cream is doing with the fight. Like, he blast coned over into 5 and it just gets one shot. I know he didn't even get off his combo. I feel like him, you know, the point and click on the Knight, it's so threatening if the Akali is not able to play out a fight like that. I think Cream going to zone off Bin and not the Akali, who was spotted earlier, was a big mistake on the setup from Top Esports, and Cream kind of throwing away his life. I mean, we said a lot. This team, for me, they go as far as Cream will take them. Cream is not as good of a mid laner as Knight. He's been playing up tonight, I think, in the last couple of series, but I feel like that was a big misread from Top and a big misread from Cream on the jobs that these guys have to do. I think that you have to mark Akali for Annie.
Oh, Hog, big pop awesome on the back end. Can they get 369 in? They take down Elk. 369 is unleashed. Shadow's eating a full culling. On trying to flash out with the Unbreakable Will, but they get Shadow down next. BLG make one overstep, and TES crack down on them.
Didn't
Wait,
count the
Knight's
minions.
Oh my god,
Wait,
Knight. Wait, can he get both of these kills? Knight takes both carries out with one sweep of the Akali.
They're gonna end the game. Wait, is he gonna try to go for more?
Oh my god, Big TP's back in. He has the second battle, perfect execution. He's going after Hog. There's the third kill over for Knight. Trying to find more here. Kanavi's GA popped. A Knight in shining armor rescues BLG once again when they need him most. 4 kills, only Kanavi left to watch his entire team fall to the wayside.
I mean, we're talking about the player that is trying to become the winningest player of LPL history, playing in his 10th final, and making sure that his team is going to end the split on top as the #1 seed in the world. As Knight steps up, it was the first fight where Cream doesn't mark him on the Akali that he cashes in. And it is this fight, the one that he's not a part of, the one that Hong rips a massive engage into BLG, trying to save Top Esports. And we don't see Knight for any of it. That's the last time that Knight was spotted. He's just behind Top. No, and Jackie Love and Cream, they want to reset. They want to play the rest of the map. It is Top trying to chase. Cream is a TP to chase this one out, but they lose track of Knight. They have no vision behind them. That's a sexy looking double kill from Knight as he gets up to 9 kills in this game. And the best player we have in the LPL is looking to make sure that his team once again finishes on top.
How important is it, by the way, that the other members on this team, Bin, Elk, and On, the mainstays since this team got rebuilt in 2023, with Elk coming from Ultra Prime, On coming from a failed Weibo Gaming, now finds themselves in their 3rd, 5th LPL finals, and they're smashing here. Now they have a Soul, and they can have an Elder to play in a minute and a half.
They got a tanky Shadow to break the base open here. First inhibitor turret won't go down. The cut wave.
They're gonna queen reset for the Elder. They're gonna queen reset for the Elder. I think that's the right call. I think important thing to note, Kanavi did oh wait, no, they're waiting around. I guess they have 20 seconds to play with if they really want to.
Oh no.
They're gonna see if they can find Jackie Love. Oh no.
Oh, Shadow. Gonna have to flash. That's a huge summoner to get out before Elder comes around.
I was gonna say Jackie Love, he's got the GA up. Kanavi does not. So that'll be a big one to look out for. There was a Zanya's completed by Cream, who did pop the Seekers in the last fight. He will be able to go golden yet again. I still think it's very key. They have to find Akali in these fights. I think that Annie has to be the one that marks Akali. You have to threaten that point and quick stun against Knight, or we have seen what he is able to do when he can play with his team. And with really the vision control going over to BLG, I mean, they see Jackie Love on a ward they've tucked behind that Top Esports is completely unaware of. A lot of info going over to BLG is they're going to use their lead to make sure that they have a lead and an objective and a head start around this Elder Dragon that is looking to really be the final say in terms of who wins this game.
Elder spawns in 30, and there will be no flash for Kanavi, Cream, Jackie Love, or Hong. They will have to force their way into this objective pit. And more importantly for me, I want to see Cream hit level 16 already. We need to get this guy a few more minion waves here. They have now spotted out Knight, but I don't think it matters.
He's like
all
one
of
creep
this
away. He got
vision
it.
on the bottom side of the map right now is littered with red wards.
And that's where Jace is able to work a little bit of magic too with the Jhin. You can see these empowered shock blasts into the deadly flourishes. If they get close enough, you can really start to
Not
feel
over
the
red buff,
heat.
guys. Okay, Shadow whiffs wide with the Glacial Prison. They get the curtain call out as well. They need to get all these members out, but Hog eats the fourth shot, and Shadow finds the first kill. On goes in with a 2-man heaven pulverized, and it's Knight to fly in the background again. Cream goes into the stasis, but Jackie Love is cut and cut down. Nothing can stop Knight. Nothing can stop BLG all year long. Daunting questions circled BLG like vultures marching them for death. How many junglers do they need? When did Elk and On lose their edge? Who can help Knight save this team? Yet in the biggest series of the season, Billy Gaming silence all that noise with one powerful statement. You're back-to-back world's #1 seed. You're back-to-back season finals grand champions. Billy Gaming.
Look at that celebration. Look at the boys. Get excited. Big Way and the rest of the coaching staff sure to come back out on stage. And while it is heartbreaking for their opponents, an incredible series, now proving definitively that they are the best team here in the LPL. Think about the path that they took to get here. 5 games versus JDG, 3-0 versus an IG that had stomped them at the end of the season, and twice now, 5 games, all 10 now going in favor of Billy.
And I love that final picture for Billy there. It's Shadow in the middle. Shadow that subbed in the playoffs and really saved this team this time around. The only European to compete in the LPL is now the only European to lift that Silver Dragon trophy as BLG are your Split 3 champions.
Beautiful. It's kind of hard to do it when there's a Mercedes-Benz logo in the middle, but I like it. I like the idea.
We saw, before we got in this series, so many pictures of who, Bin, lifting the Silver Dragon Cup, Knight lifting the Silver Dragon Cup, but those were past markers. Now it is the present, as BLG are once again your kings of the LPL and will represent the region that they made it to the World's Finals a year ago as the top seed again.
You just can't help but smile for Shadow, man. Shadow looks so excited with the team. But for him, think of the journey that he had throughout the LPL as he gets his moment. Oh, they cut away from it.
No!
Oh.
We can't give it to the Europeans, guys.
They don't show the trophy with the only European. Come on. I know G2 did you dirty in the past LPL. We got to let Shadow have his moment there.
Oh, what a moment to soak in. What a series. Bin lifting once again the Silver Dragon Cup. We got 10 full games of this matchup, and guys, it never disappointed.
No, it just action-packed. We had really dominant games. We had a Game 5 that felt to lose, at least for the most part, pretty back and forth, slowly edging its way towards BLG and multiples of these, but it's been a beautiful season. I can't believe we finally made it. It was 18 best of 5s over the course of essentially 2.5 weeks. An intense schedule here for these playoffs, and we got regionals in 3 days.
I mean, if you're top esports, you got regionals in 3 days. I think that's the big part about that loss there for top. I mean, they got to go back and fight for their world spot, and I think that the regional gauntlet that we have early on next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you know that you're going to be facing down the team that has never lost a best of 5 in Worlds to an LPL team. You are facing down the greatest player of all time that has owned your number for the entire duration of his career. If you don't make it out in that 3 seed, and I mean, you're fortunate enough to make it out in the 4 seed and be able to play that best of 5, but that is a dire best of 5 to face going up against T1. So I think next week stakes could not be higher for a team like Top Esports, who really need to make sure they find that 3rd seed. And man, if you're AL, what a sigh of relief that you just breathed, the fact that you just booked your ticket to Worlds off the BLG win.
Don't want to do too much more future crafting here, guys. We'll let the analyst... Oh, Ulk?
Sorry. I have to make one last kind of state before we toss it to the desk, as this will probably be the last time you'll see our 3 faces here on the broadcast, at least for tonight. I want to thank everybody who has made this possible for everybody at home. We'll probably get through a lot of the MVPs and stuff afterwards. I'm sorry for everybody at the desk, but it has been a long year here at the LPL. We started in Demacia Cup in December. It has been 10 months of us being able to run this broadcast, and it is only possible because of fans like you at home giving us the support, whether it is a single view, a comment in one of the streams, for making this at all a thing. We were able to go to MSI. We got 18 interviews, both in LPL and in MSI. We have a giveaway that we're still trying to get through. 843 games since Demacia Cup started. 5,500 followers on Twitter. 4 million hours watched across YouTube and Twitch. Only possible because of everybody at home. Just beautiful, and I want to thank everybody at home as one of the admins. I know Mazel is also chomping at the bit to also say these thank yous, but it has been an incredible honor to share this, not only with everybody here on the broadcast, with all 60 members, whether you're a guest or a regular staff member at LPL English.
Cubby, final words from you?
It's been fun to be a part of. I just cannot emphasize how cool it is for Shadow to win this. Again, the only European to play in the LPL has now won on a team like BLG. With I think Shadow doing it in a way that he has always done it. It's been an up and down career for Shadow. The fact that he wins the finals where he doesn't play all 5 games, I feel like is somewhat appropriate for him. But that Game 5, it was Shadow Sejuani overcoming Kanavi's Lee Sin, one of the best junglers that we have in the LPL, and someone that I feel like really had the number of BLG throughout a lot of the games. It was Shadow who closed the door on Kanavi and Top Esports in Game 5 in both series. And I feel like that, man, that guy deserves the world. It was cool seeing him lift the trophy in my head, since they didn't show it on broadcast, but no. Everything else said, Elk is great, and it's been a pleasure to be a part of this broadcast for the year and share the finals with you guys, so thank you so much.
It has been the greatest year I could have ever asked for as a caster, signing on to this, working with people I've looked up to for so long in this journey, and I could not be more happy and proud of our team to have brought you an amazing grand finals. One more final shout out to all of you at home and our Split 3 champions, Billy Gaming. It'll be the final time you see us three for a little bit, so let's throw it back to our desk to end things off.
Welcome back, everyone, to the desk. What a way to finish it off. I'm just glad we had a banger back and forth for that last one. I'm glad that it felt like both teams were leaving everything on the field itself. And honestly, it's incredible to crown BLG once again as the champions of the league itself. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man. We got Rude Dude here as well. What a series it was. I want to get you guys' first thoughts. BLG's new championship. Knight's era is continuing here. This decade will be written by his name. And K-Man, first thoughts?
First thoughts are, I think it's becoming a lot harder to argue that Knight is the greatest LPL player of all time. I think we are really getting into territory that is dangerous when it comes to him. And whether or not you want to go full in on that or not, like, this is an unbelievable accomplishment for him as a player, and for BLG as an org to go through the turmoil that they went through this year and to be able to come out on top. Truly extraordinary stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they've had the 24 dominance and then into 25 where they were struggling back and forth, start to finish. It was always a struggle for them to get across the line and to even make it to this final as well. It took them 5 games that they probably, in a 8 out of 10 games they play, those might have lost them, but they made it to the final. They then make it to a best of 5 where they are never once ahead. They never once have that front foot. But in that game number 5, they're able to do what is necessary. They're able to step up and make it work.
They even got the new shirts on. I'm digging it. I can't really read what it says. It just says champions, right? And it's just like green. Yeah. It's kind of, I can't tell what the theme is, but hey, maybe it's a little bit of a teaser to Worlds theming here. It's grasp. It's literally grasp, like grabbing the championship. Oh, that's kind of cool.
That's cool.
That's kind of cool, actually. All right, I appreciate that. They'll be going through the interviews here, I'm sure. I know we had grabbed a couple clips that we wanted to talk about, if we don't mind going over some of those, unless we think they're going to be doing the MVP here very shortly. But I do find it interesting when we look at the way that this game handled that. And there was a lot of us, thinking like, oh, what are you doing, Top Esports? There's so many moments in these, but the fight was still there, Rude.
Yeah, and honestly, like, looking at how close these fights are, you really just start to think, like, if one of these fights had have gone just slightly differently, then the entire game could have been skewed in a different way. Like, Top Esports could have very easily just very slightly came out on top of this fight, and then that entirely changes the projection of this game. And then this dive on the top side, we were laughing at the time because it looked like this wasn't going to be as close a game as it was. But looking back at this again, if that fight goes just even a slight bit better, the entire complexion of the game changes.
It's truly unbelievable how much this game was on a knife's edge, and you're absolutely right, Rude. Like, this is one of those plays where, you look at it and you see 4 ultimates go wide from both sides and just see chaos happening, a bad dive and all of that, and you're going, it's a game 5, like, they're nervous. That could have been the play. This could have been the play that ended up really changing things. Even before this fight that we got, Kanavi ends up diving in to try and steal Dragon and ends up immediately dying. There are so many close calls from both of these teams, but all that shows me is that both of them did at least show up here today. They both tried to win. They both went out and left everything out on the Rift, for good or for bad. And, that's all you can really ask for. It's a real shame for Top Esports, but you gotta be excited for BLG.
My heart was racing at so many of those moments, seeing the gunslingers go at it. Jackie Love getting picked off by Elk a couple times, but I think there was one person that stood up in so many of these fights, and I don't know if we have that clip here, or maybe get it if he gets the MVP itself, but Knight was 1v9ing people, and not in this moment. He got picked, he's dead. All right, but in a lot of moments, like especially that topside fight, like it just feels unsurmountable, and I think in those kinds of situations, you're lacking some of the coordination to deal with somebody in that kind of position. And you can see even in moments like this, like Elk is the one that gets the dragon in all of this. Like, that is absolute insanity, K-Man.
It should never happen. I mean, all due respect to the way that this setup happened.
No Jin slander here, all right?
Yeah, sorry. I'll back off the heat. No, don't want no flame. You know, Elk is the best player alive. That's what we're looking for here. After this fight, BLG has the game over. This looks completely done and dusted. And then all of a sudden, a massive engage from Hong that looks like it changes the entire game. And who is it that ends up coming to BLG's rescue? Their hero, their knight in shining armor, who's able to get behind enemy lines and just make everything work. It's this play. It just blows everything back open for BLG. It's what you want to see out of the best player in the LPL. And, you know, we as a broadcast named him back-to-back MVP in both Split 2 and Split 3. I think he proved why here today.
I know I was talking a little bit earlier about the memes of, oh, you lost to Shanks in Split 2. Are you going to lose to Cream here too? He takes Cream's champion, which honestly is a bar of execution that every mid laner needs to be able to play in LPL, is the Akali. But he literally takes that away in game number 5 and comes up in such a big performance. I think it speaks heads and above of what he's been able to do, especially this year. I know we named him our LPL English unofficial MVP of the split itself, and in a lot of ways he paid that off. I do wonder, I mean, we're going to be getting to the MVP conversation. Is it just clearly Knight above all? Is there any other conversations that are likely to be had here? Start with you, Rude.
No, there are not, I'm afraid. This guy got MVP for game 1 that they won, game 2 that they won, and then in game number 3 he's like single-handedly saving plays time and time again. If this guy's not your finals MVP, then something has gone criminally wrong, right? I know on the broadcast we've had many a little joke sort of laughing at people getting robbed, but it would be an absolute disaster if Knight doesn't get the finals MVP in this situation, because honestly his performance was crazy throughout, right? He got the first 2 wins off of his own performance, one of them being Galio of all champions. Like, it's just deserved.
It truly is. I do wonder. There's a couple plays in this package that are just like, oh my god. Like, I'm glad we saw the live learning of Cream on how to play his champion correctly. It was really nice to see in a grand finals. We look back to last year, we had On learning how to play Bard in a grand finals, as Alk had mentioned earlier, going 0-9 and still winning the game. Gotta say, a couple moments that it felt like Top Esports were not on the same page, and I know they'll be looking for a come up. They're going to be going to regional qualifiers. Obviously, that's not going to be very happy for them. But did we come away with any positive leanings for Top Esports? We'll start with you, K-Man.
I think yes and no. I think the things that Top Esports are really good at, they are really good at. Like, they genuinely play early games well. They are a team that if you can give them the right scenario, and if they're not playing scared like they did in this game, they can open things up. We've seen it against all levels of competition here in the LPL. It's something that is truly a strength for this team. Their hands are genuinely very good. We even saw it with players like Jackie Love and 369 at times in this game on the Aatrox, where, you know, plays where it kind of felt doomed. The bottom fight around Otacon, like they needed to pull that back out. They were able to do it, but there's so many things that they need to clean up, and really it just comes down to consistency for them. Do I think that they have the talent to make Worlds? Yes, absolutely, and I think they showed that here today. So. But yeah, I certainly hope so. But you gotta hope that they can start reaching for higher than that.
And I think for me, it's you know, we talk about the consistency, the solo laners that honestly in this series did manage to step up for Top Esports, Cream in particular, with 2 MVPs out of their 2 wins. So certainly a player to keep your eye on going forward. But also now that Top Esports have got to go into this regional qualifier, they've got obviously a very, very tricky set of series on their shoulders. But they should still go into this as the favourites, and I think that forcing the champions to 5 games speaks to how strong they actually are as a team. That even in this game number 5, there were instances like Hong finding this big pot blossom that makes you think that they might just even have a little bit, felt like they had a bit of plot armor almost, that they were just going to win despite that. But it was a mammoth performance from BLG and from, you know, our man in the mid lane to make sure that that armor was penetrated, really.
And I feel like there's part of me that Top Esports are not going to come away with very happy, obviously losing, but losing 2 times to BLG in 2 5-game series, like that's got to feel really bad. It's bringing back some of the big brother energy that BLG had faced against JDG in those cases, just in this one split, obviously. But I do wonder if that affects them moving forward. They are going to be in the upper bracket of the qualification in regionals, so that'll feel good. They'll have 2 lives at least to get that qualification moving forward. But it definitely feels a little bit bad for Top Esports themselves, as we do see. We'll be taking a look at those qualification points here now, as AL do end up squeaking in.
Yeah.
We have our 4 set for the regional qualifiers. I'm sure we'll get a bracket of that going a little bit later on once the LPL site updates it.
Yeah, important to remember. We have now got AL auto qualifying, as we're getting pointed out for shout out to our producer Kai once again, making sure that it is crystal clear. Top Esports versus IG going to be the great duo that go up and looks to see if they can secure their spots at Worlds. JDG and Weibo battling their way through that lower bracket, going to be seeing if they can cause an upset.
Any thoughts, Cayman?
I think the most interesting thing for me is that the 2 best teams from the regular season in Split 3 will only one will have the shot to go to Worlds as at the very least a 3 seed. I mean, that's insane, right? Top Esports and Invictus Gaming coming out as the 1 and 2 seeds in the playoffs. They are the 2 teams that have to face off against each other in that upper bracket.
Yep.
Nothing is guaranteed here in the LPL. You can never count out any underdog in terms of these regional qualifiers. It's 2 best of 5s. Anything can happen. Things get real scary now that you're down there, and you definitely can't take anything for granted.
Yeah, I completely agree. It looks like we're getting towards the end of the interview ceremony and getting to that MVP here. I do wonder, in cases like, do we feel like the first and only time we're going to get the battle for the Silver Dragon Cup actually paid off and lived up to the hype here, Rude Dude?
Yeah, I think that it did, right? We got to 5 games first of all, and the opening ceremony in itself was worthy of getting the cup out of the cage for this one. But Top Esports also did do a very good job. Their games that they won, they had to battle for, they had to fight for, which is obviously very, very important. And looking at what Billy did to come back into this series, again, only deserving of the Silver Dragon Cup.
I do believe we're getting to the announcement here very shortly, as we're going to be giving away who is the MVP here. Obviously, you get the cool medallion. We've seen Knight handle that thing so many times, and it looks like it might be a little bit of going through the potential candidates on the MVP here, as we do every year. Even Beichuan getting in there. Okay.
Good for
okay,
Beichuan.
get 1 game and you're in the conversation. Let's go. Can't leave him out.
Came in, lost 1 game. He's in the conversation for MVP for the series.
But was he not the most important piece? That is how BLG win games. They literally lose game 1. They sacrifice somebody in the backstage, and then they win the series. That's literally happened multiple times now. 3 times, I believe, in a row.
Yeah, you gotta say at this point that whoever the jungler that starts the series with BLG is their most important player. No matter what ends up happening, that's the player that dictates the rest of the series. Do they stay in? Do they sub out? That's really going to showcase. Exactly. I only look at the box score and what ends up happening on the end. Nothing else matters to me. Hey, BLG won again. They subbed out their jungler. Obviously a lot of nuance there, but finals MVP
it has
coming
to go. The golden left hand once again will claim finals MVP. I loved it. We saw he was so expressive. He was so emotional in this series. And that's not something we get all the time. We do get it from Knight. He's kind of a dorky guy. I love to see it. But he was popping off, man, especially in the earlier parts of that series. I think it's so nice, so fitting. And I tweeted it, like, this decade has literally been marked by this man. The history of the LPL will forever be written by Knight in this new era. And we're moving forward from the legacies old, from the 2010s, the legacies of Clear Love. We are fully moving past that now. And I don't know who can top Knight, at least. He is the best player that the LPL has produced.
Period. I mean, we don't need to say anything more on that. It is just a case that there's not particularly a discussion, unfortunately, for other players, and that Knight just takes that crown.
It really is just, it's Knight's world. It's Knight's world, and we're living in it right now. I mean, we already were talking about him as the player that really carried BLG through the tumultuous regular season. For him to come out and have this finals performance, I think if there was ever a question about who the guy in the LPL is, who the face of the league, the main character, the player you want leading the charge with the flag is, Knight answered that here today.
I gotta figure out how he's gonna find space for all those trophies, man. Like, it's gotta be all over the place. That room's gotta be incredible. Kai, if you do me a favor here, we're gonna do some live editing. We're gonna go ahead and bring up the stuffed night graphic, and we're gonna update it because I think it's time. I think we're gonna get some drawing on there.
Yeah.
And your art is gonna be beautiful. We're gonna fix this. We need to fix this. We need to add one more to the finals MVP. One more to the finals MVP. So cross out the 5x and put in 6. And then put 6 next to the LPL champs section too. And then that'll be updated. We'll be good to go.
And exclusively
the matching
now.
Color.
The most winningest of mid laners,
Literally.
right?
The most winningest player.
Yeah.
6. We got it. Look at that 6. Look at the 6. Easy peasy. We got Kai getting everything going for us. No, it's 6. It's 6. Put the little thing. Bam.
There we go.
Let's go. All right.
No problems.
Now, he might be demonic
Perfect.
if he gets one more 6P of some sort. It's going to be a while. He needs to get a lot more LPL MVPs.
Well, we could
not
take
win
away
anymore.
Mazel, we could just take away one of his first teams, all pros, and then that would work.
True. It'll be fine.
Can we retcon that somebody else was better than him for a first team all pro at some stage in the year, so you got it?
I'm sure
the easy
we
way
could.
to do it.
We're the unofficial broadcast. We could talk about it for sure.
True.
I think they're going to be going through a little bit here. I don't know if we want to go back and watch some of those night highlights, but we saw most of it in our package there itself. Let's just see if it gets boring. We'll move forward with it. We'll talk about other stuff, but I still think like some of these moments are insane. You even like it's not just the Akali game, right? It's the fact that when BLG won, they dumpstered top esports, right? Like game 2 and 4 was not even close, K-Man.
It really wasn't. And I think that's the most impressive thing is that we know without a shadow of a doubt at this point that BLG absolutely can win games dominantly. That it's there, it's within them. Top Esports is a good team. We just spent a ton of time talking about the things that TES do really well. BLG can show up and dominate and beat people based off of the way that they play the early game. And if you can get Knight into a good position, if you can get Elk into a good position, you are looking at one of the scariest teams in the world.
Yeah. I would go through all those clips. We've seen most of them before. It's just going back to the whole series itself, which is a little bit of memory lane, but it's more so important to maybe talk about the repercussions of this. I know we've already talked about it a little bit here, but our next matchups that we're going to see, and it's going to be in a couple days of time, is going to be that Top Esports versus IG matchup. Then we'll have that JDG Weibo matchup in the lower bracket, which it's crazy. We get that matchup again, which, is funny in its own right. We'll see if JDG can do better and, come out with another win over Weibo themselves. But this time I feel like it's a little bit more important. The differentiation between those two setups is that Top Esports and IG will have a second life. JDG and Weibo do not. I am so sad that we can't send all 6 teams to Worlds. We aren't even sending 4 this year. We're only sending 3. And the fact that a lot of these big names are going to be left out of that conversation is an important factor to think about, Rube.
Yeah, it's certainly one of those things that is incredibly important because the play-in stage is going to pretty much... we will send 4, but then there's the 4th seed.
There's a potential for it not to be there.
Is in the air, right? Like, it's a tricky series for them to get in, and looking at who the LCK 4th seed is going to be, I don't really want to send anybody.
They've never lost the best of 5. Like, I'm just saying. Like, it's scary, all right? I don't know which one I would have rather be there, Gen G or T1, but it is going to be something to think about a little bit moving forward. But the regional qualifiers is always a very fun time. A lot of big stories, especially from last year with JDG falling just short. I know it's a different roster this time around, but they got to make the run here. K-Man, any thoughts about the regional qualifiers?
Really excited to see which upset ends up breaking through. Every year we get something. It's something happens in the regional qualifiers. I don't know what it's going to look like this year. I don't know who that's going to entail, but Top Esports and Invictus Gaming, both of those teams really want to go to Worlds. Weibo has this track record. JDG finished top 4 this split. Like, these are all teams that have a serious case to be considered top 4 and Worlds caliber. Only 2 of them can make it out.
Now, I'm going to give one last big shout out, and then we'll get our closing remarks going here, because we got to give one big thank you shout out to all of our Elite Coffee supporters across the board. Aaron Soup, Mung, Forrest Without as well. Pledged financial contributions, level up the broadcast on a daily basis. They've been helping all year for a majority of them. It's been really incredible. If you want to fast track any support towards LPL English, it is definitely through our coffee, and you get a little bit more of help towards a volunteer broadcast that's been going all year long. We only have 3 shows left, and it is just the regional qualifiers. Technically, the main split and the main part of the LPL is finished for the year. K-Man, thoughts on the year, thoughts on grand finals, thoughts going into regional qualifiers? Let's go ahead and wrap it up.
Unbelievable year in the LPL. You can talk about, all these other regions that are potentially getting more hype. All I can say right now is that the LPL is the most fun region to watch in the world. We had 3 different champions across this year, and all of them look really good. I'm so excited to see what our teams can do internationally, and these regional qualifiers, I can't stress enough, are stacked. I cannot wait to see who ends up performing.
Yeah, I think for me, it's just to hammer home that point that it is all about the regional qualifiers now. Yes, the grand finals are done with, but we've still got 3 more days of really high importance League of Legends to play. 2 spots, 4 teams, and a shot at international glory on the line.
God, I can't. The bias is going to come through. I need Rookie at Worlds. Please, for the love of anything that's holy in the LPL, I need Rookie at Worlds, please. Anyways, I know Al covered it a little bit earlier. I know we still have 3 days left to go, but this is a big tipping point. Obviously, grand finals, the Silver Dragon Cup already crowned to BLG. BLG finding dominance once again, regaining, I feel like, the stature that they had lost a bit in the first 2 splits of the year. But to finish strong, I feel like was always their goal. It's been an absolute pleasure to be alongside you all. Got to give a huge shout out to Kai, who was wrangling so many different bodies today to make it through the prod side of things. Got to give a shout out to our mods and our socials as well, and to the casters, Slayer, Cubby, and Alk. It had been a pleasure to watch you guys work through that best of 5, and it's an honor to get to watch you guys grow as well. Everyone, it's been a pleasure. We have 40 plus people in the Discord. Everybody has contributed at least once, and a lot of them a lot more than once, to this product. And while we still do have a few days left, we'll have a little bit of a break until then. We got to give all the love, all the shout outs to everybody that's made this possible. Not only the volunteers that are on this show, but everybody in the community. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have made this if there wasn't a want, if there wasn't a need for it. And we still have 3 days. We got to finish strong. But this is a heartfelt thank you to everyone that supported us along the way. It's been an incredible year, and we still have some bangers left. We'll see you on Summoner's Rift. We'll see you next time for more LPL, and we'll see you for the regional qualifiers. Congratulations to Billy Gaming.